Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time has come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pasco, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
Good morning, good evening, good dawn, good dusk. Wherever you are in the world, it's guerrilla cricket. And it's day 2 at Rajkot. India got away. Well, did they get away? I don't know. They were 33 for 3. And Rohit got dropped on about, when the score was on about 50. And then he went on to get a ton. And Jadeja got a ton. And apparently England, I didn't even see these, but apparently England missed a couple of reviews that would have got wickets. Rohit in his 80s. And Jadeja that was a bad pad, apparently. I didn't even bloody see that. Never even saw it on a replay. Apparently he'd have been out in his 80s too. But they did rumble on to 326 for 5. Jadeja ran out. Sarfaraz, who was looking really good, which will disappoint Anindo, who was joining me for the first session this morning. That was a bit upsetting for Sarfaraz yesterday. He was looking supreme and completely untroubled. And then Jadeja run him out.
Yeah, I mean, he's been waiting for this debut for the better part of 9 years, because he was the prodigy right after Sachin Tendulkar, and Prithvi Shaw in between, but Sarfaraz was probably doing even better, and he made his IPL debut in 2015, but it's just. He's been scoring ton after ton last 3 years and not got a chance, and then he gets a chance yesterday. And what I loved about him was that the top order Indian batsmen have really forgotten how to play spin. And here comes this guy who actually is so nimble on his feet, and he's got such soft hands that's what you really, as as well as me, where I mean, that's what you need to play spin well, right? And the way he was turning the ball to the leg from wherever it pitched, right?
Yeah.
Outside the off, outside the leg, wherever, and took the singles and kept the score moving. I mean, that's what you require a good player to do. And he didn't appear intimidated at all. Other than 148 kilometer bouncer coming next to his ears, I think anyone in the world would have been a bit intimidated by that one.
Well, exactly that. I mean, he was lucky enough to come in. I mean, he could have been coming in at 50 for 4, couldn't he? And you wonder how things would have been
then. I think it was
then.
good captaincy, actually, from Rohit Sharma on 2 counts. One was when he sent in Jadeja, not just for the left-right, but to keep Sarfaraz, out of the firing line when things were just going downhill. But also, I think when he sent Kuldeep in last night so that the other debutant didn't have to go in and face the last 10 minutes, Jurel, to give them both a chance, which I thought was excellent captaincy, actually.
Yeah. I mean, England could still... I mean, you were saying 500. Well, sorry, I should introduce, of course, from the Weather Cave, who's on my beach in Gran Canaria, God damn it. It's Messi Jess. How are you this morning, Messi?
I'm well, thank you. I'm pleased to say it's a lot cooler in Perth today, a beautiful 27. It's a little warmer in Rajkot today. It's currently 23. It's going to get up to 35, but not hugely humid. So a decent day for cricket there as well.
Is Rajkot, is it on the coast?
The Rajkot, I don't think is in.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because it's not very humid. I just assumed. I thought maybe it was on the coast.
But it's the time of the year there.
Oh, okay.
It's never humid in this time of the year, especially. It really, other than South India, you're not going to get humidity at this time of the year.
Oh, okay.
It's still the last part of winter.
Yeah. Oh, good. Yeah. So.
No, but just one more thing. I mean, which is quite amazing when you look at Sarfaraz's size, and apparently the reason why he wasn't letting the test team because of fitness issues, which I don't get when you have a Rohit Sharma the same size playing.
Yeah.
But yesterday was the first time he's ever got run out in first-class cricket, and he's been playing for like 9 years.
Yeah, he was sold down the river though, wasn't he? Really? I mean, it was Jadeja's call. Jadeja called yes, then stopped, and he wasn't quick at turning.
Jadeja looked shattered. Jadeja went on Instagram end of the day and apologized publicly.
Yeah,
for letting him down.
Rohit wasn't happy. He was slamming his cup down on the desk, and Sarfaraz looked like
if the cap was glass, it would have been shattered into pieces.
Yeah, definitely.
Yes.
And Sarfaraz was sitting up there looking very upset by it all. But hey, it was a good debut still. I mean, he got 60 odd off 60 odd balls,
And he never looked nervous. I mean, he just played it as if he's been doing it all his life. It was beautiful to watch.
It's so difficult, right? When you wait for so long and you finally go, then you play with complete calmness. Mentally, he looked really good. I mean, that's what I liked about him.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Well, what do you think they need to get though? I mean, it does look quite a placid pitch, doesn't it?
Well, I think they need to bat until tea time. I don't think it's going to happen, but I think more than the runs will come. They ideally need to bat 5 sessions to put themselves in a really good position.
Yeah.
And from here, I don't know if that's honestly going to happen unless Jurel plays really well. I've never seen him play, or Ashwin plays really well. Jadeja's lucky to be. He got 2 warnings for running on the wicket.
Well, we did wonder about that. We don't have the volume up here, obviously, but we kept seeing the umpire clicking his
I think
talky
2
thing.
warnings, and I think the 3rd warning, the last time it happened, and I think Jadeja was the culprit at that point in time a few years ago. India was docked 5 runs for that.
Oh well, 5 runs is well. If it creates a nice spot to get some spin out of, I'm sure they'd take a 5-run hit. Well, we're about to get going, so I'm going to play some jingles. England are going to open with.
His voice is high-pitched and ginger hair like a pict, but massive runs he has hit, so there's that. Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root, actually.
And his first ball is the Kuldeep around the wicket. And it's wide and it spins, and Kuldeep just lets it go. So he's batting. His jingle goes like this.
I thought that Kuldeep was science fiction until I saw him today. Now that your death is my addiction.
Second ball just prods forward and defended behind square on the offside.
For a man with an average of 10, I like the way Kuldeep bats.
Yeah. Well, double figures for an average. Number 11, 10 or 11, that's not so bad. Ruti around the wicket. That one's straighter and defended by Kuldeep. No run. Yeah, England will try and get through Jadeja early. Might be able to keep them to. I mean, I think England will be looking to keep them to under 400 would be good.
Yeah, I was surprised with that LBW yesterday, which England didn't take the DRS for. I think because Foakes wasn't 100% convinced, maybe.
Well, I think it was difficult, and it was another one, as that one is just defended off the outside half. The bat runs down towards third man. The old man Jimmy chased it down. They'll probably come back for 2. They do. First runs of the morning. I mean, Rohit was, very close, weren't they? Both inside edge jammed onto pad. Would it have been overturned anyway?
Rohit, I didn't mind so much because I think that was very difficult to judge. But Jadeja was like on off stump going into middle.
Driven at by Kuldeep out to Anderson once again. I know. Yeah, but it looked to me like it was bat first. I mean, they probably should have. The thing is, if you review it, it's bat first. You lose your review. It's not even umpire's call or anything like that, is it? And I think they were a bit wary of that.
Yeah, last test I think they ran out of reviews, right?
Yeah, did defended against once more by Kuldeep. Last ball of the first over is a dot ball, and 328 for 5.
So we've got lots of company on YouTube. Perko and Mog are both with us, so our jinglers are out in force. Discussing the possibility of a super chat over the Dame Pete jingle, but you've got to deliver to get that awful jingle. Sajir Pakar is with us. Greetings, everyone, and good morning to you, gents in the UK. He also says Rajkot is pretty much smack bang in the middle of the Gujarat Peninsula. Over on Twitter, we have Dave Barrett with us, who says booze, weed, split speed, smack crack, LSD, PCP, GBH, and MDMA is my standard diet as I listen to Guerrilla Cricket at 4 a.m. Go harder!
Yeah, well, I'm sure you'll be going harder on all of that.
And Rams35 says, huge day. How many India could get in the first innings? I think if they get less than 500, they're going to be still in some danger.
Well, possibly. I mean, the problem is England have not scored any first innings runs, have they? Right, Jimmy's going to bowl. He's got jingle. Bowling 2.
Who's that spinning on the field?
Yeah, it goes on a little while. We'll get rid of that. Yeah. I mean, this is it. Can England score the first innings runs? That one is defended by Jadeja, and there's no run. I mean, Jadeja, the matchup these two had yesterday, I thought Jadeja was quite lucky against, especially early on in his innings against Anderson.
Yeah.
He had him in all sorts of trouble, fishing at stuff, missing stuff on the inside of the bat. I thought Anderson bowled really well. I was a bit unlucky not to get him out.
I think it's the
Anderson
sort of wicket
bowled
where...
well throughout, actually.
Yes, he did. It's the sort of wicket where what you need to spend time getting in. Once you're in, it's a lot easier to survive.
Yeah. That's onto the pads. Is that out? I think there's a big appeal. Probably off the pad.
Jimmy's not so sure.
Yeah.
Well, we've got the 2 best elite umpires in the world for this test match. So, Thermasaina and Joel Wilson, right? I mean, the 2 who never get anything wrong. So.
What? Damascena's pretty good, but you can't say that about him.
Thermasaina is a piece of shit. I'm sorry.
Oh, really?
He was a decent spinner. He's a lousy umpire. He's got absolutely lousy umpire.
Oh, I don't know, actually. They might have missed one there.
No, oh, you think in terms of a catch behind?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's possible.
Didn't look that close to the leg.
I think it touched the leg, but it might have touched the bat as well.
I'm sure we'll have a look at that. England reviewed not very well in this test. I think they got a bit scared after what happened before. Jimmy in again. That's played up to, well, mid-wicket, and there is no run.
Well, the last test was interesting. The first innings they were absolute shit, but the second innings they actually did some pretty good reviews.
Yeah, well, we've not been particularly successful. Right. I've got a choice to make, and there is only one choice.
Uh-oh. Have we got a super chat?
We've got a super chat, yeah.
Oh, yes, okay. Oh, it's only $5 worth today.
Yeah, well, you still get the same result. Worked off his legs by Jadeja, out towards deep square leg, and there's no run. But just for Mog.
Tweaking, but I can't even read them. Don't fold me 'cause it hurts.
There you go, Mog. Just to annoy messages.
It's alright, I took
He took your headphones off. Of course,
the secret of that jingle is to be forewarned.
Yeah, well, yes. Clipped off the pads by Kuldeep, and he will get a single. Fifth ball of the over. 3:30 for 5. Good little start by India. Of course, the new ball is only 2 overs old, I think. What's this pitch going to do? What's this pitch going to do in India?
I think it's just going to slow down over the last couple of days. It's going to become much slower. Gary seemed to think that it's going to go up and down quite a bit. It's possible, but with those foot marks that Jimmy's making, I think it might start to turn if you can get those foot marks.
It looks quite crumbly at either end. Oh, that's into the pads, but probably pitched outside leg. No appeal from Jimmy.
Yeah.
Well, interestingly, the cracks don't seem any bigger than yesterday.
It looks very, very dry and very slow, as you say. I'm sure England will come out and try and score at 5 and over or something stupid like that.
Yeah. No, but I'm sure they will, and which is why I think, I think India needs to get as many as possible because India's just going to go at it. Right? We all know.
Yeah, we all know that.
I mean, Crawley and Duckett could put on 200 in a session, and all of a sudden they're within reach.
Well, that would be lovely. That would be very enjoyable to watch. Well, it would be if you're an India fan, I suppose. It would be if you're an England fan. Rooty bowls. Kuldeep gets right forward, defends into the offside, and there's no run. It does look difficult to take wickets, though, because it is so slow. And if you get yourself in, it looks quite easy to bat. Rooty around the wicket, tosses that one up. Kuldeep defends into the offside, there's no run. He's on 4 off 19. Looking pretty comfortable, has to be said. Bairstow is on his knees at second slip, trying to get as close as possible. That tells you how little pace there is in the wicket. Kuldeep lets that one through to keeper, no run. Surprised they haven't started with Woody, or maybe they're waiting for a wicket to happen. Ball's new, hard. Batsman new at the crease after the night off. Rooty around the wicket. That one is left alone. Kuldeep is just not playing at anything.
Yeah, I have this theory that Joe Root absolutely loves India because, never mind his batting. Everybody loves his batting, right? But no one gives him as much respect as a bowler as an Indian.
Yeah. Right. Well,
yes.
I think there's the arm ball when he bowls as a seamer. Swings in, but
except
it's too
that it was
wide.
bowled on the 7th stumps.
Yeah.
7th stumps, yeah.
Well, he's got 5 for, isn't he? 5 for fucking nothing. As some foreign spinners always do in India. That one is straighter, but it's defended by Kuldeep. Out into the covers, end of the over, maiden over. No run. Back to you, Messi.
Damascena's excited some discussion. Sajid Parkar says Damascena was a decent umpire at a time when he was winning the Umpire of the Year award, but in recent years he's really declined. And Mog says, I understand at least one umpire out there once cut an Inder off in traffic then. And Leah says, morning all, feel like I've caught a cold. Sorry about that, Leah. Perko says, Messi, you can turn your hearing aid back up now.
Indeed. Well, Jimmy comes in to bowl to Jadeja. He plays it up to mid-on, gets himself a single. Carrying on from where he was, 111. And he'll want to go. He's got 300 on this ground, isn't he? Oof, I hope he doesn't do that. That'd be disastrous. And he loves heading off for those runs that he hits straight to fielders that there really aren't runs for. That's how he ran out Sarfraz yesterday. No, there wasn't a run. No, I thought they'd gone for a run there. But clearly not. Uh, 999 runs for Ravinder against England. In tests, it's a good ball by Jimmy. That's defended by Jadeja. Back to the bowler.
Speaking of hundreds, I note that Kane Williamson scored his 32nd Test ton today. Very calm about his 100th run too. And he got there quicker than any other player previously in terms of number of innings.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's going to carry them through to a victory, isn't he?
Yep, I'd say so.
200 was always going to be, if he scored, if someone got in, it was obviously going to be quite easy. That's just dropped into the ground on the offside. And it's clearly a plan by India here. Just get those runs on the board, quick running. Put England back under pressure. And that is his 1,000th run versus
1,000
England.
runs versus England.
In tests, yeah. That's pretty good going.
Yeah. Which means he's played a lot against England, though.
Yeah. Well, he has played a fair bit, hasn't he? He's been around a fair while now as Jadeja. He's on 112. Kuldeep's on 4. India 331 for 5. Kuldeep facing out Anderson around the wicket to him. Oh, got to be out. Is out. Edge. Beautiful ball.
Yeah,
Jimmy gets
nice.
his first wicket in the match. Was he the umpire not giving it? No, he's walked. I was going to say that was an obvious edge.
I mean, there was no way that was not out.
No,
Unplayable
exactly.
delivery.
Yeah. Classic Jimmy. 4th, 5th stump line. Kuldeep's not good enough for that, and it just tickles it through to folks. First wicket of the day to England. Bit of a scrambled team.
If he didn't have a double-digit average, he would probably not have been good enough to edge that.
Yeah, well, quite possibly. But fortunately he was, and we have to say goodbye.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says you're out.
Of course, the question will be for England is how well Bumrah bowls. I mean, he's been astounding so far this series. Head and shoulders the best. I suppose Jimmy is England's equivalent, but Jadeja has been head and shoulders the best seamer in this series.
Yeah. I still think Anderson's been head and shoulders England's best bowler in this series.
Well, he has. I mean, well, this is one of the problems, isn't it? And England's spinners don't offer any control. They're too raw.
Yeah. I mean, you don't give them a chance to play, right? So
No.
how are they going to learn?
Yeah.
Well, exactly that. That's why I think Leach was quite pivotal. But when the wicket offers something, they still take wickets. But, having lost the last two tosses, really don't want to be bowling first in India, do you? Right, well, he's making his test debut. It's this man.
Not a character from Souls.
Yes, okay. He's replacing Barrett because Barrett's not getting any runs, presumably.
Well, I mean, he was doing okay with his keeping, but he was really terrible as a bat. So
yeah,
I think Jarrell deserves a chance.
I don't know much about him. Ajit said that he's a pretty good bat.
Yeah, he's pretty good bat. He's been doing very, very well in domestic cricket. So it's about time he got a chance.
Well, 3 slips
We'll
are
see
down.
how he does with it.
Let's see how he does. First ball is the 5th, 6th up the line, and he just leaves it through to the keeper, and there's no run. He'll be feeling nervous.
Yeah. With his helmet on, he looks a bit like Yuvraj Singh for some reason. A right-handed Yuvraj Singh. Let's see how he bats.
I do think Bharat's keeping was getting a bit scrappy in the second innings of the last test too.
Yeah. He was this series. He's been a bit better as a keeper against Australia. He was terrible. And they kept him on.
Oh, when's Pat back? He's going to play. Isn't he?
And a few more months, I think.
I thought he was
Maybe.
going to IPL. I thought he was going to play some or something. That's left alone through to the keeper, and there's no run.
They might play him in the IPL. Just to see if they could take him to the World T20. I guess.
Has he got? I mean, did he break a lot of bones, and he's got a lot of metal in him now?
Broke just about every bone in his body.
Yeah, no knees, ankle. I mean, for a wicketkeeper,
Well,
I
that's
said those are two pretty important things, right?
well, exactly. I mean, you wonder how he will be when he comes back. It's a pretty horrific accident, wasn't it?
Indeed.
Well,
While Pom says good morning, Dave Wood says good morning. Let's hope things goes well for India today as they're going for the Tories.
But someone who used to be with the no, Messi, go ahead, please.
And Mog says, that was a shitty IPL jingle raising its ill-informed head just there.
Well, yes, I knew we have jingles for everybody, exactly, and some of them the IPL ones, which I know there's not so much thought in for the IPL ones, so it's quite amusing. What did happen? Yeah, we had 2 by-elections, didn't we, yesterday? I can't even remember I don't even know what the results were. I'm assuming that the Tories lost because they can't win a fucking thing at the moment, which is always good. Well, that might be too early for the results. It is only 4 o'clock in the morning.
Well, I'm just looking at the Times
Hold
headline. It says Labour takes 2 seats from Tories.
Labour takes 2 seats from Tories. Marvellous. Jason's going to... Huge wins. Lovely. That's what I like to hear. Even though that they can't make up their mind on what people are saying about Israel, they still win. Lovely. Rooty around the wicket. Oh, beats the outside edge of Jadeja's bat. Root puts his arms up in celebration. I don't know why. He missed the bat, and in fact, his foot didn't leave the crease. Did spin though. There is definitely turn on this wicket.
Massive swings. Massive swings.
Really? What sizes?
Well, I'm just looking at Wellingborough, which was previously a Tory seat. Labour's got 13,800. Tories have got 7,400.
Wow.
So.
Fuck, now 12,500 majority there, I think, before. That's Peter Bone. He was an absolute wanker. I won't say the C word, but yeah, he was one of those. That was defended square on the offside, and there's no run. And he stuck his fucking partner up there, didn't he? Root. Ooh,
Yes,
that one
right.
goes on with the arm, and Jadeja lets it go, but it was wide enough for the stumps that it didn't hit them.
Root's really enjoying himself.
Yeah, he didn't bowl very well yesterday. He didn't bowl very well in the last test. And well, he didn't. I suppose he did a bit in the second innings, but not so much in the first innings. Rooty tosses that one up. Oh, he's got him. Jadeja's gone. He's driven it back. Rooty, having said that, Rooty's just picked up the man that they needed to get early, and they have. This is good for England. 331 for 7. 2 early wickets. Jadeja's gone to drive that back down the ground with no real conviction and just spooned it up. Roots caught it on his follow through. Caught and bowled. And, ooh, England suddenly in with a sniff. Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust. I think he just hung that up there with a little bit extra air, and he took a bit of pace off it, and Dave's eyes lit up.
Yeah.
He wasn't quite there. A little bit of turn, not a lot, but just mistimed it, and therefore didn't get all the power behind it, and just spooned it back to the bowler. Nice. He goes for 112, and suddenly England will be much happier. 331 for 7. 2 centurions. No one else. Well, Sarfraz scored 60, but No one else. I mean, does that worry you, Anindo, about the rawness of this Indian batting lineup? Because they do look. I mean,
Well, I mean, it's a second 11, whichever way you look at it. Almost, right? So, well, at least a second 5 or something like that. So, so many injuries, people not playing. It's bound to happen. You've got these debutants in. And Shubman Gill is well, he scored a century, but less said the better about the rest of his batting.
well, yeah, he looked fucking scratchy yesterday. He looked awful.
Yeah. Suddenly, I mean, he was amazing during the World Cup. He and Shreyas Iyer, and he was batting well in Tests before that, and then he comes into this series and he's suddenly forgotten how to bat. I mean,
It looks that way. He's poking around at
everything. Yeah, he's going at everything with hard hands. You just can't do that, right?
And on lines that you really don't need to play at as well. Anyway, new batsman is.
Pitches are all brown, the pitches are all brown. The selector's hair's gone grey. Selector's hair's gone grey. Waiting for a bat. Waiting for a bat. Quite late on the second day. Quite late on the second day. Trying to find a shot. Trying to find a shot. That it's safe to play.
Roots over the wicket to him. And drives it nicely up to mid-on. End of the over. A Waden, a wicket maiden for Joe Root there.
That's a nice one.
Mayank says, look up the picture of Pant's car accident, Bear.
I've seen it, yeah. No, I remember seeing it at the time. He was lucky to be alive, let's put it that way.
Yeah, I was just saying. I mean, I'd spoken once to someone who was part of the team when Pant was there and post his accident, and he said, everyone in that squad felt it was a matter of time before that happened, because he's just the most careless driver, and no one ever wanted to be in a car with him whenever he offered to drive, and he'd offer to drive people all the time.
He liked driving at speed, yeah, with carelessness.
Yeah, speed, and then at night, and he just fell asleep. So not
It's
good.
a bit like
Hopefully, never do it again.
Clive Lloyd with the Bear, really.
Well, yeah, I don't tend to crash much. That one is defended out to the offside, and there's no run.
Yeah, well, there's been a few cricketers,
target.
right?
Well, yeah, there was that bloody Kenyan runner the other day. That was sad.
Yeah.
24, world record holder. Kenya's, great place that one, not great place, but I mean, it crashes all the time, man.
Yeah, he was one of the greats for sure.
Jadeja not happy about getting out, but well batted. Anderson in, outside the off stump. Jarrell not offering a shot. No run. Well, now, if England can knock over the last 3 for next to nothing, they'll be extraordinarily happy, wouldn't they? And just think how different it would have been if Root had caught that catch yesterday off bloody Rohit. That would have really put the cat amongst the pigeons.
Well,
All ifs, ands and buts, though, obviously.
absolutely.
Just like to dream.
We can go down. We can go down that.
We can go down that route everywhere, can't you? That's a decent ball from Jimmy Anderson. Well defended by Jarrell. Out to the offside. There's no run.
Well, there's 2 men out there with enough to prove with the bat. Ashwin, who feels that he's a far better batsman than he's been displaying recently, and Jarrell obviously on debut, both on 0 at the moment. Indians will hope that they put on a good partnership, because after this there isn't anyone who's going to score any runs.
Well, yeah, Akshar Patel been dropped. I presume that's for Siraj.
Yeah, he's not been bowling particularly well. I mean, Akshar this series.
He hasn't, to be fair. That was defended out to the offside, no run.
And also, Akshar is effective on pitches which are breaking up.
Yeah.
He's not really effective on flatter pitches, which is what we're having here. And he gets very frustrated. And my observation, and I've spoken to a few people, is that when he gets frustrated, we think he chucks. his that faster ball which goes through his left arm is so bent. I think they don't call it out during the test these days.
Oh, okay.
Someone must have noticed it.
Yeah, well, defended into the offside, and there's no one. Yeah, I mean, this is it. He tends to. I mean, this is it. If you have a wicket that's breaking up and he bowls flat darts at 96 kilometres an hour and they turn, that's lethal, right? But if you do that with no air, no guile on a wicket that's not really turning or it's very slow, I don't think it's particularly effective.
Exactly.
He's had a couple of decent balls. I mean, the ball that got Johnny Bairstow in the first test was an absolute cracker, and he did the same thing, I think, to someone in the second test. But other than that, he has been pretty ineffective. Certainly not as effective as last time.
Last time he was bowling on ranked turners, and every wicket that he got was with a straight ball, and for some bizarre reason, all series England kept getting out to a straight ball. That was the only thing he was bowling.
Exactly. LBWs, he was getting hatfuls of them, wasn't he? That's defended back to the bowler. It's another maiden. Hardly any runs scored this morning, and India going nowhere fast at 331 for 7. Over to you, Messi.
Leah says, what do we reckon? How bad was the verbal enema that Jadeja got from Rohit yesterday? I actually think he probably didn't say much, given the fact that his century was something that was so valuable, and he would have been castigating himself anyhow.
Yeah, I don't think people probably need to say much to him. Exactly, he knew.
And
his celebration was a bit delayed.
Yes,
you could see it.
Very. Perko says, I doubt if Clive Lloyd was able to sleep much while the bear showed to him about. You don't sleep when the bear's driving.
Hey, no, I'm safe. I'm fast, but safe. That's what I will say.
It's only other people who come and hit your car, right?
Huh?
Yes.
I said it's only other people who come and hit your car.
Well, yeah.
Didn't somebody hit your car while it was parked?
Yeah, they fucking wrote it off. I had to buy a new car and a massive row with the insurance company because they never pay enough money. Bastards. And I was out of pocket.
So what sort of car have you got now, Bear? You got another Merc?
Ferrari.
No, now I've got a BMW 530M.
That's a real come down.
Estate.
Typical property developer with a BMW.
Well, the thing is, I need a big car because I've got bloody 3 kids, haven't I?
So why didn't you get a 7 Series?
7, they're too big. The problem is, it's all about engine size, isn't it? On the back foot, that's a lovely shot from Ashwin. Punches it through the offside. The new bowler I will jingle up shortly, but that's the first one of these for the day.
4 on the floor, and one more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4s are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
Bowled by.
Do you know Mark Wood? Yes, he is an England bowler, quite good and pretty quick. So just a normal guy. Of course, except for just one thing. What? He thinks that he's a horse. Right. What?
Takes an awful lot of effort to get the ball up in here. He was banging it in the pitch yesterday and it was getting up, chest high. That's better ball.
Whoa.
That's gone through. But Ashwin sways out of the way. Through at the keeper, no run. Yeah, no, when they write your car off, it's like literally it took me 5 months to find that last car because we're in London and we've got this bloody ULEZ zone and you have to have a car that's either petrol that's old or diesel that's much newer. And because of the size of the family, don't like SUVs, don't like fucking people carriers. Spent months looking for the car that I had previously, and it was a good car. Dropped into the leg side, and there's no run. And then when they write the car off, they basically say, right, this is the amount of money we're going to give you, and we've given you a hire car, but you've got 5 days with that hire car once we've given you the money, and then we're taking it off you. So you've got to basically run out and find a car. You've got no fucking time. I looked at 3 cars. One car, I swear, was unsafe. It had an MOT, but I don't know how. And that was more expensive than the money they were going to give me. And it was a worse model, less mileage, but terrible car. And then a very similar car to mine that was nearly £5,000, same age, less miles. Woody in, defended out to the covers, and there's no run. And you are going to toss with these fucking insurance companies, and they're just doing it on an algorithm.
No.
Your car is only worth this much. It's like, yeah, that's not the fucking point, is it? Someone's hit my car when I wasn't in it. It was parked on the side of the road, and now I've lost the ability to use my car that I was very happy with. I've got to go out and find a new one in a really limited space of time. There's not much out there of similar age, and what is out there is, $2,000 more than you're offering me. Why the fuck should I accept that amount of money? It's ridiculous. I put in a complaint.
I used to drive an XC70, a Volvo XC70. I absolutely loved it. It's somewhere in between a sedan and an SUV. Beautiful car to drive.
Clipped out to Long Leg by Ashwin. He'll get himself another single,
which you unfortunately can't get outside Europe. So in Asia you can't get that. It's a lovely car to drive, the XC70.
Import one.
Don't even get me started.
It's India.
Yep.
You're driving the same side of the road as that. Well, you could probably get one in England and get it
The
shipped out.
paperwork would fill a container, I suspect.
And the cash I would have to pay would fill the other container.
You could probably drive it out, can't you? There must be a land way across. You drive through Turkey, northern Iran, Iraq, miscut the minefields.
Not getting the car there. The problem is getting it into India, however you bring it, and then paying for it.
There was a ball there, which was a dot ball.
Indeed.
The over, and I think we're due a change.
We are due a change.
Yep.
Gary's chomping at the bit to get on. I can see him.
I'll be back in half an hour.
Okie doke. I'll see you in a bit.
Okay, I'll do a couple of tweets before Jason comes in. Mog says you should have bought an ex-military Bushmaster bear. Hard to wreck those in a crash. Poco says the landlord does well in a bear market.
Wow.
And Mayank says, wow, BMW 5 Series, damn bear, you were struggling out there in London. Willow Moon says, good morning, or good morning, Willow Moon.
Good morning, Willow Moon.
I hope your drugs are working.
I'm trying to keep off the drugs today. They made me very, very sleepy yesterday. So I'm trying to avoid them today.
Is Jason in place for this?
Jason is in place.
The next tweet is from Farong, Jace.
Farong is the next tweet, Jace, and we shall say, good morning, Gary. How are you, mate?
Yes, fine, thank you. It's Jimmy Anderson who's in, and this is pushed forward into the leg side, and there is no run. So that's the end of the episode of First World Problems with Guerrilla Cricket, and we're back. We're back in Rajkot. This is kind of halfway through the, wait for it, crucial first hour, and it's very much England's so far. Joe Root coming in and getting the left-hander out, which has been his main function, along with dropping vital catches in this series. So England have got a couple of breakthroughs this morning, 336 for 7. They'll have their hat on the side of their head and be skipping into their work. And here's Jimmy Anderson doing exactly that as Ashwin stands up tall and defends. There is no run. 2 wickets for just 10 runs this morning. 7.2 overs bowled. And I'm not sure which football top that was. I suspect it was Chelsea. It might have been Everton, though. No, it wasn't, because Everton don't do Castor. But England fans in the crowd will be very pleased. England fan Jason, are you very pleased?
It's a good start. I still think 330 yesterday, despite the fact we thought it was a combative performance, it's probably on a wicket that may deteriorate, going to be important. First innings runs are always important in India.
Yeah, well, Root's drop of Rohit looks even more important. This is through to the keeper, no run. He dropped Jaiswal in the last test, and he dropped Rohit in this test, and as I say, I don't
well, in the last test,
this,
dropping, I don't know if he dropped Jaiswal. He got a fingertip to it.
Well,
it went very quickly.
Well, that's my problem. Is in both instances, it was a technical problem. It wasn't a problem in the execution. It's because his hands were coming up and they were too high that he couldn't go back down again.
Yeah,
it's the kind of thing you get told really as a schoolboy when you start fielding it. Slip, keep your hands low, don't move until the ball has taken the edge. As he goes back, as Ashwin pushes it into the covers, and well, can somebody clip that out and perhaps put it in the archive? That was a quick single taken by Ravichandran Ashwin, and you don't see those every day. You also don't see Dan Lawrence fielding for England every day, so somebody must be off getting the run down.
Well, you have in this test series.
Yeah, you have.
Yeah, he was on the field of light in the last test.
Yeah, so we're not sure who's off. Usually it's Mark Wood, but it isn't. And it's not Jimmy Anderson either because he's bowling, so it's neither of the two pacemen getting the rub down. It's not the captain because he's there as well.
Do we know if anyone's got any illness? There was a lot of illness running around at the end of the last test, wasn't there?
The Delhi Belly. Yeah, England kept quiet about the illness as Kuldeep goes back and he just...
Kuldeep? It's not Kuldeep, it's Jarrell.
Oh, sorry, not Kuldeep. Yeah, it's Jarrell, who sounds like a Californian surf boy, doesn't he, Jarrell?
Yeah.
He let
Superman's dad, really.
What's that?
He's Superman's dad.
Superman's dad.
Shubman. Oh yeah, Jarrell.
Shubman.
No, yeah, Superman. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, fantastic. He let that run off the face anyway to the backward point area, and no run ensued. Sorry, it still feels very early in the morning. I've been up about 20 minutes, and
it is very early in the morning, Gary.
Yeah,
it's 20. It's 4:30.
Yes, not everything is working properly. In fact, not much is working at all. But,
well, you're lucky. You got up at gone 4 o'clock. I was up at 3.
Yeah. I do take that point. As Anderson is in again, and this is pushed to the same area, but squarer, and it's fielded, but not without a single being taken. So some urgency here shown by India, 338 for 7 at the end of the over. And we'll have your social media.
Well, I'm wondering whether the missing person is in fact Duckett, because I don't think we've seen him, and he's normally in the covers.
That's true, actually.
Frong says, second day, greetings to all, hope everyone's well. Team Tata has the runs on the board. Should they quickly try to push on towards 400 and having it in before lunch? No, I think they should bat as long as they can, given that their two batsmen to come average 4 and 6 respectively.
Well, yeah, if England want a breakthrough now and they can really have an acceptable first innings.
But I don't
deficit.
expect it to be that case. I expect it to be ground out for another half an hour to an hour, because both these guys got something to prove to their side. I mean, Jarrell is on debut, and Ashwin has some runs to give his side after a couple of indifferent innings in the series so far.
Here's Mark Wood, and that's punched off the back foot by Jarrell, who will take the second run in his debut match. We didn't mark his first run in Test cricket, but we can mark his second. India 339 for 7. So he's a relatively young wicketkeeper, isn't he? He's 23, I think, Jarrell.
Yeah.
India seem to be burning through the wicketkeepers quite rapidly whilst they wait for Rishabh Pant to be back to full fitness.
Listening to what Azani, is he ever going to be full fitness again? I mean, if he's hung together with bits of steel, you wonder whether he will be as effective.
Well, he might give up the gloves and play as a specialist bat, as Wood's in again, and Ashwin slightly late on that, gets it into the covers, but there is no run. We'll wait and see. I think he's due back in the APL, isn't he?
No, that's what they were saying, yeah.
We'll wait and see. 2 quick wickets, 2 lower order bats in, one on debut, the other Ravichandran Ashwin, who is a better batsman on the subcontinent than he is away from the subcontinent. Well, he did play that absolutely vital innings in Australia a couple of years ago. Very brave he was then as well. And goes back and again punches Mark Wood to Rayan Atwood, who's always in the game on the field, this time at backward point. They're through for a single. Just the 2 slips, I'd be inclined to put a short leg in for Mark Wood. England, if they can say get a couple of wickets in the next half hour, they'll be very much in the box seat, I would suggest, on a pretty flat wicket. That India have got 340 for 7, but if Root had caught and had got his technique right and taken Rohit, that scoreboard looked very different. But England's got a real chance here. They need to attack. Just 2 slips and nobody else for Mark Wood. As it goes back and he uppercuts this, does Jarrell. I think that's gone for 6. It has gone for 6, Well, how about that, eh? Using a bit of Mark Wood's pace, lifting it over the vacant deep third man. Wow, 6 runs.
Lovely shot that was. He just waited, knew the pace was going to be on, because they're trying to short ball game to him, and he just went, dink, have that, over the slip. There's no third man, fine, as long as I get it fine. There's absolutely no risk. And 6 is a bonus. That would have gone for a 1 bounce 4 anyway.
Yeah, it's the problem with Woody. He doesn't really do a lot with the ball, does he, Woody? Except for raw pace. Occasionally reverse swing if it's there.
Well, he's in again with a bit of raw pace, and inevitably that was a bouncer, and Durrell was ducking under it almost before it left the hand of Mark Woods through to the keeper. Yeah, I mean, he bowled very well yesterday morning, Mark Woods, and was critical in England knocking the top off the Indian batting order. But yeah, if the pitch isn't helping him, he's not really much of a reverse swinger. We did see a little bit of reverse yesterday. Yeah, he's a bit of a one-trick pony. I mean, it's a good trick bowling that's at 90 miles an hour, but it is only the one. It goes back, does Durrell there, and hits the ball into the offside, where it's fielded by Ben Duckett, would you believe? And there is no run.
Nissim Basage says, "Hello folks, the match is evenly poised, today doing his best to keep England in the game with his innings. And can we agree that Ashwin is one of the best timers of cricket bowling contemporary cricket?" Well, I was purring at that back foot drive, that was just glorious. So you have the first boundary of the day. Leah says, "Well, thus far Dhruv has not proven to be a better number 8 than Ashwin. I think the jury's still out on that in his first test. That 6 made him catch up to Ashwin rather quickly."
Yeah, I mean, the thing about Ashwin is he is a very good bat, but he just doesn't look like a very good bat, does he? His technique's a bit wooden and prods at stuff. Doesn't move his feet like batsmen do, and he just doesn't look like a batsman, even though exactly that. He's got 5 test tons, so he can't be that bad. Must have a pretty good eye.
Yeah, his style is a bit reminiscent of VVS Latchman, but he doesn't time the ball as well as Latchman. But not many batsmen I've seen in my lifetime time the ball like in touch VVS. So there's no shame in not being quite as good as VVS Latchman. But both men are slightly stiff. Both men stand up straight, and both men in form can be tremendous to watch with bat in hand. And Ashwin's average speaks for itself. It's probably around 27. He's 7 not out today, which is pretty good across near 100 Test matches. As this ball is brilliantly
not caught
by Zach Crawley, who's back in the slips where he should be, because I think he's the best slipper in England in this England team. He was at second slip. It took the edge from Ashwin, and it went down, but almost carried. It was a good effort ball from Jimmy Anderson, got quite high up, and it was almost like Ben Stokes at Nottingham when Stuart Broad was in the middle of his 8 for 15, but he just took it on the half volley. It was a decent stop. Should he have been standing a bit closer? I don't know. Ashwin took the bottom hand off the bat, so he very much gained the benefit of soft hands there. This is a bit straighter from Anderson, and Ashwin just defends it into the leg side. No run. India 346 for 7. Should he be standing a bit closer at slip there?
I don't know. You're right. You said he took everything off it, didn't he?
Yeah, and in the previous over we saw the uppercut. So
you're not going to uppercut Jimmy for 6.
No,
it's not that
but
pace.
it shows that you want to be standing back for the more aggressive shots, but standing up closer for the ones with the soft hands. It is hard to tell as this ball is just pushed to point. There is no run. But I will say one thing: the way that Ashwin plays without a great deal of footwork, he doesn't go forward and slash the ball. You could probably afford to be a step closer to Ashwin than you would to most other of the Indian bats, particularly like Shubman Gill, for example, who pushes very hard at the ball.
He looked woeful yesterday, didn't he?
Well, he does until he gets 100, and then he looks good, which is the way of a lot of batsmen. They take time to get in, as Anderson is in, and this is just defended again, sort of from a half back position from Ashwin. There is no run. Now, you think with all of the data and all of the attention to detail that's involved in the Test game in the 21st century, it still feels a little bit surprising that pretty sure slips stand in the same place for all batsmen. You think they'd work out which batsmen are more likely for the ball not to carry and which ones are more likely for the ball to carry, because it's definitely a style of play which leads slip catches to carrying and others to dropping short. But I'm not, as far as I'm aware, I've never seen the slip cordon move according to the batsman who's facing. As this ball is defended again by Ashwin, there is no run, so very tidy over again from Anderson, 5 dots so far. Sort of late career Anderson does seem to be a deliverer of dot balls rather than a prolific wicket taker. That may be how batsmen are playing him these days, but he does seem to bowl more maidens than take wickets. I know that's always the case, but you know what I mean.
Well, yeah, it's only because he had a bad Ashes, which we all didn't expect, to be fair.
Yeah, but as this ball is defended into the offside, there is no run. But again, Ashwin's been happy to defend there against Anderson. He's given him a maiden, but he didn't really look in enormous trouble. Okay, there was that one that went to Zach Crawley, but
it is India. The wickets aren't exactly helpful.
Yeah, true.
True,
but it's also a number 9 and a man who's on the brink of 700 Test match wickets. Jason, what do you think? Do you think Anderson is more interested in... Well, not more interested, but is being forced into bowling more dots than more wicket-taking balls?
I think he's not attacking the stumps as much. I mean, that's partly because it's India, and partly because he's not expected to get much out of the pitch.
Or the air, to be fair. And he was yesterday. I mean, when he was troubling Rohit, and he got a couple to come back in later on in one of the couple of the spells that the wobble seam was on, and he was bowling at the stumps and he was troubling. I mean, he had Jadeja in all sorts of trouble yesterday. It was really unlucky not to get him out, to be fair.
Yeah, he did bowl well yesterday. It's just that you keep looking and thinking he should get more wickets. It's not just the Ashes, although that was a...
I don't know. Before that, he was taking wickets for fun, really.
Well, change of bowling already. We'll as yet leave him unjingled, unnamed, as this ball is defended by Jarrell. No run.
This man.
Your favourite, Gary.
Yes.
We said, who's this guy that's come out of the blue? Then he took 7 wickets on Test debut.
Yes, he did. Left arm round the wicket. This was terribly low. And it's a good take by Ben Folks, who's been tremendous behind the stumps, I think, in this series. And there is no run. Well, it's real Ben Stokes stuff. He had a look at Mark Wood, didn't have a look for long. He's rolled the dice again and brought on his left arm spinner to go round the wicket to the right-handed, two right-handers, Jarrell and Ashwin. And Jarrell rocks back and he punches this to Rahan, who's sweeping, and picks up a single, 347 for 7. Bit of variable bounce already from the 6'4" left armour.
Yep.
Yeah, it doesn't bode well, does it?
No.
Not in the first innings when it's grubs quite like that.
Yeah, but it is a testament to the fact that England wanted a tall left-arm spinner. I had a look around the county circuit and came up with Tom Hartley, and much to my surprise, it proved a very successful selection. A little uppish there from Ashwin. He was reaching forward, which he doesn't like to get forward. He likes to play from the crease, and got it to backward point. A little aerial for a short time, but not a catch.
But what you really want at this kind of time is someone to clean up the tail, and you know the guy you want, Gary, to clean up the tail.
I do. This is short from Hartley, and defended to the man at mid-on. Mid-on can afford to be that bit further back, because I don't think Ashwin will be taking too many quick singles, although he did take one early on.
I am, of course, referring to the former Lancastrian spinner.
Yes, that's right. The man who was displaced by Hartley to some extent in the Lancashire side, although he wasn't a regular for Lancashire and red ball cricket over the last couple of years by any means. This ball is defended into the offside. There is no run. It's the end of the over. India are quietening the crowd, to use an expression from old European Cup football. 347 for 7.
The kids, you mean?
Ashwin, yeah, Ashwin has 7. Durrell has 9. Yeah, they're taking the heat out of the game, aren't they?
Yeah.
Just pressing it around the back a little, away at Red Star Belgrade, for example, back in the day when Liverpool were winning European Cups. But,
Knitting Bazaar
We still are, Garage.
says, if you haven't seen the video of Sarfraz showing his India cap to his tearful dad and haven't teared up, then you've got something wrong with you.
Yes, it was quite touching, wasn't it?
Very touching that he wanted to get the cap before his dad, I believe, is quite ill.
Yeah.
Passed.
Yeah.
Leah says there's also this species of extra-dimensional aliens called the Druve, pronounced the same way, in German space opera Peri Rodan. Sounds a bit niche.
Yeah, well, that's our Leah for you.
And Jake Over has woken up and said, I just woke up after passing out on the floor. Joy! My favourite cricket peeps. Serendipitous substance abuse. The Bear has said no, potentially, to the substance abuse today.
Yeah, I don't like taking them all the time.
A single there into the leg side as Anderson got a little too straight to Durrell, who eased it off his hip, to Ray and Ahmed, to prove my point that it seems to be always fielding the ball, has gone from being the sweeper on the offside to being forward square leg on the leg side. I don't know quite how.
It's because change of over. He just.
Oh yeah, I know. I kind of know that, but it seems that the ball goes to him an awful lot in the field. Anyway, he does his job with his usual energy as England change the slips as Ashwin comes forward and defends. They have changed the slips now. They've got a first slip, a gap, and then a third slip. What Mark Nicholas would always call having a bob each way. So Stokes never want to leave things be. If he can have a fiddle, have a change. And a bit of confirmation bias tells you that Stokes' experimentations pay off, because of course you remember the times when they do pay off. You don't remember the times when the ball flashes through vacant second slip. But it's Root at first slip and Crawley at third, and nobody at second. As again, Anderson is straight on the stumps, and Ashwin, who can be a classy bat, we've already mentioned that, is able to clip him backward of square for a beautiful one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
2 straight, wasn't it, on the pads?
Yeah, help yourself really, batsman, even down at number 9 in the Test arena, going to be able to put those away. Ashwin batting without an arm guard, I always find it quite surprising, even though obviously it's hot, it's not oppressively hot in Rajkot, but goes back and defends this forcefully to the man at mid-off. Always surprises me when bowlers bat without an arm guard. You get the feeling that you don't really want a dead forearm, do you, when you... What's Ashwin looking at? 50 overs bowling in this match, probably. So, why wouldn't you have an arm guard on? But he hasn't. And he's got 500 test match wickets, I think, and I haven't got any the last time I looked, so... Not that great a crowd in.
No, just thinking that myself.
Crowd in, which is a real shame. As Anderson is in, this is defenders. There is no run. I'm sure there'd be more in if Kohli was playing.
Probably.
There might be more in if fans had the prospect of watching India bat. But for a series that's as balanced as it is, for the quality of some of the players that are available to watch, that is a disappointing crowd.
I think they're saving their rupees for the IPL in 2 months' time.
Interminable IPL. It's about 12 weeks this week, isn't it? This year, 10, 12 weeks, something like that.
Anderson's in again. It's full outside off stump. It's driven handsomely, but Ashwin can only pick out the man at extra cover. It's the end of the over. We have your social media.
Frong says, Ashwin in the back can be a bit like a samosa with potato or taro. Obviously the potato version is better. Well, it depends if you like taro or not, I suppose. He does have a few centuries, but Trail's a Kiwi lad who wasn't recognised as a batter but bagged 6 centuries. Any ideas who? Twitter, those who not on Twitter. Whilst you're thinking about that, Ombre Neighbour says, morning wonderful GC, morning happy for Anderson to bowl maidens. It serves almost as good a purpose as taking wickets, and at least for a while, as every batter will still have a doubt when facing him. I hope that makes sense at this time in the morning.
Yeah, I don't mind that. You've got to be probing away. You'd rather be bowling at the same batsman all the time, trying to work him out. The pitch looks absolutely dead. There's nothing in it for the pace bowler.
Here's Hartley, that's a bit short. It's slashed hard by Jarrell, but he can only pick out Mark Wood at backward point. It's a bit of head on hands there.
Well, it wasn't that far. Well, no, it wasn't, but I don't think it was far short of him. He certainly got the top half of the bat, didn't it?
Let's have a look. We're seeing the replay here, and he has slashed it very, very hard, and it's just dropped in front of him. Yeah, that would have been those are very hard catches.
You've got to force yourself forward for those.
Yeah, and you might wear one in the mush. Mark was very much with his PC dibble stubble this morning, as Hartley's in and just defended again by Jarrell. I've liked the look of this Jarrell. It's very positive. Like most wicket keepers, he's looking to get on with it, busy. And it's a nice positive attitude from Jarrell so far today. As this is tossed up by Hartley, plays slightly across the line, well, very much across the line of that delivery, and gets a little bit of a leading edge, but it dies off the bat, and therefore just dribbles back down the pitch to Hartley. England have got to be very careful with that shot. Actually, it's taken on the pad as he played across his front pad. But England's got to be very careful about the leading edge when they come out to bat. They should be looking to present the full face of the bat to every delivery from the spinner, for sure. As Jarrell does to this one, but can only get the man at extra cover.
I imagine there'll be a lot of sweeping going on.
Well, sweeping isn't too bad. It's the one way you try and turn a ball from the leg stump into the leg side, and it stops a little in the pitch, or it bounces, or even if it keeps low, and LBW and the leading edge are both in play. It's a dangerous stroke on the subcontinent to these clever spinners, and spinners don't come much more clever than Jadeja at one end and Ashwin at the other, which is the drip, drip, drip of water torture people will soon face. That's a beautiful delivery from Hartley. That pitch on middle and off and spat past the outside edge of Jarrell. Can't play those back.
No, that's a good ball. Yeah, you want it to be a little bit fuller and try and get him pushing forward at it.
Good defensive batting. He's just played the line of off stump, and it's just nicked off the outside of it.
Yeah, that's right. He was playing for his off stump, as they say. This is fuller, and it's just defended by Jarrell, and it was a half volley actually, and he Hartley gained the benefit of the previous delivery because it wasn't attacked. It's the end of the over. India are 352 for 7. Are we going to do one more?
Yep.
Yeah, we can do one more.
Jago says,
just a reminder, £131 in the GPL today.
Oh yes, GPL is open.
Jacob says, oh no, Jason on tweets, all my pearls of wisdom sacrificed on the altar of big lad's prudery.
With the whatever it was in the GPL, is that the total that's in the pot? Because half of it's won, isn't it? So
no, that's what's winnable.
Oh, that's what's winnable. Wow, the GPL is looking very healthy there.
Leah says, if you think Perry Rodan is niche, I also own a complete set of Ren Dark.
Well,
series, a German sci-fi so obscure even most Perry Rodan fans don't know it.
Well, never heard of it.
Jago is getting annoyed by Gary, sorry.
Yeah,
and so the cycle continues.
Somebody's got to do it. Stokes has rolled the dice again. And I think does this mean England have used 5 bowlers in the first hour? I think it does.
It does, and I think that says something about the wicket, doesn't it? I think it's very difficult to get wickets. You're trying to induce a mistake somewhere.
Yeah, well, it's still good. Stokes.
From the original squad was to guard re-enamoured from dubious jingles.
I'm all for the leg spinner coming in. This ball is defended. There is no run. But what I would say is he needs more than just one slip. Is that fair enough, Bear? You're a spinner. You want the show of belief as well, don't you? From your
but I never really wanted more than an A slip generally.
Well, I want a man in on the leg side. This is defended. There is no run. He does turn it both ways, Aquid. Ray, and he's not a big turner of the ball.
I don't. His googly turns miles. His leg
Yeah,
doesn't turn very much at all.
Yeah, his googly is better, and there's no run leg side at leg slip or it's short legs. This is defended. There is no run. So I think he needs a leg slip or a short leg for sure.
But I've been saying this all serious. If you watch it in slow-mo, he doesn't rotate the seam. He just rotates the ball. He doesn't think... someone needs to get hold of him. And maybe it's just because of conditions. He doesn't want it turning too much. But
Well, he does turn the googly more than he turns the leg break. But that's the leg break. It's just defended. There is no run. India happy to sit in the game at the moment. They'll take runs if they're on offer, but they're certainly not forcing the pace. Ashwin has 11 from 30, and Durrell, even with that beautifully uppercut 6, has 10 from 25. And England, for once, getting through their overs with some speed to them, catching up on a dreadful over rate yesterday. As Ray hinted again, I think that was the googly. He goes back, does Ashwin, and he finds a gap on the leg side, and they scamper a quick single, 353 for 7. India will take anything around 400 now, and England will be looking to get him out for 370 or so.
yeah, they would have been looking at 350 after getting Jadeja out, wouldn't they? But these two have just stuck in for long enough, and I think that's it. If you get in here, it's quite easy to hang about.
Yeah, and I think England should look at that when it comes to their batting. It would be anti-Bazball, but they can sometimes sit in the game if it proves the right approach. As this is defended, it's the end of the over. 100 overs are gone. Drinks are coming onto the field, and so are some new gorillas. 353 for 7.
Indeed, it's Dave Sarah.
Hey, morning.
Mate.
How are we doing?
All right. You're going to be joined by Messers and an Indo.
I am indeed.
Hello.
How are we all doing?
Hello. All well, Dave.
We're good. We're good.
Crikey, it's early.
It's not over here. It's not.
No, it's not.
New Zealand need 2 runs to beat South Africa by 7 wickets. By the way.
Yeah, I was watching them. I was watching them inch slowly over the.
Yeah, I was hoping South Africa would find a way to win this.
Yeah. Dane Pete. Yeah, he's looking very, very good. Good find for the test match. 8 wickets so far, I think, in the test.
He's done very well. Yes.
Yeah. Good to see him
so is
back.
Kane Williamson.
Yeah.
Bloody monster.
Yeah.
He's batted for something like 21 hours in a 2-test series, which is just crazy stuff.
Yeah.
We're on a drinks break at the moment, so you're not missing anything. Joe Grover says, Gorilla proving that seagulls do exist in Tooting. He sent us a link to pest control services. Ombre Nueva says, the IPL. Will you be covering... Oh, sorry, laughing to myself whilst writing that question. Leah says, now watch the ground staff change the wicket out for your average Kabul road during the innings break without anyone noticing, and Bumrah taking all 10 inside of 5 overs. Nitin Bajaj says, if Trent Bridge 2014 is the benchmark for dead pitches, I reckon this pitch is currently at 0.4 Trent Bridge. I would argue that the MCG, where Alistair Cook made 200.
Oh yeah, that was a dead pitch.
Yeah, would be up there.
Not sure when that was alive.
Fucking awful test match.
Yeah, it was bloody awful.
And over on Twitter, by the way, Australia at the whacker against South Africa, the women, 366 for 5, which is a lead of about 290. But get in on the GPL.
Get in, folks. Get in while you can. Just having a look again at that Root catch. He's done quite well as Joe Root. Well, in the bowling department, not quite the batting department. 335 for 7. Oh, he's 7 extras. It's well fought out, which England have done so admirably well in this series. Definitely gone beyond a lot of expectations. Let's see how far they can go.
And I can tell you that the GPL is now at £134.
There you go. Get in, folks.
I can assure you that the moment you get in, Messi's going to win it.
Oh yeah.
It's been a very long time since I've won it. It really has. And of that 134 pounds that's in the pot, I suspect about
Yours is
150 of
67.
it is mine.
Even more. 150. Yeah.
I mean, as you would expect, there is a sharing of the pot with Guerrilla Cricket, since it is a fundraiser for us. But
that's Bear's omelets. While he plays the jingle.
So, I mean, in a way, it feels like nothing much is happening at the moment.
No. I think we're back into Rajkot. We've been beamed back into the stadium.
Well, India's scoring at 3.5, which is not quite buzzball, but it's
but
more
this
than
morning
the
they
average
scored
test
20.
score.
They've
Average.
scored 27 runs in the hour this morning, so they're not exactly shooting along.
We have Hartley continuing. 1 for 82 off his 25 overs. Drinks break now finished. Back to the action. England 353 for 7.
You're probably going to get to see these two open up a bit now.
Hopefully.
That's the feeling I get.
Hartley drives in. That is driven by the batsman, driven by Ashwin through the cover fielder. Rehan Ahmed on the offside boundary tidies up. They run through for a single.
He's got a beautiful off drive.
Oh, lovely. There's like a vague hint of VVS Lakshman, like a VVS Lakshman tribute act.
You are absolutely right. That's
If you were in a small town in Dublin and there was like a VVS Lakshman tribute band, but it's
you'd be leading it.
Yeah, like you just have to have.
I must introduce you to him someday. He's a lovely man. Lovely man.
That is very niche.
Oh, it is, but it's enjoyable. Hartley it again, and that was just played out for no run.
You're in Jay's good books, by the way. He says proper fucking shirt. Proper fucking shirt. Good job, Dave.
Yeah, the shirt goes down well. I need to up my wardrobe, I think. Hartley drives in off a very short run that is blocked into the offside by Jurel. 10 off 27. 86.2 kilometres. Keeping on that speed gun. Jurel just hinting with his hands that ball's doing a little bit of something. It's been a few keeping low, a few ripping. Hartley has made things happen with his very, very long frame. Comes in again, drives over the top. That is blocked. It looked like as if Jurel was hinting just to play that to the leg side, but just bunted it back to the bowler. 84.9 kilometres. Having a look at that rip. That incredible rip that Hartley gets. Lovely shape that he does. Like he drives into the pitch, but at the same time, he does get quite a few revolutions on it with those wily fingers. Wily fingers comes in again. That is another beautiful delivery. Not a huge amount of turn, but just enough shape, pace to keep Jurel honest. Jurel. 354 for 7.
And Perker confirms that New Zealand has beaten South Africa by 7
Finally.
wickets, which is their first series win against South Africa.
Yeah, which is incredible.
Consolidates
Sure.
them at the top of the World Test Championship table.
Short by Hartley, and that is driven to the cover fielder. Sorry, and that is the over. 354 for 7.
But if that was the BCCI, then there would be accusations that they paid off South Africa to send a C team so they could go on top of the. But since these are the Kiwis, we won't say anything because they are the official nice guys of the world.
The nice guys. I suspect New Zealand cricket would probably have to take out a few loans to pay them off. But
yeah. Nitin Bajaj says Jimmy Anderson made 81 at Trent Bridge in 2004.
Oh, he did?
Jimmy
Yeah.
Anderson. I rest my case. And then Leah says, wasn't that awful wicket at the Gabba where England made 517 for 1 in 2010? Yeah, that was shit as well. And there was a dreadful road at the Wacker for Australia versus New Zealand about 7-8 years ago.
is that when Ross Taylor made 200 or something?
Yes, 281 or something, yeah.
It's good innings, but terrible pitch.
Yeah.
Rehan comes in, skips in. Ooh, that is He's he's had a good body of work, I think, in this series. 80.7 kilometers. Not easy for a leg
He's been
sprinter.
learning quickly.
Yeah,
He's
definitely.
learning quickly. He's 19,
I think,
right?
Yeah, exactly. He comes in again. That's driven by Ashwin
Oh,
through the
beautiful
gap,
shot.
and that disappears for
shot.
4. Beautiful shot this morning.
Cover and mid off.
2 plus 2 is all member. 2 plus 2 is all member.
Yeah, that was exquisite Ashwin drives. I'm here for it. Just flied it up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He steps out.
He's quite a tall man, so he's just able to get that foot out and then get his bat through the line. It makes it look so easy, but of course it's not as easy as it looks. Give Rehan something to think about. But he just threaded it through that gap perfectly. I mean, it wasn't exactly a big gap.
Yeah.
That's slightly shorter. It is played as the offside. They think about a run, but Duckett meets the task, and he flings it into folks, and Ashwin returns back. Ashwin has a look at his partner and says, perhaps he should have been more alert. He's going to have a little chat.
No.
No.
While going back, he stepped on the pitch.
Yeah, on the pitch.
Dharmasena being Dharmasena. Seriously, I mean, the guy's trying to regain his crease, and he's just turned back after missing the ball. Seriously, you expect him to exactly look where he's turning?
Let's have a little look.
I mean,
yeah, exactly. He didn't really have much room to move.
No, but I mean, to Dharmasena's credit, for once, Ashwin was running straight down the pitch. So
He was, yeah.
he was probably right. Yeah. I mean, I hate to say this, but Dharmasena was right for once.
It hurts, doesn't it?
Rehan skips in. That is a leg break, top spinning leg break, which Ashwin goes on the back foot and tries to drive it off the back foot. A bit of, he doesn't get a huge amount of turn as Rehan, but he gets a lot of fizz. I think certainly a lot of fizz, and he got a bit of fizz yesterday, even though the pitch wasn't doing a huge amount. Gets a bit of bounce.
Yeah, because he doesn't flight it, even though he's a slow leg spinner, he really doesn't flight it. Yeah, so
he doesn't.
Good for him too.
A few things for him to learn. He drives that to mid-off, does Ashwin. Bit of a chat with the umpires, having a look again at that. Ashwin loves a little bit of a chat as well.
Just warning, yeah.
Yeah, just a warning.
Oh, is that a warning?
No.
Is that a 5-run penalty?
That's a 5-run penalty.
It's a 5-run
bloody
penalty
hell.
Because Jadeja's done it twice before this.
Yeah.
That is punched off the back foot by Ashwin for a single. It's tidied up by the man. Maybe a short third, and I believe that was the over. 3:59 for 7.
So what happens with the 5-run penalty? Is it deducted from their score or added to England?
It doesn't really matter.
I think it's deducted, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's arithmetic in the end, but I don't know the exact.
Yeah.
What do you mean? So they start the next innings -5.
I don't know if someone noticed what it was before the one.
Oh right, apparently we start at 5 for none, according to Jason.
You started 5 for none.
Oh, right. Okay. Jay Graver says, I've never entered the GPL, but if I did, it would be solely to piss the bear off. Obviously, I'd put the money back in, but it would be fun to break the bank. Well, do it, Jay. Do it.
Do it for a bit of fun. Do it.
Carl Herbert says, Kane Williamson now tops the century list of active players.
Yep.
It's good to see you back.
40 fewer tests. He's got 32 centuries faster than any other player in history.
Yeah, I think he's scored something like 13 or 14 of them since 2016. I mean, something ridiculous like that.
Yeah.
Hartley drives in. That is blocked.
2018 or 19. Yeah. 2019 maybe.
Well, I noticed this morning he's the only current player who has had average more than 50 for every one of the last 8 years.
Bloody hell. Can't argue with those numbers.
No.
And his knee trouble seems to be... Was it his knee last time round? Knee or hamstring?
Yeah, ain't bothering him too much now, is it?
No. Hartley goes a bit wider. That is driven in again and blocked by Ashwin.
But his patch is so purple, it looks like a permanent bruise now. 8 years.
Yeah, I wondered when those niggles started to come in a bit more frequently. I wondered if we were starting to see well, we're not seeing Rajkot. Anyway, we're back. Our feed is back. Hartley comes in. And that is driven to the pitch, turns a little bit, doesn't get up too much. Ashwin steps away.
If that was Safraz, that would have gone for 6.
He was incredible. It was good to see Safraz making his debut yesterday. Incredible batter. I just wish we could have seen a little bit more of him.
No.
A bit wider. That is not quite flighted in. He doesn't quite flight it in to Hartley. But it's driven to mid-off to Ben Stokes, who's fielding down there, and for no run.
Will Oman's asking for clarification as to why India incurred a 5-run penalty. Perhaps you could explain.
I think you allowed 3 strikes essentially for running on the pitch. So Jadeja had first warning, he had the second warning, and then Ashwin got the third one, which resulted in the 5 top runs. That's what I think it is.
Thank you.
Hartley continues, that is into middle of the leg, and it was blocked into the leg side for no run. Almost playing out and over here is Ravichandran Ashwin. Partnership
I'm
of
glad
20
to see something like that enforced, actually.
Yeah, it's good to see it in action. Hartley last ball the over. That's flighted up, but it's driven out to duck at a cover who feels it just on one of those practice wickets in the square. For no run. That is the over.
Jay Grover says, my knowledge of the New Jersey Mafia begins and ends with a few Sopranos episodes. On this basis, I think Ashwin is going to break someone's legs over a dodgy cannoli.
He's too nice.
Yeah. I'm not sure the data is quite all there, Jay, but I get where you're going.
One of my friends, neighbors and tennis partners, Sushil, is watching us and he likes what he sees. So hi, Sushil.
William says thank you for the explanation.
Yeah, somewhat unusual.
Welcome.
I've never seen that in action. I'm looking forward to seeing. So England effectively start with 5. Is that what we said?
That's correct. Yeah.
Interesting. Rehan continues. We've got our 2 young spinners wheeling away. Always lovely to
And
see.
if Leah's right, we could have 5 for 5, which would be 0 for 5.
But is it included in the partnership? There's an interesting question.
There you go. That is blocked by Durrell. First delivery from Rehan in this new over.
So you get to 100 runs on the board, but you've only got a 95 partnership.
So many questions. Rehan drives in, skips in, and that is driven away off the back foot through to mid-on for no run. 2 wickets in this session so far.
The way this is going, I'm going to have to put some more GPL picks in at a lower rate, given that they're going at 2.2 runs and over.
That was a good deal shorter from Rehan, but it's cut away to the man, Crawley, on the offside boundary, 84.6 kilometres.
For the elegance of that square cut, I thought it would go to the boundary, but didn't.
Yeah, it's very hard to tell the Rehan leg break from Googly.
Yeah. Very good. Because his leg break is almost behind with the hand behind as well.
Yeah, it's perfectly behind. Yeah, it's not really.
Very difficult.
Yeah, it's not really front
It's
of the
not
wrist.
the typical.
The Shane Warne kind of leggy. Gets a lot of overspin, and that's exactly what his team need right now on this pitch. Skips in, and that is played to the cover fielder, Ben Duckett.
It was the reason why I changed from leg spin to off spin during college, because I just couldn't get the googly right.
Couldn't hack the leggy.
Becoming too unpredictable. Too predictable with the leg spin.
That is a bit fuller by Rehan. It is driven by Ashwin to Ben Stokes, a kind of wideish mid-off for no run. The googlies
start to get found out at university level, which you don't have variations, right? Die the better batsman.
Rehan jumps in. That is a good deal shorter, and that is cut away through the gap between point and short third, and it disappears for 4.
That had everything got
all over. Oh yeah, completely. 364 for 7, and that is the over. 104 overs.
Kiwi by Day says Kane is also about to miss some games to have a new baby. Hopefully he's back for the tests against Australia. Oh, I really hope so.
Yeah.
And Leah says, shouldn't the penalty rounds just be included in the English opening partnership like other sundries? Well, that's a fair assessment.
Well, it probably will be, right? Because how else do you reflect that? If you're, for example, if you're 50 for 1 and 5 of that has come before, so it must show as a partnership of 50.
Yeah. We got a super chat from Jay Grover. £5 for Dave's shirt. Good job, young man.
The shirt is earning its keep.
Thank you, Jay.
Cheers, thank you very much. Hartley continues, as he does, driving it in on that off stump, middle stump line. 87.9 kilometers. That was incredibly short. Got everything it deserved. There was a tiny little gap as well between the mana point and short third, about 10 meters, I think. So, did extremely well to get it through. Trail facing 11 off 35, currently the partnership on 33. Good deal shorter, and that is driven off the back foot through the leg side to the man at long on. It's a bit samey from Hartley. I think every now and again he just kind of goes a bit wider. He drives into the pitch to see what's there. I mean, maybe you don't want to drive into the pitch and find it disappearing to the boundary, but he makes things happen. Or he has been, anyway. 34 from 81, the current partnership. Ashwin facing. He drives in, and it is that middle and leg stump line. 88 kilometers per hour. So yeah, just tapping along. See how England go. $104.3 overs. Partly in. That is outside the leg stump. He attempts to flick it through the mid-wicket area, but it is fielded. 87.4. Yeah, I suspect they could really grind England down if this continues. Hartley goes a bit wider now, and that is swept by Ashwin, but it doesn't get past James Anderson, who's kind of at a squarish short fine, I think. It doesn't get it through. It's a good shot. Good idea, though.
But it is very much that. It's very much a grind, isn't it? It still doesn't feel like they're really going anywhere.
Yeah, that's the thing as well. I mean, you got to make it count. Ashwin looks like he's trying to get himself busy. That is wide. Played it into the cover area. Duck it, I believe. And that is the over. 365 for 7.
William says, I've just never known the penalty enforced before, hence the confusion. Maybe the meds helped too. Perko says, if only Messi were wearing trousers, who knows how much they would raise. And Mog says, if Jay's paying out cash for shirts, maybe I'll wear my Albert, or maybe something with my cats. Anything to raise money, I think it's an excellent idea. Whether I'm wearing trousers or not is something between me and the chair. And not you. But I do have on me my We Get On It Because of the Bear t-shirt, which you can get if you go to the Gorilla Cricket
There you go.
store. It's a great t-shirt.
Yeah, anything with cats seems to go down very well on the internet and among the GC following. So,
absolutely.
Yeah, cats are big. Just got a little bit of a break going on.
Dogs are a close second.
Yeah, they're a close second. They're all right. Yeah.
Yeah. Jay says, be a bit fucked if Kane missed the test for an old baby. Proper fucking horror show.
He's being reunited with a child. No, I suspect everything's been planned to a T, and we should have Kane for that Australia series.
Yeah. Do you think you get he and his wife go into the calendar and
yeah, just pick it out. Yeah,
exactly what days are suitable.
What day works for you? Or maybe his plan was just to cash in against the South Africans, and then see you later, boys.
It's why New Zealand couldn't move the Test match to accommodate South Africa's demands.
Poor Mrs. Williamson. Looks like we have a bowling change. Mark Wood has been brought into the attack, 3 for 82 off his 19. Ben Stokes ringing the changes. We've had all 5 bowlers, I believe, in the session. Mark Wood horses in as he does. And that is short of a length, just on the leg stump line. Is dabbled into the leg side for a run. Brings Ashwin onto strike, 132.4 kilometers. It's good to see this proactiveness from Stokes. It's what we always expect from him. Seeing 5 bowlers in such a short space of time makes me think of Pat Cummins in the World Cup final, the ODI World Cup. We've got to see a huge amount of bowling changes, I think, in the first 20 or 15 overs. Even Travis Head got a bowl.
Yeah, I think Stokes and Cummins have really lifted the bar in terms of...
100%, yeah. We're in a renaissance of sorts. Wood in, that is short of the offside. It is dropped into the cover region. I think it was Pope who skips in to field it.
Again.
Yeah, we're having a look again at the penalty incident.
How many? I wonder how many times you can drop 5 runs. Does it start all over again? The clock?
Does it accumulate? Yeah, exactly. Or do you start again with just the 3 strikes? I feel like it would be a bit heavy-handed if you went again and you got a further penalty.
I think it's fair enough.
Yeah,
if bloody got to learn. You don't start all over.
There you go. Message.
And amazingly, despite being an Indian, I can say it's why should only Ashwin and Jadeja be doing that?
Yeah, very good question.
Yeah, very good. Wood in. That is a bit fuller. It is driven to the man at deep point, Ben Duckett. And that is fielded 142.6. Going up in speeds is Mark Wood.
I'm sure there are more, clumsy batsmen around, other than these 2.
Yeah, I suppose
they don't quite seem to know where to run.
Yeah, the assumption is that everybody knows exactly what they're doing at like every single point. Where it actually now Ashwin, we're kind of looking at replays of him trying to get off the pitch, and he just looks a bit gangly, as if he can't quite get off the pitch, as if he's trying to dance at the youth disco. I don't know what Ashwin's dance moves are like, but based on his abilities to get off the pitch, I'd say they could be interesting at best. Wood continues. It's a bit fuller than yesterday. Yesterday he had fully devoted himself to short ball theory. Thankfully not today. It would just hit the top of off stump, and Jarrell plays that into the offside for no run. 36 off 89, the current partnership. Building up something here, just trying to grind England out. But then if you added on a couple of wickets, as always, you never know. Things can change very, very quickly. Wood continues into the crease, and that is a good deal fuller, and that is driven something of a half volley. Ben Stokes tidies up, kind of lost the ball when he tidied it up, and then flings it in. I think they just got 1. It was a good deal fuller. It looked like it had a bit of shape actually. Wood just testing that out, seeing what he can get with that ball. Maybe just a slight hint to reverse. Are we there yet? Quite possibly. Just shaping in. Ashwin has to look at that pitch. Then he sets himself. Wood in, a good deal shorter. Just finding that middle and leg. Ashwin plays it with the full face of the bat. And that is the over. 368 for 7. How are we on social, Messi?
Perko says, is Messi offering to sell the shirt he's wearing and to continue to publish? I don't think anybody would want one of my second-hand shirts. And Mog says, where do the geese fit in? Leah says, Mog, as long as you don't wear a Gardy Gambison over a chainmail print Caesar, whatever that is. Willow Moon confirms cats are awesome. My three are snuggle with me and listening. Good on them. Mog says Gambisons are for cowards, Leah. Kane doesn't have kids during the IPL, says Carl Herbert. And Perko says, I think all kids are cryogenically frozen during the IPL.
I think we are due a change.
Yep.
Okay.
Hi, 40. Welcome.
A reminder to all of you and to the new commentary team, keep plugging the GPL, which is now at £136. And I'll catch you after lunch.
Indeed. Morning, Forthy.
Good morning to you, Bear. And we're into a new Hartley over. He's 1 for 84 off 28. That one just straightened a touch, as you'd expect.
I don't know if Jason's coming to join us or he's fallen asleep.
Understandable. It is, after all, what is it, 5:30 in the morning in England?
Yeah.
Something in Henry V about when all good folk are asleep in England, we will be heroes or something like that. So you are heroic for getting up this early. There we are. Big forward defensive from Jurel, who's doesn't look to be too nervous on his Test match debut. He's 14 of 41, so we haven't seen him kind of express himself yet, but he's hanging on in there, supporting Ashwin. In comes Hartley again. Hartley's is quite full. Whether it's too full is another matter.
Well, the advantage of being 6'4" is you can push it a bit further up because it dips a bit more.
Yeah.
And like a shorter blokes who have to push it,
throw it up,
and land it a bit further away to get the up and down.
He's very pleasing classical action, I would say, Hartley. It's aesthetically nice to watch. There's no frog in a blender about this guy. That's throat down to, but straight and at some speed down to mid-off, so there'll be no run. 4 dots so far in the over.
It kind of reminds me, in classical left-arm spinner mode, of someone like Phil Edmonds.
Yeah, that just came to my mind.
Very good call. Very good call. Yes, I agree with that. Phil Edmonds was even more aesthetically exaggerated, I would say, but quite close. Jarrell comes through for a quick single. I could swear he came straight down the middle of the pitch there.
Yeah, I was thinking that.
Well, they had warnings, haven't they?
Well, England are going to start 5.
Yeah, there we go. They've just shown it back again, and I think
that's straight down the middle he goes.
Yeah, it's a bit out of order, isn't it?
Yeah, you can't do that. I mean, it's worse than the one that they got pinged on about half an hour ago.
Well, if JJ hadn't done 2 yesterday, I don't think it'd be an issue.
Oh, that is an absolute beauty. An absolute classical left-arm spinner's delivery. Beats the outside edge of Ashwin's bat. Too good for him. Just spun a touch too much, but what a beautiful delivery. Now, they are considering, did it get a feather? Stokes is considering. They've still got 2 reviews left and 7 wickets down.
I don't think he was considering. I think he was just walking up to the other...
No.
He may be saying, is it all right to charge down the middle of the stumps? Maybe the other thing he's talking to Dharmasena about.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it?
Sometimes you feel that ball was so good, we might just appeal anyway because it deserved a wicket.
Yeah, but that's the fallacy. The fallacy is that the ball deserved to have a wicket, and therefore you appeal for a putative wicket.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, Jay says, I hope Forthy's less cheerful this morning. His chirpiness yesterday proper unsettled me. Well, no. Forthy's always chirpy.
Reasonably chirpy. It's also it's a beautiful day in Melbourne. It's 5 in the afternoon and, all of those things. So I'm fine. Well, is that it? No,
that's it, yeah.
Just Jay. Well, hello, Jay. Lovely to hear from you. Sheffield came up as part of a clue in my cryptic crossword today, and I thought of you. Current partnership is 38 off 97 balls. Mark Wood is going to continue. Then Stokes is contemplating life.
He's probably translating what Mark Wood had to say there. Have you ever seen that interview where the both of them talking in broad, sort of
Durhamese.
Yes, well, one's
Geordie,
for want of a better word, although he's a Sunderland man.
Sunderland, yes. You can see why Swahili and these languages grew up, because mutual incomprehension meant that you had to have something in between you. Has there ever been a more popular English cricketer than Mark Wood? I can't think of one.
Both of them was very much. He divided people sometimes, but.
Well, I don't think Mark. The point being, I don't think Mark Wood divides anyone. Everyone just. I mean, by popular, I mean everyone loves him. In he comes again, short pitched, goes past the chest of Giroud. Not to be tempted. Must be hard work bowling that short pitch stuff. Don't think Botham is that popular these days. I didn't mind Botham.
He's a right wing nut job.
Because he's a right wing nut job. I didn't actually mind him too much as a commentator, because he was reasonably generous to the. He wasn't one of the in my day, funnily enough, but he didn't do any research. He just turned up. And in the end, I think they just had enough of him.
He got quite boorish towards the end of his career as well, didn't he?
He did. And he had the same jokes he trotted out. I mean, we all do that, but.
Yeah.
Can you remember when I tell a story halfway through it? I think, have I told you this story before?
Yeah, there's loads of stories I've told over and over and over. I've been doing this for 10 years. I'm sure there's lots of things.
There's only so many stories. Mark Wood ran the wickets to Jarrell. Jarrell sways out of the way in NCC textbook approved fashion. Through defence.
Here comes a different plan. It's going to be the short pitched enforcer attack now for a while.
Well, there is absolutely sod all in this pitch, is there? I mean, it's wickets kind of feel like a bit of a bonus. They kind of need to be given to you, don't
Looks
they?
like they've got a 5-4 field with 3 out and 2 in on the leg side.
I mean, apart from yesterday morning in the first hour when the balls did seem to move a little bit in the air and a bit off the seam, it's done absolutely bugger all. The odd ones turn, the odd ones kept low, but really, it's a difficult wicket to get.
Well, this is what I said in the chat before the match started, that it's going to have to be a proper cricket wicket because of India's fragile batting order.
Yeah.
Wood in again. That one's not so short pitch. It's a line length delivery, but left well alone by Jarrell. You can, as we know, you can only really get 2 or 3 overs of this sort of an assault from Mark Wood. It's just too much to ask.
No, you can't afford to prepare a raging Bunsen for India's spinners because it'll disadvantage their juvenile batsmen.
Yeah.
Or, well, not juvenile. I'm trying to think of the right word. Inexperienced.
Childish batsmen.
Well, no, you think they'd be bloody experienced. They're at home. They must have experienced raging turners.
Well, Sarfaraz has got he's got an average of about 70, hasn't he? In domestic, he's been scoring runs for fun.
So you could say his 62 was a failure in Test debut.
First class average is 65 point something, I think. But yeah, you're right.
Well, he was run out by his partners. I'd not really take too much criticism for that. In comes Wood. Short pitch, but badly directed outside leg, left well alone by Jarrell. There is, how would we describe him, a silly mid-on, I suppose, in old-fashioned terms, or an on-Hayden in modern terminology has been put in.
It's very, bowl at the hip. This field
strangle or top edge.
Because he's got a leg slip as well, and he's got a short, or did have a short, short square leg. So that they're definitely looking for fens off the hip.
Long leg and a boundary rider on the leg side. That one is deflected away past leg slip. I suspect it's going to go all the way. Yes, it is for one of these.
Well, that's what he's there for. But it is risky, isn't it? I mean, you can leak runs quite quickly.
Yeah. Well, as you say, Bear, I think they've decided there is nothing in the pitch, so they're going to apply a leg theory, as it was known in 1933.
Yeah.
It's not quite the bombardment that we had of helpless Australians on the bodyline.
And 5 people where they're now only allowed to have 3.
Yeah.
It's 2, isn't it?
2, sorry.
2, yeah.
In comes Wood again. And that really is at the body of Durrell. He just sways out of the way. It's different with all the modern padding and the helmet there to protect you, but it's still not pleasant having a ball coming at your body at that speed. Okay, end of that over. 108, India 373 for 7.
Jay says Swahili is a lot easier to learn than Ashington. And Leah says, fun Sheffield fact, Bernard Cornwell gave his character Richard Sharp a Sheffield background retroactively when Sean Bean was cast in a role for the TV films.
Yeah, and he's got a different provenance in the books.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah.
Well, Sean Bean has never been any good at accents, has he? Let's be honest.
Well, Sean Bean plays Sean Bean the same way as Sean Connery plays
Sean Connery.
It's just all the Seans.
Well, not Sean Penn, who does have some range. It's Wood. No, it's not.
No, it's not.
Well, have we still got Wood up there? Must be Hartley, surely.
It
It
is.
is Hartley. It gets a little bit of turn on that one, but nothing that Ashwin isn't equal to. Strokes it out into the cover point, double. Current partnership is 42 off 104. It's a little bit mysterious why they won't call for running straight down the middle of the wicket there.
Well, they've already had a 5-run penalty. Does it go up in increments of 5?
It does, yeah.
No. They can't double. It should double it every time.
Oh. Yeah, that'd be good. We could start with. Oh, that's a horrible, stinky old full toss on leg stump. That slightly surprises Ashwin. He can only steer it to the boundary sweeper on the leg side, who's Crawley. So he slightly gets away with that one for just a single.
Well,
yeah. So the first one should be 5, then 10, then 20, and then 40, and then
Yeah, and so on. I mean, you'd think twice if it got up to 40.
Certainly would.
There's a lot of rules which aren't really imposed or inconsistently imposed. In comes Hartley. That was a slightly lower trajectory, that one. Not sure why. Perhaps get one of those.
Just push through a little bit.
Yes.
Who's that guy delivers and sort of collapses on his front knee as his sort of one of his variations?
Not Kedar Jadav.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, it could be.
He's the one that involves
No,
the
he
very
involves the
slingy round arm.
Yeah.
Hartley again. I remember dot ball defended. I remember Phil Edmonds got 5 wickets on his test. He got a 5-for on his first test innings, 1975. Some of them with some awful balls. I remember again Ian Chappell with a long hop. You can imagine Ian Chappell's face.
Yeah.
He also didn't impress. I think it was Bob Taylor by bowling a couple of bouncers in and over as well.
Yes. That's a beautiful delivery. That is the classic Hartley delivery on the outside edge. And they've almost come to expect it now. Folks whips off the bails, but more as a protocol than anything else.
Puff of dust.
Yeah, puff of dust, all right.
That's what you worry about, isn't it? It kept a little bit low.
Yeah.
I mean, if that happens on day 3.5 when England are bowling in the second innings, they'll be happy about it. But if it starts happening later today, they won't be.
They'll be much happier with the ball that goes on and keeps low, rather than the one that turns and keeps low. 'Cause you're not going to hit it in a million years.
That's the one where he just pushes it through a little faster, but Durrell pushes it down the ground for a single. He moves on to 20, and at the end of the 109th over, it's 375 for 7.
Nothing new on Twitter? Oh, yes, there is. There's quite a few on Twitter, actually. Jay says, Bear is not a right-wing nutjob, but I wish I had archived his glorious bloke hung up on a door story. For the life of me, I've still not got the point of it. There wasn't a point, it was a TikTok story. Jay, Instagram that my wife showed me. I think you mean Sean, close personal friend of Jay Grover Bean. Is he really? Interesting. Oh no, Leah Sharp is from Sheffield in the books as well. It's just that it was established the books that were written later, but take place in the canon before Sharp's Eagle, which was the first one published. This stuff I have no knowledge of at all. So I'll take your word for it, Leah. That's all there is on Twitter.
I've got a devoted wife sleeping on the shoulder of someone who might also be asleep. Oh, she's woken up. Had a look at her phone now. Someone's probably... Oh dear, you're on TV. Back to Mark Wood. The ever-willing Mark Wood. Got that short leg in now, but at some distance. And it's a bouncer directed straight at Jarrell. When you've got the field set up like this and 4 balls or 5 balls out of 6 are bouncers, you can just line yourself up. It fails to be a surprise.
It does.
Yeah.
And it's up to the bowlers to get it just right so they can't get out of the way.
It's the Wagner field, isn't it?
Yeah, it's... you know, and if you get 2 out of 6 right, you're kind of lucky. The rest, everyone just... it's quite dull to watch.
Which
is you really need it to... You really need it to jump off a length. Because if you have to put it in your half of the pitch in order for it to get up, you've got plenty of time to sway out.
Precisely.
But in the right person it can work, because Wagner's got 300 test wickets.
Well, that is true. That is true. And that one's not directed so much at the body, which means that Jarrell is able to just deflect it down to third man. Whereas very nice bit of fielding, I think, by Crawley. But they scurry through for 2.
And Woody has some
Phil
words.
Evans was very, very unpopular, wasn't he? I remember. I think his wife was even more unpopular. They all hated her. I think she was... He kept writing books about the tours.
What, the acid-tongued and acid-penned Francis Edmonds?
Francis Edmonds, that's right.
I did read another bloody tour, and I thought that was actually pretty good.
Yeah,
but it is quite florid in its
gives all the stories away.
Verbiage.
I think Boycott was a particular enemy of Edmonds, and the feeling was entirely mutual. In comes Wood round the wickets to Jarrell. In at the body, ducked rather than swayed on this occasion, but the result's the same. Duck ball and a lot of energy expended by the bowler.
He was a sapper, wasn't he, Phil Evans, anyway?
Rhodesia,
Zambian,
I think.
Was he Zambian, maybe? I don't know what else.
Certainly
in the back
Southern Africa.
Southern Africa. He was Philippe Edmonds, wasn't he?
Philippe Henri Edmonds.
Philippe Henri Edmonds, yes. He looks as if he'd rather have been, I don't know. He looked like he would have been a good friend of James Hunt, put it that way.
Yes. Didn't he bowl with a neckerchief around his neck or something?
Yes, I think so. He had a fairly open shirt as well.
Yeah.
Very open shirt, yeah. Edmonds and Emery were a spin twin Middlesex for many, many years, weren't they? In comes Wood again. Poorly directed, easy leave for Jarrell. Down the leg side, dot ball.
And famously, he would be... everyone used to infuriate his skippers at Middlesex by always being on the phone when he was off the field doing business deals.
What, Edmonds?
Yes.
Yeah, he wasn't a city trader or something, wasn't he?
He was a property... I think it was property rather than...
Oh, right.
No. His heart really wasn't in it, was it?
Well, no, this was the professional amateur cricketer.
Yes,
time.
It was last of the dying breed in some ways. And that is a normal ball, which Jarrell manages to cope with by getting it down to long on. Now, is there anyone at long on? Not really. So Mark Wood heads off after it. And one of the boundary riders has to come all the way round and do the fielding there, which I think is Jimmy Anderson. That won't please him. They managed to get a 3, which is a rarity.
Indeed. Oh, is that the end of the over?
No, there's 1 ball to go. Edmonds was on that 87 tour, the Ashes tour, the successful one, but I don't remember him featuring very prominently on that tour.
No, it was all Gladstone Small, and
I think it
was De Freitas' first tour.
I think, yes, that's right. But they must have fielded a spinner at some point, and I think it was Edmonds.
When was this?
86, 87.
86, 87. The last one that England won of the Ashes for about 18 years. Wood in again. Oh, that's a better one, but Ashwin does well.
Didn't they take Eddie Hemmings, or was that the previous 82, 83 tour?
Could have done. He kind of lurked in the background for many years, Eddie Hemmings, didn't he?
I met John Morris the other day.
Oh yes, talking of unfortunate incidents on Australian.
He's involved with
That's the end of the 10th over, and it's 380%.
Involved with the match point people who we did the football with. Yeah, might be able to get him on in the summer. Mayank.
Did he pilot the plane with Gower?
Yes, he was in the plane with Gower.
Yeah.
Mayank says, is it just me, or does India just feel like a team in rapid decline that will become pretty shite in 5 to 10 years? I just don't get any excitement from this team post Kohli Rohit. Well, yeah, the team's getting to transition. And people have to establish themselves. Until they establish themselves. Over to you.
I think that's dead right. You just, and also for everyone who there's a dot ball from Hartley. For everyone that does, 2 don't typically.
Exactly. And it's only when someone establishes themselves and their name gets known around the world that people start to fear them as as a combatant, if you like.
In comes Hartley again. I'm not a spin bowler expert by any means. I'm rather impressed by Hartley.
Well, I can certainly see what England saw in him now. Now that we've seen him play in 3 Test matches, you can see that the height is an advantage in India. He's got good enough control.
Yeah, it's not great control.
Oh, it's not great, and he does bowl, the odd horrible delivery. That's played down to long on.
Yeah, I mean, England's spinners, they're not designed for first innings in India. I'll give it that.
They never have it.
They just don't have the control to be able to control the run rate, it seems to me. None of them.
No, we don't have a containing spinner in the mould of Jadeja or...
Yeah, exactly. You can just stick it on the spot every ball and just content to do
Indeed.
it.
But fair to say that Hartley's now bowled 30 overs and he's gone for less than 3 an over, so not too shabby.
Not too shabby.
That's defended for a dot ball.
I mean, I suppose the last left-arm spinner who did put it on a spot all the time was Monty Panesar.
Yeah, and he was very successful in India.
He was. I mean, you could say perhaps he did a kind of bit too much of that, not enough.
That was his problem outside, wasn't it? Eventually, he got. That's what found him out, really.
Well, that was Shane Warne's famous quote. Big forward defensive from Ashwin, straight to the man at short cover.
I faced Monty Panesar in a charity
you faced him?
game. Yeah, in a charity game.
What was that like?
It was pretty stock, really.
Yeah. Hartley in for the last ball of the over, gives it a little more air, and as a consequence, Ashwin manages to stroke it down to the man who's deep at long off, which I think is Ben Stokes himself. And the end of the Nelson, the 1-1-1 over, 381 for 7.
Well, that's me.
382 for 7, sorry.
We're still on Sean Bean and Sharp here. Sean Bean is not a personal friend of Jay's, but he is from Sheffield, so he reckons they're all related somehow in an incestuous cesspit of a city. And he reckons that Edmonds and Boycott got on really well. They called themselves the Fitzwilliam Boys.
No, I must have misremembered. Maybe I heard Boycott being rude about him and he was being sarcastically rude because he liked him. It's possible.
Well, I think he recognised another strong character.
Yeah.
He also says, John, close personal friend of the Bear Morris, question mark. Also, no, Mike, he's scared of India and he's sitting on a mouse-infested shit sofa in Sheffield.
Came across another very good Sheffield band recently who broke up about 10 years ago, which is a shame. In comes Wood again, round the stumps, in at the body, but again, not great direction. Ashwin's can watch that all the way through to folk stop ball. Standard fare, I would recommend. If you're an indie head, if you like indie music, great band who I've somehow managed to completely miss. They're kind of from, perhaps slightly more from Derbyshire and Buxton than Sheffield, but they've got a Sheffield connection.
That sounds familiar. I've heard some of their stuff.
Have you? Yeah, I loved it when I got it. I've got a little bit of a black hole in my knowledge. When I came over to Australia, I kind of lost touch of music for a few years before getting back into it again. So there's a few bands that I should know that I don't, and that's what I mean. In comes Mark Wood in again. This time he puts it across Ashwin, who deflects it down to this, manages to pick out the one man who's standing at point, so dot ball.
Probably looks a better theory against Ashwin, doesn't it, than Jarrell?
Yeah, I think Jarrell's a bit more flexible. He can
Yeah.
sway out of the way. Ashwin's a bit more compromised in the back area.
Yeah.
And
Ashwin's
he's a bit
25 off 63, and Jarrell's 76 off 62, so some symmetry there.
And it's been a good partnership. They've talking about Kane Williamson. They've steadied the ship.
Yeah.
And India will now get the 400 that they wanted as a minimum.
Wood in again, and that one again gone down the leg side, but Folks has to dive, and it spills out of his hand, and they come through for a bye, which is a comparative rarity as well in this innings, because Ben Folks is behind the stumps.
Wow, yes.
So it's for only the second bye. There's been 8 extras in the whole match, which is pretty tidy work by Folks.
I mean, 2 byes, pretty good stuff. In the whole of the 1972 Ashes, Alan Knott conceded 5 byes.
Wow.
In 7 tests? Wow.
It was 5 tests, because it was the 72, not the one in Australia, the home series that was took. But 1-4, I think, off Jon Snow, and 1 single off Derek Underwood. And that's fired down the leg side. Little fence from Jarrell, little wince from Mark Wood, but the result is the same, a dot ball.
It's hard work out there, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think you'd probably say he played the ball after it passed his body.
Yeah.
I think I would agree with that. Jarrell will be happy with his morning's work, 26 off 63. There's no India eschew baseball. It's not the way they're going to go. They're not going to get sucked in. And that's probably a better ball, because it gets up to just above hip height, and Jarrell has to defend, but he does so competently enough into the ground to the man at short mid-wicket.
Yeah, what you're really hoping for is the ball to misbehave in some way. They either just shoot a little bit or jump a little bit. But then you've got the guy at short, square leg, the sort of deep, the deep.
Yeah, it's a double-edged sword, Jace, though, isn't it? If it really misbehaves, you think, well, we're batting last on the wicket as well.
Absolutely.
That's the paradox of cricket, and that one is flicked off his legs by Jarrell. But there is a man stationed down there, it's Rian Ahmed, and they just come through for the single, and that is the end of the 112th over. Is that lunch?
They'll get one more over. And
it's excellent work there by Rian. He had to move quickly to his right to field that. That was well timed. Clip down to fine leg. You often need one of your most athletic fielders at fine leg to, because it's a big area to police.
Patrol, yes. Anything happening there?
Well, Jay's got an amazing memory. He says, "Bear, weren't that the game when you were pissed and came out batting in jeans?" That is correct.
He's got everything on file in Sheffield.
Yeah, he does. I don't know what he's referring to. Buxton ain't in fucking Sheffield. I don't know what we said about Buxton. I don't even remember referencing Buxton. So
apparently the water's good.
Yes, well, they do spring water, don't they? Just sell it everywhere.
It's Hartley in again against Jarrell, who watches it onto the bat, watches it off the pitch, really, because it's pretty slow, so I think you can watch it off the pitch onto the bat at this stage. Current partnership is 53 off 128, so they've not just steadied the ship, they've done a little bit more than that. The 50 partnership for the 8th wicket. That's squeezed out on the offside and straight to the fielder. Dot ball.
Yeah, it's a bit
This will be
annoying,
the
really,
last
this
over.
partnership, isn't it? It's sticking
Yeah,
in the
it
craw
is.
of it.
They haven't taken the game away, like sometimes an 8th wicket partnership can really open up, but they've played perfectly sensible Test match cricket. Yeah, 2 men, 2 short mid-offs, so to speak, waiting for the one that pops up, as it did to Ben Duckett yesterday morning when one of the debutants was out. Another dot ball goes by.
That was Petita, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
Oh yeah, that was terrible. That was a gimme.
Hartley and again, ooh, he drags that one down and it's cut. I assume there's a man out well.
There was a man out there, but he was too square, too straight even, and it's 4-1.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, not even a full-length dive from Rian Armour could stop that one. That was a gimme for as long as you get enough batting.
He's, I mean, he doesn't bowl a 4 ball every over, but he bowls one about every 3 overs, and it does go for 4.
Yeah.
I think Ben Stokes is demonstrating this. Why did you change? You were bowling so well.
No, yeah. And that's the classic Hartley delivery. He's been unlucky because he's bowled at least 4 of those this morning. The one that beats the outside edge, and he hasn't got a little feather on any of them, and that's just a little unfortunate because he bowls that brilliantly.
You can't kind of expect that in there, don't you? Get beaten on the outside edge by the spinners.
You would. Particularly if you're a number 8 or 9 batsman. Last ball of Hartley's over, last ball before lunch. He floats it up a little bit further. Classical forward defensive from Jurel. He finishes on 31. Ashwin on 25. The partnership is 57 at the end of the 113th, and at lunch India are 388 for 7. So after a couple of wickets fell very early on, the ship, as we have been saying, has been steadied by these two, and you would say that India probably shaded the morning overall.
Yeah, I think it's 60-40 or 55-45 in the session.
England hoping haven't got the breakthrough. Would have liked to have completed the breakthrough, got through this, and then because after this there isn't a lot. This is the last partnership that they'll have to probably break before they'll see light at the end of the tunnel and the end of the innings, and they frustrated England, and well done them.
Yeah, and it's another session out in the baking sun.
Indeed. Last tweet before we go from Jay. He says pre-COVID he had everything memorised, and then dice cricket broke him. Dice cricket was genius, Jay. I don't know what you're on about. And on that note, we should go to lunch. We'll give you a little taste, not of Percy Fender.
No, I was going to say, can we do Bishop and Bear?
Yeah, we're going to do the Bishop and the Bear. We've had the latest one was popped out last week, so it's only about half an hour long, so it should just about last for the entirety of lunch. It's a recap of what's happened in the series so far and what we thought was going to happen in this series, see how correct we were. And we'll see you in about 35-40 minutes. Until then, have a good lunch. Bye.
If your motor was a diesel, new, second-hand, cheap or high spec, we could get up to 10 grand from dieselcheck.com.
Between 2008 and 2020, you leased diesel for execs. Now we could reclaim £10,000 with dieselcheck.com.
At match days that shout, keep the ball on the deck. Now it's, we could get up to 10 grand with dieselcheck.com.
But time's running out, so before you forget, enter your reg at dieselcheck.com.
Join our group action against the diesel emission scandal.
Search dieselcheck.com.
You wouldn't block the pores on your face, so why block your armpits? It's good to sweat naturally. Say goodbye to antiperspirants. Make the switch to Bionson. It's a deodorant that allows your body to perspire naturally, meaning no more blocked pores, no more parabens, and no more aluminium. In fact, nothing but all-day freshness. Go ahead, let's sweat the small stuff. All armpits, all day, all fresh. Bionson.
The Bishop and the Bear, the Bishop delight of everyone, they're here to share jokes and rants and guests and things. Who knows what's any fun they'll bring? Not affiliated with the Mad Bishop and Bear pub at Paddington Station. The Bishop and the Bear, bands beyond compare. Buckets of savoir-faire, the Bishop and the Bear.
Welcome back to the Bishop and Bear. We've got lots of fun stuff to talk about this week, and our guest, well, to be honest, she's been on the show so many times, I think that the Barstool has got her arse print in it.
Yeah. There's a special stall.
In fact, she's got her own arse
stall. We've got a special
Barstool
Annie stall
of her own. It's a special Annie stall. That doesn't sound right, but I do know what you mean. It is, of course, St Annie of Exeter. Hello, Annie.
Hello. Can I have a pint of whiskey, please?
A pint of whiskey?
Yeah, it's been one hell of a morning.
Okay. It's going to be our finest single malt, a Glenmorangie, in a pint glass.
Lovely. I love a single malt.
Only on the condition you promise you're not going to put any Coca-Cola, water,
God, no.
or just a bit of ice, possibly,
No, I don't
but
want
preferably
ice
not.
even. No, I don't even want ice.
Do you even need a glass, or do you just want to neck it?
No,
from the bottle?
sod it. Just have
Give
the
you a bottle, yeah?
In the true manner of the alfresco Glasgow drinker.
Exactly.
Probably not with the Glenmorangie, but there we go. And of course, as ever, our genial landlord is here, making sure everybody's drinks are charged, and he's glad-handing and just generally being sociable. Right, well, some things to talk about. There's a couple of very similar incidents, one in the England game and one possibly seemed to get more attention, but we'll unpick it a little bit with Neil Brand. Out or not out? If you don't know, we'll explain that. We'll look back at the Visakhapatnam test, and of course a little bit ahead to the what we think could be a run fest, at least I do, in Rajkot. Certainly has been in previously. We'll look at how South Africa are getting on in New Zealand, South Africa C, as they've been lovingly called. Under 19 World Cup, somehow Australia roll on, just like their grown-up counterparts. They just find a way.
Bloody Australian.
And because they're Australian, and because it's Annie, and it's, well, there should be a new County Cricket Matters coming out, and we want to know what's in it. And chance to have a little natter about that. So let's start with this Neil Brand thing. Now, full confession, both of you, had you read the actual background? Do we know what we're talking about? I mean, on that particular incident, not generally, because we know
I got what I gleaned of it off of the WhatsApp group. I think Gary handily put the Crick Info description of the ball and the dismissal on the WhatsApp group. And my immediate thought was this is exactly the same as Hartley in our game in Visakhapatnam. Vizag.
Say quickly.
Visa.
Vizag, yes, whatever.
Visa. And so it didn't really, because we finally got to the bottom of that explanation, so it didn't really, I mean, it's still a little bit confusing, but having known what the situation was in our game, it wasn't unsurprising that the same situation happened there, and the people said exactly the same things about that one.
Yeah, it's one of those ones that everybody's got an opinion, haven't they?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, here, just in case you don't know, and you're joining us in the pub today in the Bishop and Bear. Here is it. South Africans captain Neil Brand edged a delivery from Matt Henry, brilliantly caught by Tom Blundell. The umpire, who was Ashan Raza, raised his finger. Brand decided that he wanted to review it. So it went to DRS. The television replays showed that the ball missed his bat, which it wasn't that far behind, but flicked his back pad, causing the deflection, which ended up in Blundell's gloves. The third umpire checked to see if Brand had been trapped LBW. Ball tracking indicated umpire's call for the ball pitching in line with the stumps and umpire's call for hitting the stumps. So usually, given that Brand was initially given out by the on-field umpire, that should have ensured that he was dismissed. But because umpire Raza had ruled that the skipper was out of court and not given out LBW, he was given not out. I mean, he didn't make a lot of difference. I think he scored 4 and 3, a total of 7 runs in that entire game, and of course they got a whopping. But nonetheless, don't we think that's a bit strange? Annie.
It is definitely a strange law, isn't it? Because like we were discussing earlier, I mean, you don't say when you're appealing, you don't go, how's that LBW, or how's that caught behind, or how's that caught in the deep.
So they must have consulted, we think, between with Ashan Raza and whoever the off-field umpire was. You're right. Our WhatsApp group, as Bear said, particularly the social members, were, getting very vexed about it. I've got an analogy. Try this for an analogy. See if it works. A speed camera. You're flashed by a speed camera. You go, hang on, I'm sure I wasn't doing it. It's a 30 mile an hour limit. You go, I'm sure I wasn't doing 30 mile an hour limit. The 30 miles an hour. So you complain, and it proves that you weren't. At the same time, you happen to be leaning out the window, firing a gun at someone. Does the law then go, well, we weren't looking for that? So basically, carry on. You're fine.
Well, no, I'm not
sorry
sure
about the murder. Sorry about the person you shot, but we were only looking for speeding.
I'm not sure that's a very good analogy, Tone, but the gun out the window would certainly get you in trouble. Being umpire's cool on both.
Well, wouldn't LBW be as well?
Well, yeah.
Obviously, you haven't killed anyone by being LBW, but
right. This is my point. It was exactly the same as the Hartley one, and the decision that came back, and this might have been changed over the last couple of years, because I seem to remember that a few years ago something happened like this in a test match. But it might be that actually the ball hit in line and was going on to hit, and therefore the LBW was given. But the ruling in the English game, which was exactly the same, so it was Hartley batting, they went up for a caught behind, it was given out by the umpire. Turned out he'd missed it. Again, it had hit his pad. It had hit him in line. No, it hadn't hit him in line. It was umpire's call in line. It was umpire's call on off stump. And he was given not out. And Rohit rightly went up to the umpire, because I said, at the immediate point that it showed that, I was like, oh shit, he's going to be given out here, because obviously it's umpire's call, and he's been given out on the field, right? But the umpire's initial decision was out caught behind. That being the case, and that being told that he's third umpire, the fact that it's in line, it's completely dismissed as LBW. I believe if it had been in line and hitting, it would have therefore been out. But because it was umpire's call and he was giving out caught behind, that's what the umpire stipulated he was giving out to.
It was very confusing at the time.
Yeah, it was very confusing at the time. That was the decision, and therefore it is not out, because they weren't giving it out for LBW. So umpire's call doesn't matter, and the game moves on. That was the decision given in the England game, and I presume it was the same decision in that game.
It sounds like it was, because they were saying, well, you're not being tried for LBW, you're being tried and given out.
I think a better analogy would be something like something to do with VAR, wouldn't it? If they weren't looking for offside, they were looking for handball, and they didn't give. If they gave a goal.
Yeah, but in football, then they would go. But VAR would then say he's offside.
Yeah, exactly. They would.
Yeah.
They would. So partly, I would say, then surely he's out, isn't he?
Well, yeah, that's the thing.
If the evidence proves the crime, then you're guilty. Then punishment as appropriate. It just seemed odd that because he wasn't the umpire can only put his finger up once. What is the umpire actually supposed to go? Could be both. I'll put two fingers up. I'll do that.
Yeah, and take one down.
But clearly they were going up for caught behind, and clearly the umpire gave the caught behind in both instances.
Why clearly?
Because everyone behind the wicket's going up like that for caught behind. The keeper's throwing the ball in the air.
They do that for LBW.
Yeah, true. But they threw the ball up in the air. That was if you catch it and it's LBW, you're just appealing for LBW, and everyone goes up like that. I don't know. It's slightly different appeal.
I think from the batting side perspective, it would fall in. I genuinely think he should have been out. I would put it in the category of that's bad luck. Yeah. And probably got his just deserved in the end, or branded. Maybe I'm not so sure about Hartley.
Well, because he could have been out two different ways.
Exactly that. I mean, that was exactly what I thought when Hartley was given not out, and I was kind of with Rohit, because Rohit was like, well, going up to the umpire going, well, you gave him out, and therefore if it's umpire's called, he's still out, isn't he? He's out OEW. But apparently that wasn't the case. So
it's one of these ones you could argue forever, you know.
It is, and maybe it will lead to a law change. Who knows?
It'll be like they're trying to bring in blue cards, aren't they, for football now? So it will be. Just imagine the.
Don't get us on that one. This is a cricket show.
No, I think we probably should. If you stumble across a body in the woods, does it matter if they were shot or stabbed? They're still dead.
Yeah.
You know, so I mean,
what is it about you and dead bodies?
Yeah, what's going on today?
I don't know. I've been dealing
You
with.
planning something evil?
No, well, possibly, given that I've been having to deal with some rotoring issues by somebody who can't get their head around time zones, and I'm very close to either stabbing or shooting. I don't know which one it is.
You heard it here first.
You've heard it here first, police.
I would never do that. He's a lovely man. Oh, I gave away the gender.
Oh,
that
no.
narrows it down a bit.
It wasn't me.
Yes.
It wasn't me. You got your
Yeah, you got your excuse.
So, okay, a vote. I say out. Annie,
I say out.
you say out.
I'd have actually said out, to be fair, but clearly the laws say no, or the current ruling says no. So, I mean, my initial opinion was it should have been given out, just because, exactly as you say. I mean, at the end of the day, he was given out. As we all know, you appeal for out in cricket. You don't say to the umpire, as you rightly said before we came on air, you don't say, I'm appealing for caught behind. You go, how's that? And everyone goes, is it out? And the umpire makes a decision. And if the umpire makes a decision, it's out. And it doesn't really matter how you're out. You are out, and if it is umpire's call on both, and he was given out, then it should have remained out. That was my feeling. Being England supporter, I was quite happy that Hartley stayed there, but we weren't going to win anyway. But
again, in both cases, you could argue there's a degree of divine justice, because Brand certainly didn't trouble the scorers for very long, and I know that annoys some people, particularly those who are scorers. Even if they get a naught, you still have to write it down. It's always the argument you hear. I remember.
It's a duck, not a naught.
Well, a duck, whatever
Thank
it may
you.
be. But either way, they could be hunted, can't they, ducks? Shoot them.
Yeah, you shoot it. Shoot that.
Right. Okay.
Talking of shoots, I'll have
we've
another
all
shot.
agreed. Common sense should have prevailed, is, I think, the team view around the bar here. Right, let's talk a little bit about Visakhapatnam, which I'll continue to say really quickly. There's a comment I picked up, Annie, from Alistair Cook, and it seemed to be bang on the money to me. 20s and 30s don't win you tests. That seemed a pretty fair summary of the difference between the sides, really, didn't it? In the first game at Hyderabad, didn't we? We had the best bowling performance, the best batting performance. We won. Admittedly, it was close. Far and away this time, we just made bits and pieces scores, bar Crawley twice. And it's the 70s don't win you the games, it's the 150s, 200s do.
Or the toss.
Yes, I agree, but in this instance, well, I see what the Bear thinks. The track seemed to behave pretty bloody well for most of, up to and including day 3. So yeah, the toss was useful, but somebody went ahead and made 200 plus, and we'll talk about that. And England just got bits and pieces scores.
Yeah, they did.
I think that's fair enough to say, but then apart from, well, Shubman Gill in the second innings, but he got a chance, didn't he? But I mean, apart from that, if you look at the scores across the 3 innings, Dryswell won the game for India. He won man of the match, and good luck to him.
There was only the next highest score was
30 something for them
34,
in their first innings. I mean, he scored 209 out of 396 or something. So
and that wins matches.
And that wins matches. And Ollie Pope, second innings, scored 196 out of 400. Won us the match in the first innings. Often how it goes in India. You get in, you got to make it count. And I think you're right, Annie. I think winning tosses in India makes a big difference. I mean, the pitch didn't deteriorate that much, you're right. But by day 4, it was up and down, and some were keeping low, and a couple of people got out to balls that misbehaved, and it only got worse as the game got on. And what it didn't do was rag, particularly, which made it kind of easier to bat, but it's pretty slow. And the ones that keep low are almost, well, they're as bad as the ones that jump, I suppose. 3 people had a virus. You know, Stokes
Yeah.
didn't.
that's
Stokes
certainly
didn't.
not going to help, is it?
Yeah, no, Stokes didn't want to put it down.
Root
to
hurt
that,
his
no.
finger.
Yeah.
I mean, look, we should worry a little bit about Root, but he did hurt his finger, and would it have been tough to bat on that? I suppose.
It might have coloured it. I mean, the thing I think is interesting, if we could like stick on Root for a minute, is everyone's saying to a certain extent he's trying to be too baseball-y, and that's not his game. The reality is, look at his numbers before and since baseball, or since Baz McCullum took over, and by and large he's demonstrably got better.
His average has gone up, hasn't it? It was 49 point something pre-Baseball. Mine is a lot more pre-Baseball than there is post-Baseball, to be fair.
I'm just going to find it. Hang on.
I don't know what he's
53,
been like.
54.
I don't know what he's been like in India before. I can't really remember what.
Very good, generally.
Pretty good.
Our best
So
bat,
so we'd be expecting.
I can
him.
tell you a couple of things there. He's in an elite club. He's the 5th man only to have passed 1,000 runs in India.
In India,
as a
right.
visiting batsman.
Yeah.
I think he's on 1,064.
He's top of the list, isn't he, or something?
At an average of best part of 44. He's not top of the list. The top of the list, Bear, is a man you know very well.
Foxy Fowler? No.
No.
Ricky Ponting?
No. Who is a cricketer you know very well, having been his chauffeur?
Oh, Clive Lloyd?
Yeah.
Really?
Yep, 1,359 runs at 75.5. Clive Lloyd in India. Second, Alistair Cook. Third, Gordon Greenidge. Fourth,
Greenidge?
Greenidge, beg his pardon.
Greenidge.
Gordon Greenidge.
Gordon Greenidge. All right then.
Just reading off the page now, aren't you?
I was. Matthew Haden, and of Australia, and Joe Root. Is your thing. But yes, so the other point which we were saying was pre-Baseball, but then as you rightly say, that's 2012, so 10 years worth.
Yeah,
251 innings, averages 49 and a strike rate of 54, Joe Root. Post Brendan McCullum, 35 innings, 53 average strike rate of nearly 76. So I think it's more, he will come good with that weight of run.
I mean, we just jump on people when they're going through bad forms, don't we? Really, but
well, this is it. He will have a good game, won't he? He'll have a match-defining game. He'll probably get a ton somewhere in the series. Hopefully, it's in a meaningful game where things are still on the line. And to be fair, this game goes at least. I mean, this series now goes at least two more tests. I mean,
it's
India
still
winning
live.
it. Yeah, well, it's still live
Yeah,
for two
yeah.
more tests, isn't it? So.
yeah.
I do think India are a little bit confused, like everyone else, when they come up against Baseball. I mean, people don't generally go to India and play like this, do they? I mean, Ashwin's been going at 5, 6 and over at times. He's not used to that at all. Same with Jadeja, you know.
He may well not be fit as well, I think, for the next game either, Annie, isn't he? Jadeja,
Jadeja, that's what I was wondering.
Yeah.
He shouldn't have taken that quick run that he got run out of.
Yeah, well, that was a great run out, though, wasn't it? I mean,
Yeah,
it's fantastic.
Who would expect that to be run out? Yeah, absolutely.
Well, we should probably blow the Jazz Wales trumpet.
Oh,
because
God.
Wasn't he magnificent?
Fantastic. I mean, when you've got a player like that, in both tests he's done really, really well, and he's looked unstoppable, really, at times.
Exactly. I mean, he is the man, isn't he? That England need. Yeah. I mean, this is it. If Kohli doesn't come back and is mooted that he's not going to be back for the next two tests that I was reading yesterday.
Oh, really?
He's still away. Yeah. So they got a big problem in the middle order. I mean, they
hope
are.
He's all right.
Yeah, same here. No one knows, isn't it? It's very mysterious about what's going on with him. But it's to England's favour because he certainly bolted that middle order. I mean, Shreyas Iyer has done not much. Shubman Gill had got a ton. Got a chance as well.
Last time, didn't he?
Yeah, but I mean, other than that.
Risky it.
Jaswell got he got an 80 in the first innings in the first game and not much in the second innings. So he got
he hasn't done brilliantly in either second innings, has he?
18, 15. He got two, but his big innings was 209 off 290. I don't think, from memory, do I recall a chance he gave away?
I don't think so. he hit it aerial a lot, but he didn't actually hit it to anybody. I don't seem to remember. Well, there might have been there might have been a couple of sharp. There might have been one or two sharp chances past Root at slip actually, but they weren't certainly gimmies. They were flashing hard. I think Root got fingertips to one. But yeah, he batted really well. You can't
extraordinarily well, and it's very exciting for them to have that sort of talent.
I
and also, and a test talent as well. I mean, yeah.
Well, I mean, I think he's sort of the poster boy for all the right kind of ambitions. Remember, he was a lad who moved home at 12 from the rural part of Uttar Pradesh to Mumbai to get to play cricket. Slept in tents, sold street food, whatever he could do to follow his dream. He'd got that 170 odd, I think, in the Caribbean, hadn't he? But a 200 in a game against England where didn't have their backs to the wall, but they were clearly very stung by losing that first test. If you have to lose with good grace, which England most certainly did, and lose to a knock like that, hold your hands up and say, well done, lad. I'm quite a fan of the Jaswell.
Exactly, and to be fair, England didn't do too bad a job of that chase when you think about it. I mean, they got to 290 chasing 390 on having lost a fair few wickets early on. No one really expected them to get there, but
I think do you know what? I harboured at some point just a little belief that they might, and then it all just seemed to fall apart just too quickly, as it so often
does. Well, it did and it didn't. There was those 2 wickets before. There was those 2 wickets just before lunch, wasn't there? Where I think Bairstow got out and someone else got out in quick succession just before lunch. Yeah, Stokes got done by another belter of a delivery, didn't it? Beat his outside edge and bowled him, I think, and Bairstow got caught LBW. Bumrah bowled extraordinary. I mean, I was even reading the other day that they might be resting Bumrah for the next test.
Which he did bowl an awful lot of overs.
Well, he did, and he was their most effective bowler. He got 9 wickets. He got 9 wickets across 2 innings. He got 6 in the first, 3 in the second. Bowled an awful lot of overs. Was their most successful bowler.
Oh, he's awesome. I really like him.
I mean, he is a superstar. He really is a superstar. But I mean, the impression I got from the article I read was that he's only just come back from what was basically
an injury.
An injury to the back, which is a stress factor, I think, like everyone else. And they don't want to overdo it, so they might arrest him for this next test.
Well, the other thing you've got to think about is that as we look up to Rajkot next, isn't it? Sort of up in Gujarat, sort of slightly to the south and west of Ahmedabad, if I got my geography right. There's only 2 test matches there. They have both been full of runs. England got a draw there in 2016. England made 537 and India followed that with 488, which suggests it's pretty decent. And then in 2018, India made 649 for 9 declared. And then the West Indies did fall over, but they were very much in their falling over period then. So if you look at that, you kind of in a way go back, don't you, to that thought that if you prepare ranked turners, you create a situation which is a leveller, and your arguably less experienced spinners can get more out of it. I think I used an analogy in another chat, might even have been last week, just in the pub, of the old baseball ground at Derby, which was basically just a mud pie where they had to actually paint the dot on the penalty spot. That's a leveller. Whereas if you have a beautiful batting track, and your spinners have to have that much more experience and skill to winkle out the wickets, that would actually work in the favour of the team with the more experienced spinners, which of course, undeniably, even is India really. So yeah, I think I'm expecting, and to Annie's point, absolutely winning the toss is going to be hugely important. But
I think we should just mention Anderson, because I think
he bowled really well.
He bowled really, really well, and it was just amazing to watch him, those first early wickets that he got, and Just coming in and reversing the ball, and just awesome bowling for a 41-year-old lad.
What do you make of his hair, Annie? What do you make of the?
He's covering up the grey, isn't he?
What we all want to know.
I don't like it myself, but there you are.
You don't
But
like
old-fashioned? No, I don't like it. I like it nice and natural looking.
Au naturel.
Au naturel, yes.
I quite like it.
I'd go along with that.
I don't mind it.
He carries it off. One thing I think I would say, he carries it off. Many of us couldn't.
Yeah, he does, absolutely. I just think he is covering up the grey, basically.
Do you know he's now the 7th highest wicket taker amongst visiting bowlers in India? People say he can't bowl it.
Yes. Crazy, isn't it?
He takes his wickets at an average of 27 in India. The top three, not surprisingly, are spinners, but actually the fourth one is a pace bowler. That's it. There's only 2 in the top 7. There's only 2 who are seamers. Courtney Walsh and Jimmy. And the top 3 are kind of interesting. Nathan Lyon, surprise. Derek Underwood.
Hey.
Is this foreign bowlers?
Yes. Yeah. Definitely Derek, and a certain Richie Beno, 3rd.
Brilliant.
There you go. And he played a lot less matches to take a lot more wickets. He took 52 wickets in India, 18 to Richie.
Bloody hell.
There you go. But yes, I mean, it does raise the question: if do they keep an unchanged side, or do they mix the bowling resources up? If I did anything, do we think an extra seamer might be something they'd consider?
Yeah, I wondered that.
What, England? Well, I was saying that in the last one. I don't think you need to pick 4 spinners. I think you need to...
Depends if Root can bowl as well, doesn't it?
Well, Root can bowl, clearly.
Yeah, but he didn't... He hurt his finger, didn't he? I don't know how bad it is. Yeah.
But Ray and Ahmed bowled all right. Shoaib bowled all right. And, you know, it's... and Hartley bowled okay. So... I think if Root can bowl, I think it gives you more options. I'd probably go for Ollie Robinson.
Yeah.
I think he might flourish in those conditions. He's got a good little cutter as well. He's definitely got one where he can cut the ball. Gets it to go both ways, if there is anything to go both ways with. So, you know, I would be tempted to go in that direction. I don't know who drops out.
No, that's a tough one.
Well, I mean, probably Shoaib Bashir would probably be the guy that drops, because you want a lefty, and then you've got the option with you think that Ryan Ahmed offers it both ways.
Yeah.
And then Root is your right armour.
Well, Ahmed bowled some really great balls.
Yes.
Some dross and some got. I mean, he gets hit around quite a bit, but he bowled some excellent balls as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Shoaib Bashir's your offie, but if providing Root's fingers okay.
Yeah.
Then
it was his pinky anyway, so that really shouldn't affect.
Yeah, it should be okay, shouldn't it?
Should be.
Well, I don't know about Leach either. Is he?
Well, that's the other thing. Does Leach? Well, is he? I don't know.
I don't know.
Be. It's only a bruised knee. After 2 weeks, you think he'd be all right.
I should think so, but he is a delicate blossom. And Harry Brook, is he going to come back?
No news on that, so it's not looking like it.
They have it's a bit like Kohli, isn't it? There's
radio silence completely.
Well, I think it's very good. I mean, so we shouldn't be trying to find out what's wrong with them, because it's all, you know, it should be a private thing.
Certainly, Kohli with his you know, he's such a fan and ambassador for Test cricket.
Yeah.
You just have to rely on and trust it's something serious.
He clearly was with playing if he could,
Clearly was is with Harry Brook as well. But you'd have heard some noises by now, I suspect, if Brook was going to be in the next Test. But who knows? I mean, do you think, Annie, Shoaib, Tom Hartley, Ren Ahmed, can they kind of learn on the job fast enough to haul England back, do you think, on a pitch that may well be hard work, particularly if you don't get to bat first?
they have learned. I think they have been learning while they're playing, and they're not going to bloody get a chance to learn during the county season, are they? So,
well, there you are. Can you imagine if you had you could somehow have Derek Underwood in his pomp and rotate your selection of other bowlers around him.
Not bad, eh?
Two, that would be what a difference that would give England. I was a big Derek Underwood fan.
I can tell.
Yeah.
I mean, do we know anything more about Ranji Trophy games at Rajkot? I mean, presumably they have ranked turners there as well. It's just a question of what they decide to prepare for the Test match.
Yeah.
No, I think it's generally known to be a very good batting.
Good batting, yeah.
Okay. Damn, that means we're going to go 5 days. I don't want to go 5 days.
Yes, you do.
No.
Well, yes, unfortunately, that's the VCCI doesn't take into account,
you have to get up
early starts in Guerrilla Studios.
Yeah.
Anyway, we've done the rotors for this test, and I'm giving you've got bags of time off.
I got Saturday and Sunday off, haven't I? Apart from a little
that's
bit
bags
of
of time.
You're coming in for a bit of Saturday, as ever. You've got your Sunday off. Jason's riding to the rescue.
I was supposed to be going to Gran Canaria for 4 days.
Oh.
But
such is life.
Okay, anyway.
So anyway, so were there going to be any changes?
Especially on a beach like that's behind me. That's what I was looking forward to, but yeah.
So what do we think changes-wise? If you had to make a change, are we saying possibly a seamer and it might be Robinson for a spinner and go with two
Bashir
seamers?
probably, yeah.
And I would probably go Shoaib Bashir would probably be my... Which I think is a little bit harsh on him. I think, well, and the other thing is if Leach comes back and you're going to go that way, then maybe Leach gets in for Hartley, which is also a little bit harsh. But Leach is your frontline spinner who has the most experience and was the most economical of the spinners in the game he played when he was injured, and certainly has a little bit more nous.
And you don't want to keep Hartley in just because he can bat as well.
No.
Have to see how his golf goes in Abu Dhabi.
Yeah.
Apart from Rehan Ahmed, of course, who thinks golf is for old men and doesn't want to have anything to do with it.
Good on him.
Yeah, exactly. It is so much the McCullum-Stokes mentality, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
2 hard Test matches. We're not going to go there and play much cricket. We're just going to enjoy.
We're just going to go have fun and join our families, having.
Well, they'll go. Was something about a Turkish TV series he wants to catch up with.
Yeah. Weird.
It's unusual, but there we go. If that's what he wants to do, good luck to him. Sorry, Bear, you were going to say something.
No, I was just confirming that. Yeah, the Turkish TV series. I thought that was a bit odd. Why Turkish? Must be really good. Maybe I should try and find it.
Because it's a delight.
Fucking hell. That's terrible.
Right, South Africa. Let's talk about South Africa C.
South Africa C.
And we've had some of our South African friends on who are very clear about their opinions of.
And what
of
are
it
they?
all,
Because I haven't heard what they said.
Pretty much that by hook or by crook, it devalues the South African brand and the Test game generally, and whatever excuses Cricket South Africa give you, it's wrong that you go and play a high-profile Test series. It's disrespectful to New Zealand because someone somewhere went, don't think we'd do that if it was in our 5 Test series in England, including a Test at Lords, but probably New Zealand's all right.
I think it's really, really, really sad. That's the thing that I think mostly. I think, this should be the main thing, and also a Test series in New Zealand. Those grounds, they are beautiful.
Yeah.
And why aren't you going over there and all making the most of it? I just think it's crazy. Absolutely. I think it's really, really sad. I really do. I think it's sad that South African cricketers feel the way they do, and that obviously there's money issues and stuff, so I do think it's a really bad state of affairs for Test cricket.
I don't know, for players, it's difficult, isn't it? I mean, someone like Rabada who goes, I should be playing for South Africa, but actually it's a lot easier to stay at home and play this stuff.
Yeah, but it's...
and they're getting paid probably more money to play in the SAT20, and that's the problem, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
Again,
I think
we come
that's
back
why
to
that's why it's sad. It's the wrong way round. you should be paying. That should be the pinnacle. That should be the thing that you really want to do, because that's the best payment. That's the best exposure. You know.
Yeah.
And it's just a sad state of affairs, really. That's what's going to happen. We're going to just be a franchise world.
We are, unfortunately, unless they start making Windows and cut it all back. But that's
That's not going to happen, because the TV companies don't want that.
No, and we're back round to the bloody governing bodies, distribution of funds. Well, here we go again. You know.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, it is
like
indeed
you say,
the pinnacle. As Ricky Ponting named his wine, although he was talking about the Ashes, wasn't he, in his naming of the fine Barossa Shiraz that we enjoyed
Bear's
drinking.
right. I mean, the South African players, why would they go away and play when they could stay at home, earn more money?
Yeah.
It devalues the World Test Championship. It devalues the experience for people watching, because you want to see the best opponents that the opponents can bring.
I think it's setting a precedent as well. I think that's the dangerous thing. I think more than any other team. I mean, West Indies have been guilty of it for a while for the same reasons.
Yes.
For the same understandable reasons. But you're not taking your best. Well, the whole point is you play cricket, and then the best 11 or the best 14 or whatever are chosen to play for the country, and that's how it got. Maybe it's just a tradition that we should just get over, but it's
no. I mean, it is the pinnacle of the game, isn't it? I mean, that's what we all like to watch. And
there is nothing more exciting.
No,
there's
exactly.
nothing more exciting than watching.
So they are sort of getting what they deserve. South Africa. The sad thing is, do they care? And then I
imagine the players who are out there.
No one wants to go out and lose, do they?
No, exactly.
The player that plays a game to lose it. Well, if you do, it's for nefarious, dodgy gambling reasons normally.
Well, exactly that. I mean, some of those players out there, some of them have played in Test matches before. Weren't indeed good enough. No, not a lot of them. There's about 3 or 4 or 5 of them, isn't there?
It sets you on a spiral, and you lose, so you don't want to play, and then you don't want to play Test cricket because you lose, and then you stop playing, and then they don't have another team to take out. It's all that sort of shit, basically.
Come on, Bear, Jason, we're on.
Yeah. And it doesn't help that you're watching it in New Zealand and there's nobody in the bloody crowd, and you're thinking, what's going on?
Why am I here?
Yeah.
Well, let's lighten the tone.
Okay, sorry.
Team a little bit.
Yeah, I've had a bad enough morning without getting depressed in your bar.
Santani.
You can drown your sorrows at least here.
At least the barman's friendly.
Yeah, he is. Yeah.
Landlord.
Oh, first ball after lunch. I was trying to make a cup of coffee before I got back, but I didn't have time. Defended by Ashwin into the offside, out to cover, and there's no run. Who else is supposed to be with us? Dave, isn't it?
Dave, do you want to let him in?
Yep, there he is. I might quickly rush out between overs and make my coffee.
Fair enough.
I thought we had another couple of minutes to spare, but we don't. Welcome back, Dave.
Hey, how's it going?
Oh, you're wearing a jumper over your nice natty shirt.
I know, yeah, it's a bit too cold. It's a bit too cold.
Put the heating on. It's not cold, actually. It's not cold in London. We haven't had the heating on for the last 2 days. It's quite crazy. Right. Wood is in, bowling to Ashwin, who gets it up under the armpit, works it behind, thinks about a run, doesn't like it up there, but Folks keeps him on strike. No run.
Folks does a good job of scurrying around, I think.
Yeah.
A few times with the spinners as well, like just if there's anything that needs to, like you need to jump for a catch or whatever, he moves quite well. He had an injury recently, didn't he? He slipped on a flip-flop or something stupid.
2 years ago now. That was 2 years ago now. Yeah, he was down to do that summer, wasn't he? And then he slipped in the changing room, was out for the entire summer. And that's when Bairstow got his place back. That was first year baseball, wasn't it? That's,
shit.
Defended back towards Woody, and there's no run. Yeah, because then Bairstow came in, and then we got all those big third innings victories against New Zealand.
Yeah, all those insane games. Yeah, that was a pretty good summer. There was something funny about that injury. I can't remember what it was exactly. It wasn't exactly a flip-flop. But
No, yeah, I thought he slipped his spikes or something, and he was going into the changing room, and that was it. And just did his ankle, didn't he, or something?
it was like Maxwell levels of injury or whatever.
Yeah, stupidity basically. Woody in short and into the armpit of Ashwin, who gets inside the line, rides it, and lets it through to Folks, and there's no run.
I like this a lot. I think this is a good tactic.
Yeah, it's better than around the wicket, but I'd still probably have a leg slip in there. I mean, what are they going for? They're going for a strangle. He's unlikely to try and hook it.
No, he's not really a known bowler and hooker. Might have a little dabble,
but not if it's right up there. I wouldn't have thought. If it's a bit lower, possibly.
He's no Rohit. Yeah, looking again at Ashwin coming down the pitch, straight down the pitch. He does happen to go just outside that off stump as well, where he'd bowl.
Yeah, well, exactly. That's Fuller driven nicely. No one down at long on. He might get 4 for this one.
Oh yeah, it's quite handy.
That is quite handy. First 4 of the afternoon by Ashwin.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Nice shot.
Yeah, lovely drive. Got nicely on top of that with all his frame. Yeah, just zipped along. Who's that? Jimmy Anderson.
Yeah, Jimmy's in at mid wicket. Chasing all down.
Mid wicket tried to cover it off. Yeah, so no mid on. We just have we've got the mid wicket and then a few fellas behind square, I think. Oh, short leg.
Ashwin in a, now got right across on that one. Could have quite easily caught a little glove. Knows what's coming. Bit of cat and mouse.
The many faces of Mark Wood as well. He was very intrigued.
And that's the end of the over. Over to you, Messi.
Jay Grover was listening when I was trying to summon you from the green room, saying, "Come on, Bear, Jason, we're on." He says, "I've never watched WWE, but that is a tag team that gives me the fear." Leah says, "I'm seeing that Ashwin is taking a page out of Jadeja's The Great Book of Calling Dodgy Singles there." Yeah.
That was a proper send-up of Safraz. I can't believe that. Did you see the video the great cricketer did? It was brilliant.
No, I didn't. But yeah, he did get totally sold down the river by.
Yeah, well, as Ozakovsky said, remember the name Safraz Khan because beware of him in the upcoming matches. And Sudahu says, "Morning. I see they've been behind runs for running on the wicket. Indeed, they have, as they should have been."
Yeah, Hartley is going to continue after lunch, and it's just defended into the offside. And there's no run. I suppose I could play some jingles. Hartley had a new one. This was after he got his wickets.
We said, who's this guy that's come out of the blue? Then he took 7 wickets on Test debut.
It's quite a good little jingle by Mogg. Worked into the leg side, out towards deep mid wicket for a single.
Very easily done. Got to make some changes, I think.
Well, this wicket, we were discussing this before lunch, weren't we? I mean,
Yeah,
this wicket
yeah.
just looks pretty placid if you can get in. It's you get out by making mistakes, and to be fair, a lot of the wickets have been mistakes.
Yes.
Definitely. Tends to be how they happen. Yeah, let's see. I don't know, you could conjure something out of Ashwin if he just gets a bit bogged down, I think.
Well, hopefully. Or one of these super balls actually catches an edge rather than missing one of them. Bunted back down the ground by Ashwin, gets himself another single. His partnership's becoming a little bit sticky and a bit annoying.
Yeah, how tall is Durrell? I feel like he's not as
doesn't
tall
look
as
very
Ashwin.
tall.
Yeah, those are good partnerships. The kind of the Crawley Duckett dynamic.
Yeah, get your length.
Dynamic duo.
He's coming over the wicket now,
Oh,
Hartley.
oh.
Interesting.
It's not really much to aim at, is there? No.
Well, no.
There's no rough, or unless Jadeja created some.
There'll be a little bit, but not much. And it turns, and it's clipped straight to Ollie Pope, who's at mid-wicket. Quite sweetly timed.
It's a bit short. I mean, Hartley sometimes does that. He kind of drives through the pitch, and in my head, I'm thinking, oh, God, he's going to get bollock down.
Well,
stadium.
yeah.
And then sometimes it comes off.
Well, that's the thing. His control is
yeah.
not perfect by any means. That's better. Oh, he's out. It's got him. Has he caught it?
Oh, bingo, bango.
It. Oh, he did catch it. Thank God for that. I thought he dropped it. Oh, did he drop it? He's dropped
wait,
it.
Hold on.
He's put it down. Shit. Ollie Pope is just smashed at him by Jarrell. And Ollie Pope must have caught it and put it straight into the dirt.
It wasn't that hard to catch, was it?
Oh, yeah, no.
Straight at him.
Couldn't hold on to it.
Red basket.
In and out.
Oh, they really needed that as well. That's a
big got a second go as well.
Big mistake from England.
It was a crap shot.
It was crap cricket all over.
Yeah.
Well, he defends that one out to the offside and there's no run. Hartley has dispensed with that theory straight away. Ollie Pope not happy. England not happy. And India move on to 394 for 7. Jace, you wouldn't mind finishing that coffee off for me, would you? I don't think I'm going to have time to run out and come back. I'd be very appreciative if you would.
Suda who said, can't remember the name, still trying to remember Carlos Braithwaite. And poor drop.
Yeah, it was a poor drop. Should have held that. Came quick. At this level, you've got to hold on to those.
It just seemed like one of those miraculous Ben Stokes dismissals that he just managed to pull off, having the fielder in the right place at the right time.
Yeah.
Crap delivery, actually, but...
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Didn't deserve one.
Jason.
That's Ashwin. Trying to force that out on the offside. Thick under edge. Goes up towards mid-on. No run.
Yeah, he's looking a bit comfier now. Here's Ashwin.
Oh, looking at that. It went straight in and straight out. Just bounced off his hands. He couldn't react in time. Tried to kick it up with his right foot. That didn't happen either.
No.
And Jarrell was a lucky boy.
Ugh.
And now Ashwin is facing up to Woody. He's got his line right from over the wicket.
We saw...
I guess he could see that drop as something of a papal dispensation.
Well...
Sorry. Couldn't resist.
Oh, yeah. Get him in. When did we last see Jimmy? We saw Jimmy at the start of the day to Kuldeep.
And we saw a couple of overs later on as well, I think.
Yeah. Fire him on, I think.
Well, what I do like about Stokes is the way he does shuffle his pack when nothing's happening.
Oh, definitely.
Because you got to do it. Gets inside it, does Ashwin, and flicks it away annoyingly down fine leg for 4 runs. Let's give it that one.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
And India closing in on 400.
Yeah, that was done with a bit of ease. He kind of, backing across. He's pretty comfy with that.
Yeah, it needs to be higher, doesn't it? It needs to be up around.
Higher, but you see, he's got his footwork right. He's he's right in the line, and just inch that across through fine leg. But
well, he knows what's coming, doesn't he?
Yeah, exactly.
Should try a Yorker.
He's a smart guy.
Yeah. Wood in. Ooh, now that's close to the glove. That's what he's going for, a little strangle.
See, that's it. It just doesn't have to be like between his ears either. It can be just that funny length where it doesn't quite get up or it doesn't quite go as quickly as you expect.
Yep.
He sets up quite well, actually, does Ashwin. I mean, he's a man who thinks a lot about cricket. Probably a little bit too much about cricket.
Probably too much. Yeah, he's much deeper in his crease against Wood than against Anderson, they're showing.
As you would.
Yes.
So I'm right in saying Wood went round the wicket before lunch, right?
Yeah, and started and then came over, just before the end. That one's straighter. Doesn't beat Wood. He throws at the stumps. As Ashwin once again heads down the track.
Yeah, just inside that off stump.
Yes.
If he went outside the leg stump, then maybe I'd give him the benefit of the day. Look, he might still be making a mistake. Or maybe not. Maybe, as he said, he's a man who thinks a lot about his cricket.
Yeah,
he knows what he's doing.
Do we know if he's any good at chess? Ashwin.
He's good at chess, but he could be shit at dancing or moving those limbs. Just because he can bowl doesn't mean he can do too much else. But now he's an alright cricketer. He's pretty good.
Wood in again. That's once more into the hit. Oh, thank you, Jace. Cheers.
Got his coffee.
That's alright. Strong is good. Keep me awake. Single down to long leg.
Rehan Ahmed, I think. How do you take your coffee, Bear?
White, no sugar.
There you go. Sweet enough already.
Sweet enough already.
Speeding coffee, Brian in Brisbane is on. He says, morning. Oat. Yes, no. Yes, no. Hold on. Shit. Classic guerrilla commentary.
Yes.
Yeah. I think we were willing that wicket into existence.
Yeah.
It just wasn't quite there.
It's going to take something like that to get the wicket, and then hopefully you can break through the last two. But if you've been able to get in, it's been pretty easy to bat.
Oh yeah, definitely. I still think if you got India under 450, you'd be pretty happy.
Wow.
Under 500 maybe even.
I just worry about England's first innings runs. Have to wait. Oh, now he can't be out, can he? He's pitched outside leg. Hartley's bowling over the wicket. Ashwin just padded up.
I think we're going to see some audacious padding away from Ashwin, just to say that, like, what are you doing? What are you doing?
Well,
but if he gets like too cute, he might miss one. You never know.
Well, yeah,
he's going to say, "I know this game."
Yeah, but this is it. He's trying to prove to everyone that I know this. What are you doing, Tom Hartley?
Yeah.
See there.
Spin.
Ooh. Sorry, got excited.
Yeah, it does spin and beats the bat, hits the back pad. Probably would have gone to stumps, but pitched miles outside leg stump. He was trying to push that way onto the leg side. Probably hit him outside leg stump even, but it's going on, I think, to hit.
It is turning a lot from out there, isn't it?
Yeah, well, there's a foot mark, isn't
there? Yeah.
Let's see what he does. Has a little look through that square leg region.
And that's a nice sweep. Got right on top of it. Sweeps it down to fine leg. I presume Woody is fielding. Gets himself a single. And the 400 is up for India. 400 for 7. Ashwin on 36. Jarrell on 34. Little leg slip there as well.
Yeah, Joe Root there, leg slip. That was a very handy. I think that's in play.
Old school card. No digital shit up here. It's painted numbers on bits of metal. Like it. Defended by Jarrell.
Well, we've still got that at the Wacker, the scoreboard with all the names on, all the numbers. It takes 6 people to run it, but it looks fantastic.
Yeah.
By the way, at the Wacker, Australia 6 for 439,
Oof.
leading by 363. Poor old South Africa.
Yeah, they're getting battered.
Day 2, right, isn't it?
Yeah. They were all out about lunchtime, weren't they?
76 or something.
Yeah. That one spins, but Jarrell gets on top of it. There's no run. Weirdly defends kind of a little cross-battedly though. It's not very straight.
Yeah, he gets a good bit of shape. It just curves that last minute, turns him a little bit. A little bit of something there, possibly, for Hartley to work with.
Yep. Jarrell facing up Hartley around the wickets. Defended to the offside. There is no run. I think Hartley needs to... Well, go on, Messi.
Suda Huso, so is there such a thing as a good drop that isn't whiskey? And he says, mid-wicket, hardly a weird fielding position. Every wicket can't be a Stokes masterclass.
True, very true.
Yeah. And Jay says, I don't have a scintilla of the talent that Maxwell has, but I find his ability to fuck himself up is in utterly ridiculous ways, oddly humanising.
I do have questions. I have a lot of questions about Maxwell. what he does at parties and how he entertains himself
Yeah.
in the cricket field.
Yeah, it's
Makes him all the more lovable, I think.
Yeah, he's a bit of a maverick, isn't he?
Yeah, there's like weird stories about him. Like they couldn't get the ambulance to him. They were carrying his broken leg. It was shattered at some 30th, I think he was at.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Woody backed around the wicket. Gets punched out into the covers there as he bowls out across Ashwin. Doesn't get up, no run.
Yeah, test him out here around the wicket. There was a nice little bit of cat and mouse between Wood and Safras before he got his first test run, where it was loads of short stuff and then a very, very full ball on leg stump, which he drove and he got his first run. But yeah, test him out a bit and then test out the full ball, I think.
Well, yeah. Got to try and make a mistake. Wood around a wicket again. Short, pulled.
Ooh.
Does pull that one. It's all on the ground though, down to Ryan Ahmed, down it. Long leg. Just be the one run.
Who do we have there? So we got Rehan at fine leg. We've got a leg slip. Kind of a square leg, is it?
Yeah.
Just got it, and Ravi Ashwin managed to kind of pierce it through those fielders.
And get on top of it.
Yeah. Yeah, so do we expect that test match in with the Wacker to go to day 4, and will they get massive cracks?
I would suggest not. Down the arse, and Jarrell doesn't even think about playing it. No run.
It'll be lucky to get to day 3, to be honest.
Yeah,
I'd
I think so.
expect Australia to declare after tea today with a lead of 400 or so, and good chance of bowling South Africa out.
Would that be dusk and swinging time?
Well,
is it a day night?
It doesn't tend to
no,
get.
It's not a day night. Is it? They just start
it's not.
later.
It's unlikely to be swinging, but it's still a quick wicket, and I just don't think that the South Africans are very tuned to the pace and bounce of the wicket. Especially seeing as they've lost Marizan Cap, who's sick. That's a big blow for them.
Oh yeah. Woody in, short, ducked. Jarrell goes through the folks, no run.
It's just so good to see cricket back at the Wacker, though.
It is, although
That's
I would have been there yesterday if it hadn't been 42 degrees. 42 degrees at the Wacker is bloody hot.
They have some grassy knolls, but then a bit of cover as well, don't they?
They do now, but even so, just being in that sort of heat is, for me, sitting in air conditioning, watching 3 test matches at once on TV, or sitting in 42 degrees watching one without any TV, it's not a hard choice.
Well, yeah. Defended by Jarrell this time. Back up the track, picked up by Woody, no run.
Leah suggests you're thinking of Yuzvendra Chahal, who's a very good chess player.
He is, he's a chess champ, isn't he?
That's right, that's exactly who I was thinking of.
Not quite the heavyweight champ. He's a very light fella.
Yeah, he is indeed.
I'd imagine Ashwin would be good at chess. Or it's something he'd tell people he's good at chess.
Good spinners ought to be.
Yeah.
Jarrell facing up to Woody, who's in. Down the legs! Oh, not sure it carried or was put down by Stokes at leg slip. He tried to flick it around there. And Stokes definitely got something on it. I don't know if it carried. It went very quick. They're difficult to take unless they're straight at you. But by his reaction, it looks like he put it down.
Yeah, he's making it look anyway like... Let's see.
It was flicked.
Ooh,
it was. It was straight at him and he's put it down.
Jesus.
Came very, very quickly.
They're not doing themselves any good.
No, that's 2 drop catches. That's not good, and that's both players as well now.
The man himself. Not every dismissal can be a Stokes dismissal, but I mean, I think at a certain point maybe you get the right to say Yeah, if you get like a stupid catch, it's like, well, that was some masterful thinking.
Well, he put himself there as exactly they've been bowling
exactly.
for that. You've got to take the chance when it arrives, and they unfortunately have not.
Would have looked like a genius, but
indeed.
Would Shane Warne? Do you think he'd be handy at a game of chess? Think he would have been?
Nah.
I'm not sure he'd have the patience.
No.
Exactly.
No.
Hartley. Oh, that one spins, and Ashwin tries to push it in the offside. Maybe it keeps a little bit low. Plays over the top of it. There's no run.
I was just going to say, was that where Ashwin ran down the crease? But no, it was the other end.
Yeah, he's probably trying at both ends, isn't he?
Oh, it's not good. Yeah, I think he's just furious at himself. He did kind of.
Yeah, I think he didn't have a lot of time to see it, to be fair. Ashwin defends it out into the covers, and there's no run.
Ooh,
probably should have. I don't know if he had his hands the right way up.
Yeah, that's the thing. He was kind of doing
the Australian thing, but it was quite low.
Yeah.
It was an awkward height. Could have been either. Defended. Hartley's third ball of the over. Back to him. No run.
Yeah, so Hartley has definitely given up on the over the wicket thing anyway to Ashwin. Thought that could have been an interesting little subplot.
Yeah, well, he wasn't bowling very well from over there.
Yeah.
Driven, but with no timing by Ashwin. Out to the covers, no run.
I think we're pretty much in shit gets wickets territory.
Well, we are, kinda.
Ben Duckett time.
Hey,
hopefully not. Hopefully not.
Heavy. Oh dear. Twitter will blow up if that's the case.
Hartley in bowls, defended by Ashwin, no run. His partnership is now becoming a little annoying.
Tweeted 6 minutes ago. She said, "Come on, England, do some declaration bowling and feed Ashwin some pies from Master Baker Duckett."
I don't know. Would he accept the pies? Ashwin he's batting pretty slow here.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hartley tosses that up, defended again by Ashwin. Back to him, no run. End of the over, 401 for 7. We'll probably get one more in, then we'll have a switch.
Okay. Jay Grover says, no public schoolers should be allowed to play cricket. I propose unionising drop catches. Josie Oak is happy. He says, I didn't realise there were 2 by-elections yesterday and that the Tory thieves got smashed in both.
Indeed.
Despite them being safe Tory seats in the past. Yeah, sometimes there's good stuff happening, isn't there, Josie? Where are we? Suda who says, I don't know what he's talking about there. Why so many catches? We need Gary for his analysis. Oh dear.
Where is Gary? He's probably gone back to bed, has he?
No, he's on in a bit. He's on after you guys next. Who's next up? 40, Colin Suter, who is on. And Jace is going to come in and take over from me. Iran Ahmed is going to bowl. And that's pulled aerially and long and all the way down to the boundary for 6 runs by Jarrell. Poor start from him.
And this is my last stint of the day. I've got to go and bake some brownies to take to see my grandsons this afternoon.
Very nice. Very, very nice.
Special brownies or just brownies?
Just regular?
They're always special. They expect me to arrive with brownies. The secret of good brownies is not cooking them too long. Keep them gooey.
Yeah, that is pushed out into the covers by Jarrell. Thinks about a single, but it's not there.
How are the geese? Give us a geese update.
3:09. The goose is not at the window yet. I expect her to be there in about 10 minutes.
Okay. Defended once more out to the covers. No run.
Yeah, that was very short from Rehan. Sorry, Messi.
Yeah, you're going to get one of those and over from a leggy. This one he tosses up. It's defended by Jarrell. No run.
He's been very good though. Like I don't know, for a young leggy, there's a lot to work with. I think. Like
yeah, there is. Well, that's what I like about him. There is a lot to work with, and he needs some work. He's a bit of a rough diamond, but there's certainly a lot of potential there. Too short, pushed wide. Good stop or half stop by Bairstow at backward point. Now he's going to get through for a single, but if it had beat him, it would have been a 4.
Yeah, someone like a Stuart McGill, it's like that's exactly what you're getting. You're not really...
Yeah, you're not getting a full warning. You're just getting a...
No.
That was a good stop by Bairstow.
Yeah, pretty handy. Ooh.
Ashwin pulls out. Last ball of our stint.
Jay says, for some reason, Dave's comment made me laugh. He really does look like a man who would tell you you're good at chess.
Out! Finally, we've got him. Our last ball of our stint. Ashwin has come down the track and tried to drive it over the top. He's not got over the top of it. It's been caught. Jimmy Anderson, the dad of the team,
Jimmy,
has shown the others how to catch. It was dropping on him, but he caught it comfortably. And Ashwin goes for 37 off 89. England get the breakthrough that they've desired. It's 408 for 8. It hasn't cost them that much from Ashwin. And they will be happy. I will play a jingle, and when I come back, I will have changed into Jason.
Okay, I shall see you tomorrow.
Okay, see you later, Messi. Bye.
See you, Messi.
Hello. Meanwhile, on tweets, YouTube channel makes those Somali children in UNICEF adverts look buff. And take it over. Jeremy is controlled by a Pavlovian goose. He is indeed. Over on YouTube.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Colin.
Sorry, on YouTube I'll just say. And repeat, why so many catches? We need that. Oh, we actually had that. Right, never mind. We're up to date. Morning, lads. How are we?
Hello there. Hello. So we haven't been on for a while, have we, Colin? Nice to see you. Are you on the rigs?
Oh, no, I'm not.
No, he wouldn't be with us if he's on the rigs. I'm not sure the internet goes out as well out there.
Oh,
well, they've probably they got sort of drone antennae floating around. I don't know. How does it work? Probably not.
They have good internet, but they don't pay for good internet. That's
you have to pay for it.
No, we don't have to pay for it, but they just scrimp on the amount of available bandwidth. So.
Well, meanwhile, in the Test match last wicket, Ravichandran Ashwin out for 37. Court Anderson bowled at Rehan. India are 408 for 8. And Jasprit Bumrah has come in. Don't know whether you've got time to jingle him up.
Let's try it.
And now then, Marty Bumrah, oh, you're bowling again, aren't you? Oh, I thought as much.
And Hartley is in again. It won't be to the new batsman because this will be the first ball of the over. To Jurel, who's had a couple of lives since lunch. He's 39 off 89. Will Australia rue those?
That grubbed. They must be looking very happily at that, seeing they've got 100.
My goodness, that absolutely did grub. Got barely 6 inches off the ground once it pitched. Hartley in again. And that's defended back down the wicket with an extravagant gesture by Jurel.
You do wonder whether they've been given the amount of chances that have been offered up and eventually taken since lunch, whether they've been told to get on with it a bit more and to get into the field.
Yeah, there was a little bit more intense, isn't there? Hartley in for his third ball of the over, on the money, defended by Jurel. I think not full baseball, but if it's there to be hit, don't think twice seems to be the order of the day.
And even that catch from Jimmy, who has been a safer pair of hands than anybody else. He had 2 goes at it.
He did. I don't think we could have handled the third drop. I mean, if Jurel goes within the next few runs, no great harm done, but he's still there now. Dot ball.
I can imagine if Stokes had seen 3 catches in about 3 overs, it'd have been full double teapot, steam coming out of his ears, full Ginger Menace mode.
He was responsible for one of them, one might add.
Yeah.
It did come bloody quickly. I mean, you know. And everyone will say the same thing. When test match level, they have to be taken. Defended by Jarrell straight down the wicket. But of course, sometimes they're not taken. And what percentage of catches are taken? I suppose you have to agree what's defined as a catch.
Well, it's a subjective thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Catches that should be taken
Yes.
versus catches that are taken. There's a subjective element in the first metric.
Exactly right. Can he hold on for the maiden here? Pings it in, and he can. That's a comparative rarity in this innings. Maiden from Hartley, so the score remains at 408 for 8. What have you got for us, Colin?
Let's have a look. Twitter, nothing is actually. We've actually got nothing.
Absolutely.
Neither Twitter nor YouTube have updated, so we're on the same. And yeah.
So it tends to be a bit slow after lunch. It's rather like the Lords members gradually wandering their way back into their seats.
You get a small influx of people who are joining for the first time, and then the people who go for the interval break and try and do something like get breakfast. If you're in the UK,
angrily shouting at tourists.
Just getting the children ready for school, mopping up the bacon and eggs, doing a little bit of washing up around the country. And of course around the world as well. Various times we're here that's a dot ball from Rehan to Bumrah. It's been a beautiful day in Melbourne town. Just been watering the garden. It's 6:10 here. Rehan puts a lot of flip, if I can put it that way. A lot of sort of action in his hand. It doesn't always get the results. Not
he's
yet.
got a very energetic action, but it doesn't necessarily result in action on the ball unless he's bowling his googly.
That's kind of what I was driving at. Yes, it feels as if there should be more coming out once it's hit the pitch, but not a great deal always happens. Energetic action indeed. Short, stocky fellow comes in again. And that was the googly, and it bemuses Bumrah, I think it's fair to say. He plays around it.
That couldn't have missed off stump by very much.
Yeah. And that one is the more conventional delivery, straight down. Defended out to gully. Got ball. Well, a bit of pressure being put on by England, trying to build up the pressure. But they come up with 2 consecutive maidens post the wicket. That would be welcome. If you can't take wickets, build up pressure. In comes Ahmed again. And pushes that through a little faster. And Bumrah playing with his bat a long way from his body, nevertheless negotiates it. But it is another maiden, and India remain on 408 for 8. Nothing happening, Colin?
Only the one, the Yolanda. Time for Bumrah maiden test ton, methinks.
Yes. Well, yes.
Yeah, I think the bookies will be having a look at that, given his average is about 6.
Yeah, he did score a few runs, didn't he, last time he was in England, rather unexpectedly.
He got a 50 or 40?
Nothing
Mainly
strange.
swats over square leg, from memory.
Yes, well, every dog has his day. The Barmy Army trumpeter is out in force. I wouldn't like to be seen next.
The man who has been dropped, Siraj, had a field day in that series.
That's right. Hartley in to Durrell, squeezed out. 2 point, there's no run. They've gone back into their shell after the wicket. Have you ever sat anywhere near the trumpeter?
No.
I think Grubby did once and didn't find it a particularly pleasant experience. That's played out by Durrell. Now, I think they've turned down the single there, so
yeah,
this is clearly a strategy to Durrell's going to farm the strike.
I think the whole point of the trumpeter is you don't have to sit close to him to hear it.
Yeah.
Or the Barmy Army, for that matter.
Yes. They have a very mixed reaction, don't they, the Barmy Army? I find, how do I feel about them? Generally think they're good.
I do. I think they're good in the first session, but when you get the same chant repeated, ad nauseum, and it gets to the third session, it gets a bit wearing.
It does, but at least there are more than 2 words. I don't want to be, critical of my.
Oh, they're
home
quite
country.
inventive. There's no doubt about that.
Aussie 3 times, then oi 3 times, repeated ad nauseam. Really is quite tiring. That is played down to mid-off by Jarrell. This is going to be a long and very tedious partnership if it carries on like this, because Jarrell is turning down the first 4 balls.
But we're into the danger part of the over now. The 3-4 balls gone. There's a chance for the field to come up and Jarrell to hit over the top.
He comes again. Well, he's played down to... Played wide of the man at short mid wicket, played down to the man at mid on, so they do get the single. So Hartley has all of 1 ball to have a go at Bumrah. Johnny Bairstow, we haven't seen a great deal of today, I would say, because the fielding.
He's been largely anonymous in the field.
I mean, if the ball doesn't come to you, there's not much you can do about it. 2 slips in for Bumrah. And it does go to the second slip. Well, it goes wide of the second slip, but not in the air. So they turn down the opportunity for Bumrah to keep the strike. And India are on 409 for 8 with just the 1 run off the over.
On YouTube, message just updated us. Bumrah's top score is 34 not out. Jake Grover on Twitter just going to me saying he spoke to a Navy friend. Apparently oil rigs are shit and full of grumbling twats, like submarines but less farts. I hate it when my naive beliefs are destroyed. Still fancy a go in a helicopter mind. Which you'd be very disappointed by. Kiwi by day would love to be contributing to the discussion, but busy prepping the house for putting on the market. So much to do, love listening, going empty houses, fix the holes, painting the walls, etc, etc. Back to you.
Dot ball first up from Rehan to Jarrell. Out on the onside. In fact, no, there couldn't even have been a single there if they wanted it, because it was directly to the man. And this one goes directly to mid-off, no run. However, is everyone staying awake in Sydenham, Jace?
It's not normally now that it's the issue.
Oh, and he's gone over the top, Jarrell. Slightly unexpectedly. Oh, and he's gone all the way over the top for a maximum.
Smack it in the air. Smack it in the air. Legs moving side to side. Smack it in the air. Smack it in the air.
Smaximum. It's the first time I think we've seen anybody use their feet today. They've all played the ball from the crease. And that's the first time that anyone's stepped out to play a shot.
You can't complain at 415 for 8, but it is it's a fairly cautious approach. I mean, it's not kind of like 1950s style cricket. There's a dot ball. The run rate's 3.36, which is, I guess, neither slow nor fast. But it's I think it would be very difficult to sell a baseball approach to the Indian subcontinent. I'm not sure they'd buy it. I think there is kind of the weight of the nation on your shoulders when you're organising an Indian team. It's hard for us in non-subcontinent countries to recognise just how all-consuming cricket is, isn't it?
Yes, the weight of 1 billion people on your shoulders, Sachin Tendulkar.
Yeah, exactly so. One of my sons had a trip round India and he felt considerably disadvantaged by knowing nothing about cricket. Ahmed in again. And a cut short, goes for the cuts.
I think they got him.
Of interest. And what's happening here? You'll have to talk me through it, Jace.
They're all celebrating, and Jarrell, I think, has walked. I think he's realised it's not worth an appeal because he knows he's hit it. Yes, there's a big edge on that. That's another great catch from Folks with a fairly decent deflection with about a foot to the gloves off the back cut.
No, you're dead right, Jace. That was all about the angles there. Folks lined his gloves up exactly correctly, had the right amount of give in the gloves so that it didn't go, wasn't hard gloves, didn't come straight back out. So Not necessarily the most glamorous of catches, not a great leap in the gully, but a good technical catch there, I would say, from folks. So Jarrell goes 46 off 104 balls. He's done his job. A good debut from him. Would have been he'd be a little bit disappointed not to get the 50, but not too much, I don't think. And Siraj, the last man, comes to the wicket.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says you're out.
Siraj, you're there.
When you gotta find your way from the streets, gotta find a way to land in your food. There's only one man who could save us now. His mama's Siraj.
Well,
Siraj goes out of that. More or less, the whole Indian team disappeared inside the dressing room to
get their whites on.
Get the whites on. It doesn't give you a great deal of confidence as a batsman. I
Well,
don't think,
these
but, yeah,
two do
fair
average
enough.
6 and 4 respectively. So
well, exactly.
You have to picture the wicketkeeper clapping in wicketkeeper's gloves.
Exactly right. Yeah. Well, assuming that this does get wrapped up fairly soon, it's looking like one would say probably about a par score, maybe even, if you were being super critical, a touch below. But we're not there yet. Maybe Siraj and Bumrah will surprise us. 415 for 9. 2 slips have gone in. And dot ball first up. Folks takes it. That will be, I think, yes, that will be the end of Rehan's 20th over. He's 2 for 77, and the score is 415 for 9 at the end of the 124th over.
Over on Twitter, Jake Rover. Damn fuck 40 is a bit more Soto voice today. I'm not sure what it means. He gave me.
Was I a little too lively yesterday? I don't know.
He gave me the fear on Valentine's. Sounded far too contented. Over on YouTube, Kieran Roseblade. Morning all. How's the morning been? Are India ahead of the game? I think so. Still unsure whether I'm confident it's England batting.
True. Many years of watching England batting in India has probably led to that conclusion. Hartley drags that one down a touch, and Bumrah is able to. I think he got off the mark there, didn't he? Yeah.
It's not been given yet, but yes, I believe so.
Yeah, rather mysterious. It's remained on. No, there it is. It's gone up. So he's 1 off 8. Siraj will be facing, I think, his first ball. Yes. Not noted as a batsman.
We've got a nice super chat from Stephen Kelk as well.
Oh yeah, you can take
€2.50. Saying that for the 5th wicket yesterday, he's paying his dues.
Yeah, very good. Okay, thanks very much, Stephen. I think you're one of our Dutch contingent. In comes Hartley again.
That is
good stuff. Good and off, and
very
just turning it.
Correct forward defensive there. He's got head over the bat. Everything's with the ball lined up. Ball onto the ground straight away.
It was almost like a
MCC manual.
Exactly, a cricket coach explaining how it should be done. Hartley in again. Oh, and almost the same, but this one just drifts onto leg stump, so he's able to manoeuvre it wide of the man at mid wicket. I think that, yes, so Siraj is now off the mark. Seeing a replay of the Jarrell dismissal. Nice work from folks. Okay. Yes. Some boffin somewhere should be able to work out how many folks saves versus, I don't know, the average English wicketkeeper of the last 10 years. It's a fair old computation, it's fair to say.
I've just showed the stat that says after 23 tests, and I didn't realise it was that many. He's got 74 dismissals now.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds a bit low. Maybe it'd be 23 innings rather than 23 tests.
As we were discussing earlier about what counts as a chance, almost impossible, I suspect. Really work out. And Hartley goes a little wider, tries to get a little bit more revs on that one, but it's too full, doesn't trouble the batsman. So India at the end of the 125th over off 417 for 9.
On YouTube, Messi, to you, Forthy. You should be ashamed of yourself, Forthy, admitting that you have a son who knows nothing about cricket, hauling parenting.
Yeah, one of them does, and the twins not that into it.
And Stephen Kelp saying, good morning all, and a musical high five to Forthy.
Oh, yes, very good. Yes, get a little bit of correspondence with Stephen sometimes. He's an out-country guy. Not necessarily my sweet spot, but I do like a little out-country from time to time. We bonded over MJ Lenderman, who I recommended to Stephen, and he liked them. I'm seeing MJ Lenderman actually. I don't know whether you take.
Is that alt country in English?
Not my thing.
Not really.
Out country.
He played out. He plays the guitar like Neil Young. He's great actually. MJ Lenderman. He's also the guitarist in a group called Wednesday. They're from the Carolinas.
I'm more likely a Mog kind of side of the fence.
Yeah, fair enough. Rehan in again to Siraj. Gets a little bit of turn. But that classical forward defensive from Siraj. Bob Willis used to have a very classical forward defensive, didn't he? But he had nothing else.
The big boot and the long stride, yeah.
Big boot, big forward defensive, and then the flail after that. That's the googly. Left by Bumrah. And, I mean, there's only two types of leave, and it missed the wicket, so it was a good leave. Left by Siraj, I should say.
It climbed. It went over the top of middle stump, I think, by the end of it.
Lord. Slightly worrying in some ways for England. Getting a bit more turn now, just to make things even more worrying for England. Quite a bit of turn on that ball from Rehan, but he read it correctly, Siraj. Knew it wasn't the googly.
You do get the feeling that Rehan is putting a lot more effort into this now that he's suddenly picked up 2 wickets. He seems to be bustling in and fizzing through the crease and possibly putting a little bit more action into the ball.
Yeah, I guess when there's a very long and rather dull partnership that lasts nearly 2 hours.
And there's 10 and 11, and he sees the opportunity for 3 wickets here.
Well, yes, indeed. So, I mean, bowlers are only human. Everyone talks about averages, and this is how they come about. Defended by Siraj. That was just cut short of that one. He must have thought about cutting it, but didn't. Just having a look at Siraj setting off down the wicket, realising he was in the red zone.
Well, that's not a bad shout, but it's just outside the line, I think.
And they've decided not to review. So 5 dots. They're building up some. In fact, that's 6 dots. That's the maiden. Played out from Rehan to Siraj, and at the end of the 126th over, 4-1-7 for 9.
Quick look on the stats. Ben Foakes has played 22 matches.
Just think how many more he could have played if he hadn't been injured for a season and a half.
Season and a half. That was a ridiculous injury.
Over on YouTube, Messi's confirmed for the 22 number. And back on Twitter, Anna Forsyth had an excellent evening watching my top of the table hockey team, England cricket team, trying to ruin my night, of course.
I think it is actually. I mean, there was a bit of gallows humour about England's. Stretches back to the 80s and 90s in particular. We haven't quite managed to entirely shake it off. And that's defended down to mid-off by Bumrah. And of course it's been kicked back into gear every time England tour Australia. But
I think it's by nature because of how all these teams came to play cricket, is the fact that you colonise the ball.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. But, if you put aside England in Australia, actually England's record in India is one of the best amongst the nations. Bumrah has decided to go for it, and he has succeeded. A big 6 over long on. Looks there to be hit. It's in the slot.
Yep. Just make sure you get a lot of it.
Hartley in again. Fires it in. Little faster. It's only human nature. Bumrah, perhaps predicting that, plays it into the big wide gap where mid-wicket isn't and comes through for the single.
Yeah. Talking about support, I think England recently are like the definition of a second marriage, a triumph of hope over experience.
Yeah, Siraj basically is exhibiting his one shot, which he plays very well, which is his forward defensive.
And it worked for Bob Willis. Bob Willis helped Peter Willey get a ton with that, famously against the West Indies.
Just plonk that foot down there. Hartley goes wider on the crease, trying to get a little more revs, and Siraj decides he's had enough of this forward defensive nonsense and sweeps, and reasonably successfully, down to the man at deep square for another single.
Yeah, that was predicated on the line, I think. That was pitching outside off stump, therefore get your pad out in front of it, play a shot, you're fairly safe.
Yeah, well, he's worked it out, so good on him. Bumrah back on strike. What will he come up with? A quick single is the answer, out into the vacant mid-wicket area.
I haven't heard it yet, but I'm imagining the Bear, if he's watching, will be absolutely fuming in the green room because of the lack of a mid-wicket to cut that off.
End of the 107, India 426 for 9.
Over on YouTube, Kieran Rosenblatt. Are these stats about how much better England are when Bairstow isn't keeping? I'm so happy he has had the big gloves taken off him. Now Tom just get a bat taken off him and we'd be in a fine shape.
Yeah, I think, I don't know. I mean, Bairstow can take some brilliant catches, obviously. He can. Very good. That's the googly, but it's a very short googly. And just for a minute, I thought it had gone straight into the arms of first slip. Well, actually, into the hands, rather, of first slip. But it did. But A, on the bounce, and B, it was not taken cleanly anyway. Ahmed in again, throws that one right up. And Bumrah says, thank you very much, I will accept that offer. And dispatches it for one of these.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
I mean, he's done the right thing there. He's corrected his length and pushed it up to give him a chance. But no, that for someone with Bumrah's striking ability, that is free runs if there's nobody out there.
Well, there's no one at long on. My feed isn't quite good enough, but I think it might have been down the throat of long on. No, Bumrah said, well, you see that forward defensive you were perfecting, Siraj, I can do that too. It's very much block or smash at the moment from Bumrah in particular. Siraj is really just block.
Shot.
Oh, that's a nice shot. That's a very classical cover drive. Beautiful shot from Bumrah for one of these.
This reminded me very much of one of the guys I used to play with, who had two. He had block and swish, and they used to you'd have block, swish, block, swish, block, swish, and then it would just be swish, swish, swish after a point.
And that's the block. I mean, fair enough. Bumrah, by the way, is on 17 off 18, and the partnership is 19, so it's pretty effective so far.
Is that how you described it as well? So I had a very good swish today.
No, this is how we described his batting. He described it as actually playing shots.
Okay.
And that was seemed to be the straight break, and it was played by Bumrah off the middle of the bats. And at the end of the over, India march on 4-3-4 for 9 now.
Just upgrading Kieran's. It says 2, not Tom. Don't know who Tom is. He's auto correction that's got him just saying he was hoping that Bairstow had the bat taken off him as well as the keep gloves.
And
I don't know how you take on that.
Can't think of any wicket keepers called Tom. Oh, Tom Latham. There's a wicket keeper called Tom.
And Jay Grover, I wonder if anyone wrote Marx's critique of cricket, or indeed Indian history about foreign fields.
And would you believe it? We are due to have a change. It's just half an hour just flown by.
Oh, right, okay. Do you want to change now? Yeah. Clock's ticked over. I'll see you in half an hour.
I missed a tweet from, I'll just say, it's Anna Forsyth. It's lovely hearing my surname with its proper pronunciation for once. Has anyone else been saying?
Well, we're back with the all-important drinks. Who wants to actually watch cricket when there's drinks waiters to be observed walking onto the field of play? Well, I didn't expect England to still be in the field when I returned after my stint at 4:30, but they are, and that's partly down to the commitment and indeed the excellence of the late order of India, and partly down to England's absence of catching, which I've got some thoughts on, which I can lend them to you if you would like.
Do expound on your theory, Gary.
Well, one of the elements of baseball is that nets are optional. It's all a part of making the players relaxed, creating the right environment, the right vibe, let's all go off and play golf and all of that kind of thing. And I see how that can reduce the anxiety, which towards the end of Joe Root's stewardship of the team was paralysing it, I think, really right across the board. But I do think catching needs practice, and it needs a particular kind of practice. They do it in the morning when they go out there and they're playing football, and they're all bouncing, having had a few too many cups of coffee perhaps and a Red Bull before they go there. But catching is something that depends on concentration and reflexes.
It also
and you don't need to be as old as I am to know that concentration and reflexes are dependent on the energy that you have, how tired you are. And I think what we see in England's catching in this series, which has not been good.
It's been fine up until now. We haven't dropped that many.
We have. We dropped Jaiswal critically in the last test, and we've dropped 3.
You say drop.
The
thing is, yeah, I mean,
sitters. And they're doing it because the concentration levels are not great, because they're tired. And I do think that England need to practice, as I believe many test teams do their catching practice at the end of a long, hard session, where you practice hard.
Surely
and then
it
play
should be a warm-up.
Well, they do it in the warm-up, but the thing about practice hard, play easy, England have reversed that, and they're getting the benefit from it. But I do think we're seeing the detail in the field, particularly in catching, when the team are tired, and it's going to cost matches. There's a reason why it's a cliche that catchers win matches.
It's true.
England are dropping too many.
Who's the fielding coach at the moment? I'm trying to recall.
Colley, isn't it?
It is Colley, but I mean, catching is also very subjective as to what practice is required from what position you're expected to field in.
Yeah.
I mean, static catching is very different from catching in the outfield, where it's
that's why you need even more practice.
You can't practice all the time, though. I mean,
but England are not practicing at all.
They are practicing.
The next sessions are optional.
Yeah,
they don't have to do them.
Yeah, but like fielding drills and stuff like that, they still have to do.
No, the practice is, as far as I'm aware, optional. So you literally don't do it when you're tired at the end of the day and your concentration levels are low. And I think it's showing, the detail in India in particular, of all parts of the world in which one plays cricket, the detail is absolutely critical. One slip for Mark Wood to the Indian tail, and Jasprit, I think that is. Bumrah just takes an easy single into the offside. I didn't see, I was waiting in the waiting room, I didn't see the last few overs, but I can't understand that field at all. Why is there only one slip and no catches to India's 10 and 11?
I think because the wicket's not really offering it.
Yeah, but it's 10 and 11.
Yeah.
It's a 90-mile-an-hour bowler.
He's still expecting him probably to be either caught behind or caught in the outfield or bowled.
Well, I'm a big fan of Ben Stokes, but I think it has drifted a bit here, and I think that he's become frustrated, and England have become frustrated.
Yeah, they have. But
Woods in, and an almighty slog by Bumrah, misses the inside edge, goes through to Ben Stokes. There's a lot of stroking of chins. Bumrah holds his hand up, and there is no run. 435 for 9. That's, well, if you take the catches out, it's 200 too many, but it's probably 100 too many for me. I think this is a par 350 at most pitch.
I don't know. I think it's pretty flat.
The ball's spinning and staying low.
Not all the time, though. It's still...
No, it never does all the time. Otherwise, test matches would be finished in a day.
Well, exactly. But this is it. It's not particularly off the street.
This is defended, and there is no run. It only needs one ball to get you out. And I mean, I'm not saying this is a sort of 150 all-out wicket, although it may be by day 5 if we go that far. But I don't think this is a 435 wicket either. I think things will look very different when Jadeja and Ashwin are bowling.
Oh, yeah. Well, we wait to see, Gary.
We do wait and see, but that's my prognostication. If we only just talked about what we know, we'd run out of words fairly quickly here, isn't it? We're allowed a bit of speculation. Here's Mark Wood in again. Right arm over to the right hand, and he hooks, does Bumrah, and it gets a little bit of a bottom edge by the look of it, and it goes out to Tom Hartley at long leg. And they're through for a single. Bumrah goes to 18, India 436 for 9. A little side panel is that you know that Tom Hartley will only get in the Lancashire team next summer if he's considered a batter who bowls.
Yeah, more than likely.
Not going to get in as a frontline spinner.
No, I mean, this is it. I think, well, the other thing, Gary, is always in India, winning the toss is important. And you won the last 2 tosses. Batting first is paramount, I think, in India.
It is important.
You know, you've got to get those first innings runs, and they have.
Siraj on strike now, and he gets a short ball from Wood, and he does well to get in behind it. I think he wears it on the chest pad. It is no run. The reason why Hartley won't play for Lancashire, or might not, or he certainly won't get as many overs as he's getting for England, is because Lancashire have signed Nathan Lyon for next season.
Well, yeah, exactly that. But, you know...
but that's endemic across county cricket. I mean, you could say the same about Surrey. They don't, despite having Virdi in the lineup and other spinners that they could bring in, the chances are that the bowling will be restricted to Jacks and or Cameron Steele as a batsman who bowls, basically.
This ball is defended to extra cover. It is a little different. Surrey are deciding to play a batsman who bowls. Lancashire have specifically signed a spinner, albeit a very good one, because they don't think Tom Hartley is good enough. At least that can be the only supposition. I mean, Nathan Lyon's not been signed for his batting, has he?
Well, I mean,
his bowling.
Let's be honest. Yeah. I mean, what I've been saying here is that England's spinners are fine when the deck's spinning, but they don't offer much control. Any of them.
Well, not many. I mean, the scoring rates have gone down in Test cricket over the last 10 years, but I think that's a testament to the way the pitches are being prepared. But the idea, you know, the days of a spinner wheeling away for 40 overs in a day and going 1 for 60 are consigned very much to the past.
Yeah, I know, but somewhere in the 2s to 3s, whereas England are going at 3s to 4s and beyond at the moment. There's always a 4-ball in an over, it seems, and
They're playing one spinner who's 24 and the other who's 19. You know, it happens. We'll come to your tweets in a moment. There's a slip in for Tom Hartley as he's bowling to Bumrah, who's not going to die wondering. But he goes back and clips this ball into mid-wicket, and they're through for a single. Bumrah's shown himself in recent years to be still a bit rabbity in technique down the order, but he has a competitive streak in him that we know about, and he's got useful runs when needed, especially against England.
Yeah, always against England.
He's working out what works for him, and then
and
England aren't reacting to it.
This is the ball on leg stump, and Siraj plays an immaculate forward defensive. He's in for Ashar Patel, so there's been a trade of lower order runs for threat with the ball, and so anything Siraj gets here is, as David Batty used to say when interviewed during Leeds' championship winning season, it'll be a bonus, won't it? It's a bonus. So it's a bonus if Siraj gets any runs here and he defends. There is no run.
Want one of those to keep low and just ping in front of the stumps, or that won't be good for England.
No, it won't. And Siraj is playing with hands quite low, as indeed India's batsmen are. It's unlikely to really fizz into the gloves, but I think Jadeja, especially...
That's got to be out.
That's out, surely.
Yes, an attempted reverse sweep. Siraj believing his own publicity for a moment and possibly thinking I'd rather be bowling here than batting.
When he's reviewed it, he thinks he's hit it. Yeah, I think he thinks he's hit it anyway, because he reviewed it straight away.
There's nothing to lose, is there? Absolutely nothing to lose. He went down, premeditated, reverse sweep. He's probably fed up of watching Ollie Pope reverse sweeping the Indian spinners.
Well, he didn't do much reverse sweeping in the last test. Anyway, we're getting the enhanced vision now.
Oh, I think he did hit it.
Oh, he did hit it, I think. Yeah, because the ball seems to have gone down as it passed the bat. We'll see on Ultra Edge.
Yeah.
But it certainly seems to... I mean, if he hasn't hit it, the ball has literally gone straight around the ground. So.
It's also turned quite a lot off the straight.
Yeah, that's...
there's an argument it might just creep past off stump.
No, he has hit it.
Yeah, he's hit that.
We kind of knew he'd hit it as soon as we saw the ball. Yeah, you can see it go down off the bat. It would have bounced, I think, before it got to the stumps. It was so low. So.
Blind Joe Wilson, you got that one wrong.
Yeah. Tricky one.
Shocker.
It's a tricky one. It was a very fine edge.
Yeah.
That. And it was bang in front of the stumps, and it was a stupid shot. And the umpires often give on the shot, don't they?
Yeah, I mean, it seems, and this is where DRS is handy, it seems almost impossible for an umpire to see a bottom edge in those circumstances. Maybe hear it, but they certainly couldn't see it. As this ball is defended into the leg side, Ben Folkes, ever busy, runs round, picks the ball up. We'll come to your social media. The end of this over. One ball for Siraj to...
Siraj
he's hobbling a little.
He's hobbling there, isn't he? Has he pulled a muscle already?
Here's Hartley again, wheeling away. And that's outside off stump and turns a mile, but turns very slowly. And is taken by Ben Folkes. And Siraj is calling for some help here. There's something amiss. 437 for 9. The end of the 130th over. So we've got a little break here because Siraj is really hobbling. So we'll go to your socials.
Anna Forsyth says, it's lovely hearing my surname with its proper pronunciation for once. Joe says, I wonder if anyone wrote a master critique of cricket or indeed in Indian history about foreign fields. Yeah. Oh, God damn it, Gary. Straight away. Bingo is no fun anymore.
I know. I know what happened there. When he went down and did that reverse sweep, he got a bottom edge onto his knee, didn't he? Went over the top of the
exactly the point I was just about to come to. Yeah, Jago says, I believe Gary has never ever dropped a catch. Is this correct? Or is he a Trumpian legend?
Not. I don't recall dropping any, as I say, until I came back to playing cricket at sort of 27 or 28. When I was young, I don't recall dropping any. I just thought the ball's there to catch it. And most of the, say, as far as I can remember, I did.
More stuff about the Lancashire spinner situation from Jay Grover. Jay Grover asks, which spinner should be playing for Lancashire, Gary? Seriously, man, 2 squares left. And Josie Oak says, Gary doing what Gary does best. Maybe Lancashire envisages Tom Hartley being away on England duty, so signed Lyon.
No. That is not part of the thinking and wasn't part of the thinking. Marxist critiques of cricket, though, there's anyone but England. Mike Marchese, who tragically lost his life far too early, beautiful writer on cricket and other matters. That's very much worth reading.
As well as Beyond the Boundary.
as well as beyond the boundary. Yeah, another Marxist critique of cricket. Yeah, so
very much so. I mean, CLR James is an absolute polymath at a bunch of different disciplines.
Yeah, I was last. Oh, as this ball is hoiked by Bumrah, it goes out to cow corner where surprisingly there's nobody there. Bounces a couple of times and goes into the fence for one of these.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Yeah, another one for your bingo card. I was at the theatre on Wednesday night, the Arcola in Dalston, and there's a CLR James Library, which is just round the corner from Dalston Junction Station, which I walked past en route to the Arcola for a very interesting play about necrophilia.
I'm not going to go for the obvious joke there.
Yeah, the obvious one, I avoided it in my review because it was just too easy to do. Here's Bumrah again. He has another clearance of the front pad and hits it quite hard, but there's a sprawling stop which will be completed by Ben Stokes as the mid-on and mid-off work together. And Siraj is in trouble, I think. Has he been hit, or is that?
No, he's pulled his
No, his knee.
No, Siraj, he got hit on the knee again, I think, with a throw. Is that what he?
No, he didn't get hit.
No, he was running very wide and pulled up as if his hamstring had gone.
It's the knee, I think he's grabbing hold of. Has he made it worse? Has he got a displaced patella? He wouldn't be walking like that with a displaced patella, would he?
No.
I don't know, but he certainly looks in real trouble
I
here.
mean,
And
the initial thing could probably be a stinger on the top of the knee.
He looks in a lot of pain here,
but
Siraj.
they've ran an extra run because of the misfield.
Yeah.
And as he's tried to run his bat in, he's maybe jarred it yet again.
Well, this will do two things. I mean, if he can't carry on, it's the end of the innings. But it also takes an important element out of
India's attack.
But we're getting... And this is one instance, actually, where your bingo card cannot be marked, because this is one instance where I think you have to treat the player on the field. Usually, I'm all for getting the player off and doing the running repairs in the physio.
It's no fun being in a 10 or 11 because you're stuck with this.
Yeah, he's got to stay on the field because you can't bring in a substitute batsman, can you? You can't bring in there's no runner to bring in because we're 9 down.
You can't have runners these days anyway. Oof.
Yeah, I mean that's right. The figure.
You can if it's an external injury or something, isn't it? Is that what you can do? I think you can. Who knows?
I didn't think you could have any anymore at all.
There are no runners in international cricket. In professional cricket. There's still runners in recreational cricket.
What's all that about? Oh, the external injury thing is when you're off the field, isn't it?
Yeah.
You can come back on straight away. Dear me, cricket finds ways to complicate matters, doesn't it?
Well, the physio is manhandling a compression bandage onto the affected joint.
It doesn't look in a good way, though, does he?
No, it doesn't.
Well, no, I mean that compression bandage looks quite constricting to start with. The way he's trying to yank it up the leg.
So India have got the 3 spinners they're playing. They've got Bumrah, who there was talk would be rested for this match because he's done so much work. Is there anybody else who could fill in for Siraj?
Rohit can bowl a bit.
Rohit bowls spin in the main.
Yeah, it's a long time since he's bowled.
Doesn't Gill or Iyer?
Well, Iyer's not playing.
Iyer's not playing,
but I think
Gill bowls a bit. Spin again. I think.
I don't think there's anybody who can.
There's no part-time seamers.
No part-time dob there.
No.
Yeah. Well,
he's going to continue.
Siraj. He's a tough cookie, isn't he? He's not someone
he's just got to wait for the painkillers to take effect, I think.
Yeah, we're seeing some of these drop catches, and it's poor technique in some instances and poor concentration in others. And some of the Ben Stokes one in particular is quite tough around the corner there, but you are there specifically for.
I know. I mean, he is there for it. It was that awkward height though, because he went with hands Australian style, and it's one of those ones where you could have gone either way.
Well, that's where you need to practice, because you get that worked out, and you know that's what I'm going to do. I mean, Ricky Ponting would go with. I mean, he'd take catches at ankle height with his fingers pointing up because he knew that that's how he was going to catch the ball. But we're back playing again as Bumrah steers this out to the ever-present Rehan Ahmed, who's at deep point, and they walk a single. Quadruple Nelson, 444 for 9. Bumrah has 26.
I don't.
And Siraj, the hobbling Siraj.
Yeah, he's not going to run any quick signals.
Yeah, he'd love that. So the hobbling Siraj is at the other end. Quite contrast, not quite sort of World 11 at one end and Ilford seconds at the other, but Bumrah has 26 off 27 and Siraj has 3 off 20. 29 off 40 balls for this
valuable runs.
And frustrating England. I always think if you get a long stand for the 10th wicket, you lose an opener straight away.
Yeah.
They've burnt up a lot of.
Oh, that's got to be close. I'll review that.
Going down leg side, England are going to look towards reviewing it. Was it a slower ball? No, it wasn't. It was 142 clicks.
I review that.
England have got 2.
I think that's umpire's call, which is what.
Well, you've only got 1 batsman left. You might as well. You got 2 reviews.
Got 2 reviews, yeah, and I think
they have reviewed it. I think.
Yeah, I think they have. It's Kumar Dharmasena this time who's called it not out. I thought that was going down leg side.
I thought you went a long way across.
Slightly jerky feed here, so sometimes I miss the detail. Let's have a look. It's going down the wicket, the outside of the pad, which is on leg stump. So, I mean, I think that's umpire's call on impact, but it's certainly missing the stumps. But we're going through the protocol. Kept low again.
Yeah, it's not hitting the back. Can we move on?
Yeah, 90 miles an hour, that delivery, and
missing.
It is missing 90 miles an hour, and it got less than half stump high off the length. This is going to be difficult pitch to bat on days 4 and 5 if we get there.
Yeah, well, England will ball it, and they could, if they can get to their parity, they'll be doing well. Oh, that's out. That's out. That's got to be out.
Right in front. It's given by Dharmasena. Of course, Bumrah, somewhat apologetically, is reviewing it, but that's hitting middle and leg, less than halfway up, I'd suggest. England are already walking off. They know what's going to happen here.
Good work by Wood, because he bowled him a slow ball there, and I think he was done for no pace.
Yeah. Keeping low again, though. Yeah, it's a bit of an off-cutter, and it did move in a little bit.
Oh, you know what? That might be going down as well.
That might just...
No, it's umpire's call at worst.
You reckon?
It has hit him above the knee roll, though. It didn't keep quite as low as I was suggesting.
But he's inside the crease when it hits him.
Yeah, it's a very crooked bat on its way, but he is a number 10. I don't think it's going over the top. The only thing is if it's going down the leg side. It's hit him in front of middle and leg, and it's hitting a chunk of the leg stump. So that is the end of India's innings. They're all out 445. Dharmasena has a bit of a laugh in raising the finger again. Mark Wood, the star of England's attack. It took him a long time to get his wickets, though. He's worked very hard for them. He has 4 for 114. England will have a target of 445 to get a first innings lead. I shall not talk about the follow-on because it wouldn't be enforced anyway. And well, I think India are very much in the driving seat, gentlemen.
Yeah, I think they are in the driving seat.
The crowd says you're out.
They're yeah, I mean that's the thing. They won the toss. They got to bat. They got runs on the board somehow. I mean, we had chances and we didn't take them.
And England aren't great at resisting scoreboard pressure.
No. Well, they're better under Stokes. They're better under Stokes. I mean, they're because they've got a clear mind about how they're going to bat, and they're going to go out and they're going to be there's going to be a lot of positive intent.
I think after a lot of experimentation, they finally settled on an opening pair that works.
Yeah.
And averages.
And maybe shouldn't, but does.
Well, what we know is that the talk in the dressing room will be how do we win this game for a long, long time, particularly away.
How to
talk
not
in the dressing
lose.
room will be how do we draw this game. So I think that has to be a benefit. But 130 overs as well. I think these are back-to-back tests, aren't they? There's,
Yep. These two
I
are,
mean,
and then there's another week, and then we have the 5th test.
Yeah, that's gonna hurt. And you might say, well, sort of Hartley's bowled a lot of them, and Rehan's bowled a few, but these are young players. The mental side of the game, to be out there in the field up against batsmen who are much more comfortable in these conditions, to wheel away, to see catches dropped, it takes its toll. And India will, I think, be very, very happy with the recovery from 33 for 3 to 445 all out. With also, as a bonus, a very satisfactory debut from Sarfaraz. Yeah, Anderson took 1 for 61. Tom Hartley 1 for 109 in 40 overs. Mark Wood, the star, 4 for 114. Joe Root, the 1 wicket, bit expensive, and Rayan Ahmed also a bit expensive. Somehow got 2 for 85. He didn't bowl as well as that. I thought he bowled pretty poorly at times, Rayan. But he is a leg spin bowler. He is 19. That's part of the deal.
Absolutely.
Do we have your socials?
Yes, we do. Vincent Sundar says that Jadeja's running has been very bad since at least the Hardik Pandya run out in England in the last tour. Jacob agrees that Anyone But England is a very good book by Mark Marquisay. And he also says that the Hobbling Siraj is a good name for a pub in the middle of the desert. And on YouTube, let's have a look. Kieran Roseplay says runs are piled up for these last 2 wickets. Barry balls it is Annabelle Sutherland's talented brother Will Sutherland took 5 wickets for Victoria versus New South Wales today. He has already played ODIs. He could well play Tests one day. Could this be the first sister and brother to play Tests?
Oh, surely there must be others. Surely.
Well, I think the nearest we've got at the moment is Alyssa Healy and Tim Healy that I know of. But that's
father and daughter.
Father and daughter, or is it nephew and...
Is it Ian Healy? Isn't Ian Healy a father? Or is he a...
Uncle, I think.
Uncle, okay.
Yeah, it was Mitchell Stark and Alyssa Healy married, aren't they?
Yeah.
And Catherine...
And Kieran Roseblaze also says, is everyone braced for a collapse? It's coming like an invisible late Midlands train.
Well, it's possible.
I think if we get a collapse, it'll be in the second innings rather than the first innings. That's partly wear and tear, both on the pitch and
actually,
mental side of the game. I don't expect England to collapse here. They may lose some early wickets against Bumrah. Any team can do that, but I'm not expecting 170 for 2 to 205 all out, as we've seen so often in the past. But we can only find out, because cricket in India can change very quickly, especially when you've got how many Test wickets between Jadeja and Bumrah? 750, more than that, 800 maybe.
Something like that.
Jadeja's got 500. No, sorry. Ashwin's got 500. Jadeja's got 250.
Yeah. So there's a huge gulf in the experience of the spinners. So if we saw, as we did, Hartley getting significant turn off the middle of the pitch as well, not out of footmarks, and Rehan turning his googly, then I think we can sort of add 30% or more, if you like, to that jeopardy when Ashwin and
you say that, but England have played both spinners very well during the series, to be fair.
so
Bumrah's been the man who's been dangerous.
Well, that's true, and to some extent Bumrah has taken the wickets that stopped Ashwin and Jadeja getting them.
Well, I think
way of looking at it is that maybe they're due. Maybe they've had a bit of bad luck. Maybe they've had.
I don't
been
think
slightly
so.
out
See,
of form.
I disagree
They're not
with
out
that.
of form for long. Those two, I promise you.
I don't think they're out of form. I think it's the way England have played them. I think they're used
There's
to
a bit of
people.
that.
The people are used. They're used to people sitting on them and not conceding the runs they're conceding. And England have been aggressive against them, which has kind of put them off a little bit. Which is what they're there. Which is basically the raison d'etre of Bazball to a degree. Is you go back at the bowler.
Yeah, and what's brought England success over the last couple of years?
Yeah.
England have had success. They've won a lot of Test matches. They've lost some as well.
Well,
But that's the deal.
He's the winningest captain of England, isn't he? He's
won
his win
12
ratio
out of
is-
15 or something.
No, he's won 14 out of 21. So he's
Yeah.
got 66.6, 2/3 win ratio.
Yeah,
Um,
it's absolutely splendid. Listen, I'm eating into somebody else's time now, so I'm going to go off the mic and bring in some new gorillas. I'll be back, I think, for the third test. I'm not entirely sure. And think of me at 11:30. I'm in the dentist's chair having a cap put on a tooth towards the back, which I understand will take an hour.
Ooh.
Oh,
Good
dear,
luck with that
dear.
one, Gary. Nasty.
Well, yes.
And,
I'll see you guys soon. As ever, a privilege and an honour.
And the last thing before we swap over, Jago has come back with the answer about brothers and sisters, obviously, with his encyclopedic memory. He brings us the Joyces, who Ed Joyce obviously played for England and Ireland, but his sisters played, or several of them played for Ireland. So that's definitely happened before. Let me just rearrange the setup. And allow Colin Suter and Forthy to rejoin us.
Right.
Good.
Thank you very much. Welcome back, Ian. We've
Hello there.
joined at a kind of weird period because
Yes, we're in the innings break, so you've got some
and
some wibbling time.
we've already described how the innings went. So I guess we're on to how do we feel that the innings shall go in the next phase, especially with.
It depends whether you're wearing your traditional English hat, which is full of foreboding, or whether you're wearing your logical hat, which is it's a reasonable batting wicket. There's been perhaps a little bit more turn and so on than you'd expect on the first couple of days. But 4-4-5 from a fairly inexperienced Indian side. This ought to be suitable for England to get a decent score. Not saying they will, but it ought to be.
What's pleasing to see is that Siraj just came onto the field and not taking treatment after.
I do wonder whether he'll open the bowling, though. I think it'll be Bumrah, obviously, and it could well be Ashwin at the other end.
Yeah, in India, I guess it's a throw of the dice. Who's gonna?
Anyway, players are coming out, so I'm going to jiggle up some people. Well, one of the batsmen is this bloke.
He arrived with a smile and he's going places. He's looking good now, he's in with the aces. He was up at Stowe School playing T20. He might play for England, but he'll still be Ben Duckett to me.
As we said before, who's going to be bowling the opening ball for India is this man.
And now they're Marty Bumrah. Oh, you're bowling again, aren't you? Oh, I thought as much.
And the other opening batsman who may be facing up first, because he often takes first ball, is...
Yeah, fair point.
Zach Croy was a cricket player, a damn good cricket player. But he was moved from the middle order to open the batting. Now, trapped in the English professional cricket circuit, Zach Croy must fight to survive.
Now then, I think Mog's meant to be on, isn't he, Jace?
Yeah.
He is, but he's not in the green room.
I think he is.
Yes, he's
Been hanging around here for like 6 hours.
That sounds like someone who's in it.
In which case, I need to disappear off air. So let me just rejig
Thank
that
you
for
very
you
much.
guys.
There he is.
And here's the man, the myth, the legend that is the mobster. He'll love me describing his nickname as Star at the end.
Mog, what's happening behind you? What are those shelves?
Oh, that's just some bookcases. Since everybody seems to be keen on bookcases, I thought I'd put some behind me.
Beautiful.
I have a bed.
Beautiful bed.
Not a
where do you put
nicely
your
arranged
books?
bed either. Books? Where's books? We've
Oh,
got the internet now.
Sorry,
Come on.
forgot you were Scottish.
No, I'm just young, you know. Nobody owns books. Just read it off the internet.
Evidently not. Evidently not.
My children abandon books. What you're supposed to do is you're supposed to read to your children. That sets them up for a lifetime of reading. They then didn't read a thing all through their teenage years, and I thought, well, what a waste of time. And then suddenly, in their early 20s, they started reading again. Don't know what that's about.
First ball coming in, Bumrah over the wicket, and it's just left alone through to the keeper. Crawley is indeed facing instead of Duckett. So, but yeah, it's a mighty fine shot up in the first. There's a no ball indicated straight away.
So that takes England on to 6 with that loss.
Oh yeah, indeed. I forgot the fact that England started on 5 not out due to India getting fined 5 penalty runs for running down the wicket by Jadeja and was Ashwin the other one that was warned?
It was.
Yes.
Now, a return of the first legitimate ball, and this time again through to the keeper with no run offered. Or no shot offered. 6 for no wicket. Yeah, Mog, that's a mighty fine book collection. It's definitely top trumping Forthy's collection of books behind him. Which I've got a
depends on
feeling
the quality of the titles.
I've got a feeling half of those ones by Forthy are like, blank page books that you
Absolutely not. I'm going to reach for one at random.
Presentation. Second ball of the over, full, and just driven back to mid-on for no run.
Lots of words. Actually,
There's one that you've prepared earlier just for this instance.
You nearly
Blank
picked a
page.
page that was absolutely blank. Brilliant. Could not have been timed any better. Feel free
very
to
good. Yeah.
jump in with any YouTube.
Yeah, it's fun.
that
It's
is
funny to see
stuff.
Zach Crawley now. He kind of gives an air of stability almost at the top of the order. And we never thought we'd say that.
And third ball in, and it's a back foot punch through extra cover point for 2 runs. And that's, well, I'd say officially off the scoreboard with runs, but it's now 8 for no wicket. Which look quite promising off the middle of the bat.
It very much depends on the look and the era that you're born into. I mean, there would have been a lot of players like Stuart Law and Brad Hodge for Australia who in any other era would have had 70 or 80 tests. It just depends on luck a lot of the time.
Does indeed. Bum that in for first ball the over. Slightly more leg side, but tucked off the hips into short mid wicket for no run. Yeah, well, everything's a bit of luck. Even look at Shane Warne.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Basically a failed Aussie rules player that just took up cricket because he had nothing else.
Got Winston Churchill, failed politician until he was 65.
Warren was never going to go off and become a successful anything that involved his brain, so cricket was it.
Bumrah in again, and this time left, but left on length as it just goes over. Well, I say just, it's a good 6 inches above the off stump through the keeper for no run. So far, not real seam movement, but definitely coming in at a decent pace and bounce through, which will be promising for the England team after seeing some of the late innings of India bouncing very flatly and forcing a drop in the bat at times.
Having a look at that ball go through to the keeper who just didn't take it particularly cleanly.
Yeah, Bumrah in for the last of his over, full, and a solid forward defence by Crawley for no run. Over to you, Mark.
Well, Jay Grover has already been satisfied. He says, "Book time now. 40 fuck time now." That's just me, can't be able to read. He also says he can't take the piss. He has too much respect for me, and also I'm mates with Daleks, so he's not fucking around. Correct. I don't know where we got up to on YouTube, but Annabelle Sutherland has made 210 for Australia.
Wow.
It's about right by the timestamp. So, do you have a Dalek antenna, or a Dalek antenna as part of your collection of armory?
I don't have any actual sort of real size. I've just got lots and lots of Dalek toys. Like thousands.
And in warming up.
Should we do the Siraj jingle, Chase?
No, we're just waiting now. Is this man?
When you gotta fight your way from the streets, gotta find a way to land in your food. There's only one man who could save us now. His mama's Siraj.
Thank you very much. And Siraj looking like he's going to be starting from over the wicket, going to the left-hander. And immediately, Ben Duckett doesn't go with the leaving it through to the keeper to watch it. Instead, he blocks it down to shorten it on for no run.
One of the kind of consequences of having such a sort of neophyte batting lineup is that it affects the slip coordination as well, doesn't it? So you've got Jaiswal and Patidar and Sarfaraz, who are now the slip cordon. Very inexperienced. Then, I don't know how good they are. Just leave that for a second.
Second ball, it's slightly wider of the off, and Duckett has gone after it. Missed it by a decent margin, but still promising for India. Is watching it again, Duckett's bat really coming through a 45-degree angle. Not the best of.
Not at all. But this is there's an instinct between slips. You know what to go for, what not to go for, and all of those things, and they won't have sort of stood together as a cordon before.
Siraj in third over the stumps, and it looks like a leading edge has gone in between cover and mid-off. Scampered through for a quick single to bring Crawley back on strike. Yep.
If I didn't know better, Forsey, I'd have said that you had a desk calendar with the word neophyte on it at the start of the week, and you're now just doing your very best to get it into every sentence. If I didn't know better. Neophyte.
I just ignore it. I just kind of expect it as being a normal traditional word that folks would use in his everyday language.
It's a sort of Greek word, isn't it? It means I mean it. Yeah.
And fourth ball the over, Siraj in over the wicket, and it's forwardly driven, but quite close to the bottom of the bat through extra cover. Gets a couple of runs.
If anyone wants to write in with any of their favourite neo words, neologism would be another of mine.
Yeah, I do like neologism.
Oh, I do like a neologism.
Funnily enough, it's not very often used up in Scotland.
Still using words from the late 1700s and stopped at that point.
Still using Pictish up there.
Well, you say that, we use Doric up here, which is a Greek word. Fifth ball the over, and it's clamped Crawley on the pads, but easily going down right side.
That's a ridiculously over-exuberant appeal for something that was going over the top and missing leg by a good foot and a half, but okay.
Yeah, it's not even impact on line, it's impact going down leg. So But
That's ridiculous.
as we've pointed case from the T20 over in Australia, you've got to appeal or you won't get out.
That's very true.
Last ball of the innings in this time. It's on the pads again, but this time squirted back to gully region for no run. And the end of the over, 11 for no wicket. But you, Mug?
Did you say Doric is in the columns?
Doric is in Doric language.
Oh, okay. Jay Grover is apparently having some concerns with Daleks, saying guerrilla cricket has been overtaken by Dalek gangbangs. Someone insert a hashtag I'm too scared. We'll be inserting Dalek plunges, not hashtags. Thanks very much. And Brian in Brisbane says, 40, selecting a book that you nominate to select is hardly at random.
Oh, it was, because I just reached behind me and that was random.
Oh, which one of these is real? Oh, this is a real one. Yeah, I'll show you this one. Something from the top shelf, I guess.
That's a shelf, not a book. Oh.
Yes. So, Mark, question for you. You've got next to your head the black Dalek with the gold knobs on. Why do some of them... Is that like a senior Dalek? Anyway.
Yes.
Siraj is coming in for his second over. Oh, not Boomer, sorry. And it's cut by Duckett through point region for one of the first innings.
How is Dalek society structured? Do they do we know anything about the Dalek world? And how they live?
You have an overall leader.
Do they?
It depends. There might be what they call Imperial Daleks who have an emperor, or factional Daleks that follow Davros. And then there's a new series where it's just absolute spaghetti. Just made up.
From round to the wicket to Duckett, and this one's just defended back to the bowler for no run.
Are they machines, or are they...
there's a little mutant inside.
Squid-like thing in the middle.
Well, what's it eat?
With one eye. It eats processed people.
Where's it find a supply of those from?
Well, do you know what Daleks do all day? They just walk around shooting people.
Yeah.
Is that what they do? Okay.
That is their pastime.
Is there we're again on the cricket.
Bumrah in for the wicket, and this one is tried to turn around the corner, but kind of edgily defended back to the bowler for no run.
Is it fair to say that the world building element of Daleks was a bit patchy to start with, and it's had to be a bit retrofitted?
Yes. The first story they appeared in was... it wasn't a lot of planning going on for the first 50 years of the show.
Yeah, exactly.
Like they're really into the elements of, oh shit, how do we make this actually fit in now?
Quick, retcon.
Well, we'll rewrite this bit. Coming in over round the wicket for both balls. He's over. Played up by Duckett. Back of a length, but getting nowhere near it. And it's going through to the keeper for no run.
Because I remember as a child watching the Dalek feature-length film, with Roy Castle and I think Peter Cushing. I dare say you know it very well. And at one point, they hijack a Dalek, and I think Roy Castle goes inside it.
Yeah, they used to do that a lot in the 60s. Not so much in the 70s, 80s, 90s, and today.
Is that a canonical film?
Those films aren't, no.
Ah, right.
You're describing time and Doctor Who's quite a weird way. This one through to Duckett, it's just follow the fence down to mid-off for no run.
I do like Genesis of the Daleks when Tom Baker is... Who is, after all, one of the overactors, and he's got that... I could change the whole history of the universe. And he's got that...
I have the right.
I have the right.
Little explosion thing, yeah.
Yeah, I do like Genesis of the Daleks.
Bumrah end for the last over, and it's tucked off the hips, but well stopped by square leg. He manages to keep it down for just a single, and it's 16 for no loss after the third over. Hog, tweets.
Gary Naylor says his favourite Neo is Neon Lights by Kraftwerk.
It's a good song. I saw it live in concert in Melbourne recently.
Dinah Patterson says one of her favourite 17th century words is newfangled.
That's a good word. Is it Shakespeare? Sometimes he comes up, cough those up, doesn't he?
He would have invented them. He's just the guy who wrote them down and got the credit for them. He's the Thomas Edison of neologisms.
Good point. We don't know that he invented them. Very good point, Mog.
He's just nicked them off some of his actors that he was probably abusing horribly and underpaying. Because that's how these things work.
You're all excited now. What have you done?
He's all worked up.
Exactly. Talking my language.
Jay Grover says... Oops, sorry.
No, I'll let you finish.
Jay Grover says, I want Morgan Leah on Together. Two of my favourite gorillas, mint.
It would be good.
I'm just going to repeat that tweet over and over all day. There are no other tweets as far as I'm concerned.
Has that never happened? We've never had the two of you on before.
I don't think so. Maybe once on White Line, possibly.
It's a little bit like having De Niro and Pacino together just briefly in Heat.
Siraj, his first ball, the over was just left up. Well, fended up, but didn't get anything. Went through to the keeper. Second ball, gone at it again. Wide of the stumps. Didn't get a good connection onto it, and it's gone out to cover for no run. 16 for no loss still. Ben Duckett 6 off of 11 balls. Pretty much went after every one of those 11 balls.
Yeah, I was going to say, it will surprise no one to hear that Duckett has gone after every, I was going to say the same thing, every single ball.
Siraj in over the wicket. This one slightly back the length, and he's actually played a sort of defence shot off his hips for no one. It's a sort of, yes. It's kind of, even then when he's playing a defence shot, it still kind of half looks like he's sort of trying to architect a run out of it as well as.
You're never far away from something happening.
Oh, this one's a lot closer as Siraj gets one to, I think, tail in a little bit or nibble in a little bit on a good length. Duckett looks to play a forward defensive and doesn't get onto the ball and goes through to the keeper. Oh, okay. It's tailed away after going past the bat and looked. But it's still on a good line and a good length in the corridor of uncertainty.
Yeah, I think it just left him, didn't it? It was very, very good ball, that one. It wasn't particularly fast at 132, but it was just like good bounce as well.
Yeah. Siraj in, fifth ball with the over. This time, rinse and repeat, but Duckett gets forward and actually manages to get some bat onto this and solidly defends down to mid-off and no run.
Was that more in the avenue of apprehension or the street of stress?
Cul-de-sac of, don't quite think.
Culpability.
I was trying to think about which one. I could not think of it. I had Avenue in my head and just couldn't get past Avenue.
Motorway of mayhem.
You see the fielding lineup where we have what looks like a first, a second and third slip and a gully. As Siraj, final comes on ball of the over, comes through. Duckett goes after it. Duckett misses it. Goes through to the keeper. 16 for no loss. Oh.
Now, earlier on, I think she said something about people pronouncing her name correctly, so apologies if this is wrong, but Anna Forsyth says, being Aberdonian in heritage, my granny was a Doric speaker. I'm sure she'd be turning in her grave at, like the columns, but she was an uptight old lady, so it wouldn't take much.
Forsyth is a very common name of the minor.
Forsyth. Jake Rover says, whenever I get annoyed about Forthy's murdering of the English language, I remind me Sen that he's an ad man and a classicist and thus has no morals or practical intellect.
It's so true. So true.
Controversial statements indeed. Pokey Bumfinger says, has the porn bot abandoned us for sexier sports? Probably at the Taylor Swift concert in Melbourne, I would say. Everybody else is.
On that note.
On that note, yeah, I went on a tour of the MCG, and the old guy, the volunteer, is taking us around saying, "We've got a gig coming up next week. I don't know who it is, some female."
For Taylor Swift, as we start the third over of Bumrah, manages to get Crawley to tuck the ball off his hips down to deep fine leg for 1 run. We've gone to 17 for no wicket, chasing 4 for 5 of India in the first innings. We managed to bat a day and what was that? Team 1 session. We had 2 sessions. Yeah, day in 1 session. Looking so far, I'm not seeing anything from the pitch. Everything seems to be kind of coming through true of length and not deviating so much. This time, round of the wicket, Bumrah, back of the length, and the Duckett has managed to cut it firmly through the gully region for one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Looking quite good. Dave's fairly in control. It didn't seem to carry further than the infielders. Actually got through with it. Firmed action.
I mean, it's the classic risk-reward element of baseball, isn't it? That would have been left for most of Test match cricket history, that shot, but it was cut by Duckett.
Yeah, and Bumrah in for an attempted repeat, but this time it's just been blocked back of the length to the mid-off no run.
The boundary doesn't have a rope, it was just the Toblerones.
I did wonder that, because every time the balls hit them, it would just seem to demolish the Toblerones.
Toblerone out on its own, triangular chocolate, that's Toblerone.
So free advertising there for Toblerone. And Duckett has managed to cut it. It looked like a forward defensive, but I'm not sure if he got a thicker outside edge onto it, but it flew out to the point region. So the fielder has managed to take it on a second go and not get through for any runs for Duckett. Still sitting on 10 after 18 balls. 21 for not England.
Made from triangular chocolate, from triangular trees, and triangular honey from triangular bees.
Maybe it's happened. Bumrah in for the 5th of the over, and it's full of a length and blocked backwards to mid-off for no run.
And coming up next in the Ian 4th hour of chocolate jingle power.
I used to work for Crafty Jakob Suchat, who specialised in the most bizarre confectionery. So they had Toblerone, triangular chocolate. They also had Terry's Chocolate Orange, which is not a very normal shape either.
What, round?
It's in the shape of an orange, yeah.
And the last ball of the over, round the wicket.
Ooh, lovely shot.
And Duckett has played it forwardly through covers, but I would say erringly. Looked perhaps to carry to an extra cover. But
yeah, it was a bit uppish, right?
With there being no extra cover, it's 3 for one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay, maybe not too a short extra cover. But still quite a nice shot.
Lovely. But lovely, great timing.
It's 25 for no wicket after the 5th over. Over to you, Nog.
Leah confirms that we were on together during the World Cup. It was that probably the best episode ever. She also says wide down leg could be the cul-de-sac of cockblock.
Thank you, Leah.
And Jay Grover says, you're never far away from something happening. Mate, being far away from something happening is a proper life goal. I agree.
In the chat, Gorilla Cricket has managed to put in Boulevard of Boredom.
Willow Moon says, that was beautiful, Thorthy.
Thank you.
Don't know what she's referring to, so just take it as a compliment.
Siraj continues. His third over has been tucked off the hips for one off of Crawley. So possibly we're seeing a repeat of all the Duckett play and misses from Siraj.
Passageway of pointlessness.
Definitely is with the Duckett play and misses.
The strand of susceptibility.
There must be a chasm somewhere. Where can you put a chasm?
The chasm of cretinous cacophony.
Siraj in over the wicket, and this one is firmly backward driven through extra cover to the boundary.
Need hand signals from Jace. Are we jingled out?
No, yes, no.
It's down.
Yeah.
There's not one boy for me.
There we go.
2 or 3, I need 4.
The confusion when you're
We're
not in the
cruising-
studio, you can't tell if there's a jingle playing or not.
We were cruising along the esplanade of expectation there.
Oh,
Siraj
very good. Very good.
Siraj in for the third of his over, backward of a length, and it's just been dropped off of his hips by Duckett into vacant cover point, or a short cover point, and managed to scamper through for a quick single, bring Crawley on strike.
Apologies,
Duckett.
blokes. I was looking at something else for the tea interval.
That's alright. Duckett currently on 19 off of 22, Crawley on 6 and 12. Certainly farming the strike. So, Duckett. Siraj coming in over the wicket. Oh, and this time it's gone through to the keeper, but it looks like on a good length, maybe half a foot wide of the off stump, has seamed back into the bowler. Yep, certainly has. And Crawley went for one of his expansive drives, but getting absolutely nowhere near it. But
Found himself stranded on the sidewalk of susceptibility there.
We had
that was a
susceptibility
chasm,
before.
that one.
Oh, did we? Oh, God.
Yeah.
That one was a chasm, because it was a chasm of
It was a
between
chasm.
his bat and pad. Over the wicket this time on the stump, but solid forward defensive by Crawley. Back to the bowler. Siraj still managing to running quite well after his knee knock. We've got one ball left before we bring on a change in the Gorilla crew.
Yep. Yes, indeed.
Or is it,
Well, this has been fun.
is
Tea, isn't it?
Tea brings on. 31 for no wicket.
Don't know whether Daleks. Do Daleks have tea breaks?
Yes, but only when they were dealing with Winston Churchill.
And the last ball of the over gets a forward defensive onto the onside, and Crawley and Duckett do the yes, no, actually no, it's tea time, let's not bother. As we finish for 31 for no wicket after 6 overs, Crawley 6 for 15, Duckett 19 for 22, chasing India's first innings total of 445. And Mog, do you want to finish us off with some tweets and
Why the heck not? Oxymoronica says, I'd like to see England eke out a draw just to show that they can apply themselves at the crease. Or does Bazball not do draws? It would be a good result from here. Obviously, a win would be great, but they'd have to get at least 550 plus in his innings. Over on the YouTubes, Brian in Brisbane says, speaking of oranges, what came first, the fruit or the orange? And what colour is an orange in total darkness? It doesn't have a colour if there's no light. And Pokey Bumfinger says, Terry's chocolate orange 1932. The chocolate apple was 1926. Never had a chocolate apple.
Yeah, it didn't prove to be nearly as successful.
Caramelised apple.
Yeah.
Toffee apples, I guess, had the market as for apple confections. Willow Moon says, Brian in Brisbane, surely nothing has colour in total darkness, including the orange. Thank you for validating what I just said as well. And they used to be, the colour was yellow before it was orange, before we got that. So there you go.
Colour is green normally. It's the orange not induced by chemical.
How dare you?
Absolutely not.
It is. But anyway, over Jason, what do we have for our tea time delights?
For lunchtime we were doing the latest episode of The Bishop and the Bear, and we're going to go back to that and finish it off for the last 20 minutes.
Very good.
So
I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Catch you folks later.
We'll see you back here in about 15 minutes.
I mean, he completely worthy winner, Harry Brook. It's obviously he didn't have a great World Cup, and he didn't excel in the IPL apart from that one century. But in Test matches, in terms of what he's achieved, it's been phenomenal, and he has got to be one of the a player you can build around. In the future, it's surely going to be there for England for
well,
many
also the
years
speed
to
of
come.
progression. It was only a couple of years ago that he won the Young Player Writers Awards.
As a player ever, so effortlessly slotted in and performed from day one.
No, I think he would have been the whole farrago around Stokes's unretirement possibly impacted his World Cup.
I think
he wasn't going to be in, then he was, because Ben Stokes got injured, and then he booted. He never really. He did
Must have put a few doubts in
60
as well.
odd along the way somewhere.
Yeah,
I think just that will have slightly unsettled him. I think it did some of the rest of the England team, to be honest, as well.
Yes.
But
I'm not so sure about that. I'm not so sure about that. I don't agree with that. I think a lot of the problems that England have is they play too much T20 and they don't know how. I mean, it's weird. They someone like Harry Brook and Stokes or whatever play a lot of Test matches. And as we were discussing throughout the World Cup, I think ODIs is so much more like Test match batting now than T20s. But
well, again, it's
but a lot of
format hero, isn't he? And that's what they want.
Yes, but the one format he hasn't really played much of is ODIs, and actually pacing an innings in an ODI is very different to batting in a T20, and so much more like a Test match. And if he could, he seemed to. I mean, right at the beginning of the tournament, didn't he? He came in, he batted in one of those games, and or was it in the warm-ups against New Zealand or whatever? But he'd hit 20 in and over, and then still carry on.
Very much your theory, isn't it, David? ODIs are a shortened form of Test cricket. They're not an elongated form of T20.
Yes.
I do kind of see where you're coming from with that.
Yeah, you need to build an innings. You've got effectively Test match type bowling at the start, so without a defence. I think the fact that it took place in India wasn't. Because don't forget, we had an Ashes series where Ben Stokes asked the groundsman to prepare flat batting tracks, so people were able just to hit through the line, the besters of this world, who were then found out by the way the moving ball.
You still have to take 20 wickets to win a match, though, or a Test match.
Well, you do, yes. But I agree with what
maybe
you do, and I would side with you, Tony, on this. I think if you're not picked in the original squad, it must put doubts in your mind. You must be thinking, am I quite good enough to play in 50 over?
I think he knows he's good enough.
Well, he was left out, and probably they explained to him why he was left out. Until the last minute, really, wasn't it? Yeah.
Basically. Those other awards, by the way, were Nat Silver Brunt, second year running. I certainly couldn't argue with that. And I'm going to put in a little word for Kevin Howells, because anyone who listens to the Round the Grounds coverage, which he sort of masterminds for the BBC, a bit of a voice of summer for those of us who love county cricket, so I was very happy for him.
Very much so, yeah. Unsung hero because he does great interviews as well. You know, the interview he did with Alex Stewart towards the end of the summer was really interesting, where Alex Stewart made the point that England have got to respect, you know, county cricket, respect all the different formats, because you could argue that they haven't respected the 50 over format. None of the Test players played in the 50 over tournament. They only had 4 50 over games before the World Cup, as opposed to 11 the previous time. So yeah, I think it must be a wake up call.
Yeah.
Last orders all round. David, another run for you.
Well, 50 over cricket is worth preserving. I think that's what the World Cup demonstrated. It's a great form of the game, an all-day match. And I mean, if you're coming home from work, fine, you watch T20. If you've got all day, what is the point of sitting around and waiting for a game to take place in the evening?
Well, I agree with that to a certain degree, but then also, I mean, for me, the World Cup needs to be either then shorter and more games with jeopardy involved, because the endless group stages, the pretty much certainty, pretty much halfway through, there wasn't a lot of, there was a couple of teams that could qualify other than the 4 that did. Hardly any game was close.
I think I take a different view. I think it was a great tournament, and Afghanistan really surprised people. That game between Afghanistan and Netherlands, people would have written off before the tournament. It actually turned out to be a fascinating game in terms of the context of the competition. There were hardly any dead rubbers. There were plenty of entertaining, absorbing passages of play.
Yeah, but absorbing passages of play are all well and good, but if it ends up still being a slaughter either way, there's not enough to keep the interest going.
Well, I was interested in every game, and I thought some great. South Africa's performance was brilliant in terms of their batting. Really came to the party. There were some really good games. There's all this thing about not enough close finishes. If you want to watch a game just for the last 5 overs, that's fine.
No, but I mean that's fine. But also that adds excitement to it, doesn't it? I mean, if games are really one-sided, or the result becomes obvious too close, too early. Most of the time it did.
Very occasionally, the number of teams that dug themselves out of trouble, which you can do in a 50 over match. Some of Cody's innings were in the face of
narrative has greater opportunity to evolve.
Yeah, I agree with that.
An ODI. I, for what it's worth, because I was trying to move the conversation on, and you two kept dragging yourselves back to where we were 20 minutes ago. But for what it's worth, I thoroughly enjoyed the World Cup by and large, despite England losing. I think as much as anything else, we made quite a lot of new friends on our various platforms that we were broadcasting on, and that was good. I learned new skills about pushing blue buttons. I mean, there we go. Every day's a school day, so that was handy. It was all good fun. Ben Stokes, very quickly, had his knee operation, chaps. Do we think he's going to come back fighting fit, ready to go? Surely he'll pull out of ODIs, focus on just T20s. He's already pulled out the IPL, and his next big target is proving the case for England's ultra-aggressive approach that sometimes, given the name beginning with B, and how it can work in India. Do we expect to see him performing with bat and ball when he's back in India again? What do you reckon?
I don't think he'll be required to use the ball. So as long as he can bat, he'll be all right. I think it's more aimed towards next summer. He might get a couple of overs in. I don't know. I mean, do we know exactly what the operation is, what it's involved, or anything? I mean, I haven't seen any news about it. So, I mean, I assume he's had his operation.
Is the problem? Do you know what the problem actually is with his knee? Other than it's just always very theatrical and.
Well, as far as I can figure out, it's RSI. It's a kind of RSI of the knee because it's not cartilage, and it's not. It must be some sort of strained ligament, but it's not obviously a ligament that's snapped, and therefore it's not an ACL or an ICL or whatever it is, anterior cruciate ligament, or the other one, interior cruciate ligament. So it's. So no one really knows what it is, apart from that it's intermittent and it's painful. So great. So we don't really have a lot of news on it.
And it's been fixed.
Well, hopefully it's been fixed, and hopefully it's keyhole surgery, and presumably he played in the World Cup knowing that he would have time to recover to go to India. I mean, he's got virtually 2 months, hasn't he? Really, if he had it when he came back.
This is what you get in the Bishop and Bear. The Bear does anatomy. I love it.
Well, I mean, he's got
why people drink in this pub. It's not for the cricket.
It's the World Cup finished on the 19th of November. November, and he was home probably before the final was played. Presumably had the operation straight away, and the test starts on the 29th of January.
I think he's very single-minded, and I think he did time it very specifically. He wanted to make a bigger impact in the World Cup than he did. I think he probably might even, in retrospect, think maybe I shouldn't have done that. And I think he's totally focused on leading England successfully in the India Test series. So fingers crossed, I think.
Yeah.
Which brings me on to a couple of the last things I just wanted to chat to you both about. We saw it in England when they won the T20 World Cup, and then off they went. They were in Australia, so somebody had the brilliant idea. So let's play three pointless ODIs, which of course England then completely lost. Some could argue that was the start of a slippery slope ODI-wise, but that's a kind of a different argument, I think. India-Australia, I think India are 2-1 up in the T20 leg. I just find myself asking why. I mean, is it just because they happen to be there? To me, you've just won the marquee tournament. You need a bit of breathing space, in my book, to actually say you've won. Maybe I just think about, cup finals, and it's normally the end of a season, or a World Cup, which has space around it, unless it's in Qatar. It just seems a bit odd to me that they're cramming in another. It's a 5 or 6 game series, isn't it? Once you put the T20s and ODIs together, I know you've got to practice your T20s because that's coming around next year. But David, I mean, it just seems to me like over-egging the pud to me.
Yeah, less is more. I mean, the administrators are gorging themselves on this diet of T20s because they see it as the cash cow, but I just think that it's short-sighted, and there's no answer to your question. It shouldn't have been played at that point. But that's actually produced some very entertaining cricket.
Yeah.
And it's filled up some of the days that otherwise wouldn't have any cricket in after the World Cup. They normally go through complete blank calendar. Maxwell's done another amazing century.
He has done well, hasn't he?
Yeah, I agree with you.
Has Travis Head played at all? I haven't really looked close enough to find out.
I don't know. I knew it was going on. None of us know. Oh, well, I can have a quick look.
I think the thing about Travis Head, the big question was going to be how long would he take to sober up? I mean,
he has. He got 35 in the last game off 18 deliveries. He might not have played them all, but let's have a look.
Will India ever forgive Mitchell Marsh for sticking his feet on the World Cup?
Yeah. Sussex fans would have looked at Travis Head's performance in the World Cup and thought, my God, because he had such an unsuccessful period at Sussex where he was less than 20.
I know. And I think the answer to India, who complaining about it, whinging, is, by the way, hang on, if he'd have won it, he wouldn't have had the chance to stick his feet on it. So,
Well, exactly.
Get back in your box on that one.
Matthew Wade is still playing in those T20s.
Yeah, he's still going strong.
Which is quite surprising.
So I think we're both saying you could have started it a bit later, played a bit less, given them a bit more time, let them celebrate. It seems to be like we're all trying in that direction.
Well, the same thing happened to England, though, didn't it? After the World Cup in Australia last year, we ended up playing those pointless fucking ODIs that we didn't cover.
I believe that's how I started this whole discussion. Let's move on. Finally, wrap things up. It's nearly Christmas, pantomime season, and we have one jingle about a man who's not in a panto, Hossein Shanto, and he made a ton today. And that, by the way, looks like a really interesting test match, which it could well be Bangladesh end up winning. Have you been following that one, David?
Not too closely, actually. That one's passed my radar. What's the latest score?
Well, it's day 3. Bangladesh made 310, New Zealand 317. So there's literally, it pretty much became a second innings shootout with plenty of time left in the game. But Bangladesh, unless the track is flattening out, which would be counter expectation for Bangladesh.
Yeah, counterintuitive.
212 for 3. So they've got a lead of 205. And Najmul Hossein Shanto made his ton today, made 104 of those. So it could well be Again, maybe it's a bit after the Lord Mayor's show from a New Zealand perspective, who I remember in the ODIs got off to, in the World Cup, got off to a roaring start, and then it all kind of died a bit for them. Maybe they're showing a little bit of that. Bangladesh were the whipping boys, but the whipping boys here look like they might turn New Zealand over, and are doing very well in doing it.
They were the worst, comfortably the worst team in the World Cup.
Yeah, so the BRU will be delighted, I'm sure. The Drivers' Union. Good luck.
I don't know. It was between. Well, I mean, Netherlands are probably the worst. Ended up bottom, but I mean, it's between Bangladesh and Sri Lanka for the next spot. I thought Sri Lanka had a very poor bowling attack. Anyway, we've talked enough about the World Cup. I guess it's time
we
for us
have.
to go.
I think we're done. I did offer David a second drink, but I'm not sure that message got across. So it is time for people to drink up.
I might go and have a large whiskey myself, actually.
You're going to have another large whiskey. As landlord, you're entitled to do that. Well, that's it for now. We shall be back with you again soon. Now we're back on the Bishop and Bear horse again after the World Cup break. David, thanks for being our guest, as ever. A delight. Wonderfully informed. We didn't want MASH in the first place.
11-4 West Indies. Bear, any takers?
Nah.
Sunday's match.
I had an awful World Cup. Lost loads of money.
So did most of those Indian fans. That's why they went so quiet towards the end.
Well, indeed.
My World Cup highlight, actually, I'll be honest, it was probably meeting in Indo. There you go. Got to see,
nice.
Yeah, got to see a Kohli ton at the same time. But it's always nice to travel around the world and just pluck a filler. I did that with Mog as well. Went to Melbourne and went, Mog, got to have a beer with you.
Well, that worked brilliantly. If I can just pay credit to Tony, for organising the World Cup as you did, and Bear for amazing effort, and the link up with the boys at White Line Wireless, that seemed to work extremely well.
Yeah, we were very happy with that, and they're doing lots of fun stuff as well.
Yeah, two independent broadcasters coming together.
Exactly.
The voice of fan-based independent cricket. That's what we like, and we will carry on doing as long as we can. Thank you all very much. It's time for us to say goodbye.
Yeah, we're off.
See you soon.
Later.
Bishop and Bear.
See you later. Bye. And don't forget you can Patreon us at patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket if you really like us, because that's always helpful.
Revolutionary cricket commentary.
Oh, look at that. Perfect
Sports
timing.
Social Podcast Network.
We're back. Well, I'm back on my own at the moment. Dave's going to join me. There he is.
Yeah, I'm back.
He's got the heating on.
He's
He's taking his jumper off. He's back in that wonderful
it's brilliant.
shed.
And the sun's out as well. It's class.
And the legend that is Mog, all the way from Melbourne. All right, Mog, how are you, mate?
Give us
Fuck off
Mog.
with this legend bullshit. Hi.
You're a legend, mate.
Yeah.
All those jingles you churn out endlessly.
Churn is the right word.
Well, here we are.
How a jingle comes together with a churn, a bit like butter.
We like to use the German version of a butter churn over here. It's a little bit more martial and involves possibly razor wire.
Nice.
Okay. Nice.
Apologies if you heard that, Leah. That's terrible of me.
Well, here we are. We're back after tea. One session to go in a day. England are finally in the bat. 31 for none, I believe. Going along at a healthy run rate of over 5 or close to. And hopefully they'll do it for the rest of the day and I won't lose a wicket. Then I've got 2 days off. No, I'm not. I'm in tomorrow afternoon, actually. Last session of the day. Which could be interesting. Straight after tea, we're going to have a change in the bowling. It's going to be this man.
I thought that cruelty was science fiction until I saw him today. Now that your death is my addiction, I've thrown all that Virat junk away.
And immediately gets turned off the straight, and it kept a little bit low. Duckett went back in his crease and played it nicely enough.
Lovely bit of bounce.
Yep.
Still a new cherry, 6 hours old.
Indeed. There's a silly mid off and there is a slip. There's a shortish cover, mid off, mid on, backward point, and a man round a corner on a 45. Probably a couple of people in the deep as well. Kuldeep is in. Forward gets Duckett though, defends that one. Not that far forward. He doesn't never really gets that far forward. Enough to cover it.
Surfraz, at that pad. So that's the role he played, I think, in the last Test match.
Yep. It's Padatar in the last match. Well, there we go. First sweep of the day.
There we go.
And successful from Duckett down towards fine leg. 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
He just waits. As soon as it's slightly over pitched, he's on it like a jackrabbit.
It's a nice new cherry. It'll go off nicely off that bat of Ben Duckett.
Indeed.
Interesting choice. So this is the first spin we've seen so far.
Yeah, well, I thought they'd give the Pacers another couple of overs after having a little break. And there's another sweep and beats the man on the 45. And it's 4 more. Suddenly England are up and away after tea.
Rohit's making some faces.
Yeah.
Who was there was, I think, the man at short fine beat him quite easily. Bumrah or Siraj, I'm going to say.
Or is it Shubman Gill? I don't know.
Actually.
Or maybe he's the other side. This one is shorter and back goes Duckett this time. Crunches it out to the man sweeping on the boundary. Down there at deep cover.
Well net. Yeah, lovely bit of bounce. There was a few of them were dying a bit at the end of India's innings, sorry.
Yeah, I do think this pitch is going to get a lot harder. England have got to score reasonably quick to actually
take advantage.
Yeah, and avoid that at the back end of their innings, really. Crawley is forward, just defends that square on the offside. There's no run. He's going along sedately at 6 off 16. End of the 7th over. England a 40 for none. What you got, Mog? You've just Nothing. People are not woken up after.
People gone back to bed.
Pokey Bumfinger has said snorting Madras snuff this morning, but I feel a joint coming on. I don't know what any of that means.
Sounds Madras snuff. Don't know what that is. Yeah.
I assume that's some kind of curry. Maybe he's talking about having lunch.
No idea.
You could cover a great many things. If someone over social could clear that up for us, that would be great.
Well, obviously he's having
plays in explicit terms. That'd be great.
Obviously he's going to have a fat spliff,
including addresses, costs.
Yeah,
logistics,
invoices.
Whether or not we
please.
can get Uber to deliver it, that'd be great.
Well, can you get Uber to deliver it here? You know, well, Madras stuff might be quite good. Who knows? Suraj is still on, and he's been driven straight back past him. First ball that he bowls to Ben Duckett. 4 more. Duckett is in full ODI T20 mode. A lovely shot.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Rohit won't be worried yet, but we saw him drift when England did get runs in that first test in the second innings. And if
that was very handsomely met. Full face of the bat, lovely bit of pace, nice new ball. Enjoy it.
Indeed.
It's not bad. It's good going out there.
It certainly is. We're only in the 8th over, and he whips that into the leg side. Can't beat mid wicket though. He's not full on attack here, is Duckett. That's his job, I suppose. He's happy to do it. Crawley just sedately going along, 6 off 16.
Yeah, well, what exactly is he doing? 6 off 16.
It's not very baseball, is it? But he doesn't need to. Duckett's doing the work.
Doesn't have to, yeah, exactly. Do you reckon they have those conversations? Like,
I just think they played a situation, and Duckett can't play any other way, I don't think. I mean, if he tried to be a proper batsman, he would fail dismally. And he did, you know, in his first incantation, that's exactly what he was doing. But he's since decided he's just going to be attacking. England like it. Pulls that over the top of mid-wicket. No one out there. 4 more. He'll take it on.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
And I like it. Certainly got attitude.
Yeah. I think
he's not.
Sorry, go on.
He's not got a 50 this tour, has he? Though he's got a couple late 30s and a 40.
I was just thinking as well. Like, I mean,
he's had some good starts and then gone
Yeah.
out, which is what he does. But I don't mind if he gets like 37 and goes off like a train and gets us to sort of 70.
If you get 50 not out, or 50 for the first wicket, you take that as an opener.
Exactly.
Maybe you got to start looking. Starting in India isn't the easiest, but
no, and I also think you do want to get the ball a little older, so last 20 overs or something like that. But if you're going like this for 20 overs, you're on 120, aren't you, or somewhere out there? That one's defended to the offside. There's no run.
Yeah, take it.
I
worry that my attention span has been eroded by many different kinds of media because I was dying a bit with the Ashwin partnership with Jarrell when they're going at like 2 and 3 and over.
Yes.
This is it now. This is cricket.
We want the stuff to move along quickly. We want things to happen.
My attention span's just gone, basically.
Yeah.
Lucky the IPL's coming up soon.
Well, yes. That one slightly stopped his shot on that, I think, Duckett. Prodded it into the leg side. There's no run.
Yeah, just a bit watchful. He doesn't attack everything.
Anything. But he doesn't have to. If he can get 1 or 2 fours and a single and over, that's 5 and over, isn't it?
He just tees off, but not recklessly.
Currently.
Honouring the great Shane Warne. Whose anniversary must be coming up pretty soon.
Oh, yes. Well,
It's
maybe now,
March or
is it
something.
2 or 3 years?
Oh, but yeah.
Time does go. Ooh, now leading edge up towards mid-on, trying to turn that around a corner. There's nothing on it though. It's a dot ball. 8 off the over though. 48 for none. England after 8.
We, of course, are having a public holiday in commemoration of Shane Warne's passing.
Is that
Being
true?
it-
Please tell me that's true.
That's not. No, it's not true.
Oh, that'd be so Australian.
Come on, Melbourne.
Oh, gee, sorry to disappoint. I'll have a chat with the government and see what we can.
Just in Melbourne, nowhere else. That's
Just in Melbourne. That's what we do for Melbourne Cup Day. So why not?
Kath and Kim Day, Shane Warne Day.
Oh God, we really are the pinnacle of culture in this country, aren't we? Pokey Bumfinger clarifies: tobacco, you twats.
Okay.
But what kind of tobacco?
Yeah.
We talking chop chop? Are we talking something a little bit more refined? What's going on?
That's short, hoiked into the leg side by Crawley, but he hits the fielder, Shivan Gill, at mid wicket, and there's no run. That was a gimme.
Hit the fielder, but hit the fielder maybe on the bounce.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, but as in it could have been close.
It should have been in the stands. Goes back into
Yeah.
his crease for that one. Defends it back down the track. There's no run.
Circumspect is Crawley.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll launch one sooner or later. It's got a long reach. He tosses one
get
up.
the lead out.
Yeah, exactly. Looking around, open stance. Kuldeep is it in? Tosses that up on his legs, works that around the corner. They go for the quick single, and Crawley's there easy enough. And there's no run. Sorry, 1 run. What am I on about?
Yeah, he had a little look behind square on the leg side. He was thinking either I get off strike or I'm going to mill it down that way.
Yeah.
It's not really much of a single for Crawley. Crawley just takes a few steps and he's there at the other end.
Very tall man, isn't he? He's got to be 6'6".
Duckett has to do a bit of legwork.
Yes. Well, you were saying earlier it's quite a good strategy to have a tall man and a short man.
Oh yeah, tall and small. I think, yeah.
Because the lengths are so different to both of them. It's really throw the bowler off. There's the reverse sweep. It's up and over. It's aerial, but it's going to be 4 more, and that brings up the England 50 with yet another 4. This time it's a reverse sweep by Ben Duckett. That's the one that's going to get him in trouble. That bounced a bit. If it bounced a little bit more, that edge would have been thinner and it would have gone straight up and he'd have been out. Oh, we got it off toe, actually.
Yeah, he did well. If they had a fielder... Let's see, what was the... Yeah, there's plenty of space.
Ooh, goes back that one, squats a little bit, but hits it safely enough out into the deep. And there you go, that's 6 off the over. That 1-4 just does the
Bingo,
business.
bango.
Exactly.
Easy enough. Easy as you like. I suppose, Duckett does this thing where he kind of keeps you interested. It's like, oh, I've hit you for 4, I've hit you for, I don't know, 6, 8, 10, but I've done it in the streakiest way possible.
Yeah.
That'll just piss you off.
He's 41 or 35. So proper opening ODI innings. Kuldeep is into Crawley. He goes back, punches it back down the track to the bowler, and that ends Kuldeep's second over. He's gone for 15, and England are 54 for none. And over to Mogg.
Jay laments that he has no idea what Madras snuff is. It's making him feel old. And he also adds that he's not messing. Ordering drugs via the pharmacy is a lot easier than talking to DOS pricks under street lamps. We do train stations here, but each to their own.
Yeah, well, you know.
Leah says she needs Crawley to get a bit impatient and stuff one down Midoff's throat.
Nah. I don't want to see that.
Stick around for a bit, then do it.
Hokey Bumfinger says Madras-style snuff is a toasted tobacco fried in ghee. Rich, burny tobacco goodness. Used to be huge in India, but it's died out a lot. Mostly Indian tobacco snuff is used as toothpaste now.
Is it actually ground up so you use it like snuff?
I'll leave that open to our experts in the field.
Absolutely.
We couldn't possibly comment at this time.
No. Well, Duckett's facing up, and Siraj is going to continue.
It looks like they got some sort of plans, some sort of new ideas. At least Rohit is gesturing as much to say, we have thought about this, and we've got something in mind for you, Ben Duckett.
Well, England's opening partnerships in the first 2 tests have ended around about here as he guides that one down to third man. The third man's gone squarer. That's what Rohit was doing, and Duckett just guided it down to third man.
Number of the day. Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
And Duckett is now on 45. That was I think that was a little cutter, wasn't it? Cross seam.
Yeah. That's infuriating as well, though. He just kind of plays it in the gap, just dabs it down.
Well, Siraj's gone for 21 in 4.1 overs.
Yeah. Shy figures.
And Kuldeep's gone for 15 in 2.
Brendan McCullum's gone for power stance, sitting there.
Yeah. That's full, driven back to him by Duckett.
Flings it to the keeper.
Siraj, for a minute there, you thought he was going to throw it at him. And he held himself back.
Didn't even leave his crease.
No. No need to.
You got the brains trust, you got Triscothic, Gene Patel, Brendan McCullum, deep in conversation. I wonder if one of the conversations Patel will be having was the speeds. I wonder if England were a bit too samey with their speeds when they're ball and spin.
Yeah, as I said, Dave, I just think England are that spin attack is not built for containing. It's just too erratic. No. It needs help from the wicket. That's cut nicely by Duckett. This time in front of square, and he gets 4 more. He is going like a train.
4 on the floor, and 1 more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4's are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
Got a bit of an Alice band on there.
Yeah, interesting. It's got a bit of a, I don't know, his hair is slightly long. It doesn't really need that Alice band.
No, it doesn't look like it does to me, but...
Is that an attempt to make his face a little bit bigger so it fits his head better?
Possibly, you never know. Well, if Duckett does get this 1 more run, it'll be his first 50 of the tour, and he has cut that one, this time straight to the man, 3rd time lucky. But he has got a single, and he has got 50 runs, and Duckett moves on to 50 off just 39 deliveries. Well done, him.
Long drawn out grinds and flashing cameos, quite accumulation that just grows and grows. Plucky lapse of half century.
Not a bad opening stand, 63, no wicket, off
I
just
think
9.4 overs.
It's the highest of the tour for England so far.
It's pretty
He's
damn
got
good.
a quality Bannerman chance going on here.
Well, yeah, potential.
It's not too early to call it.
Well, that'd be a bit pessimistic, one would think, but defended by Crawley, out to cover, and there's no run. I mean, it's certainly good though. I mean, if you can knock off 100 runs off of what you know,
Yeah.
15 overs or so.
I went for a little snooze there at the end of India's innings. Were there any more run penalties handed out?
No.
Yeah.
I'm sure there was a bit more running on the wicket, but
yeah.
A couple of them made a big thing of leaping over the danger zone, but I think there was a few more footsteps in there.
Ultimate shithousing.
Siraj is in. Oh, that's a beautiful shot from Crawley. Textbook cover drive, and beats the man at mid-off. He's quite wide. Another boundary for England. They go strolling on.
Siraj is flying.
Yeah, that over's gone for 13. Going at 6 and over. It'll be interesting to see what happens when Jadeja and Ashwin come on. I presume they just carry on.
It wasn't even that full. He's just so stupidly tall. Like.
Yeah, exactly. He can get on the top of.
But he gets in such great positions that he has it covered.
Yeah, and he has no fear in playing on the up as well. And the thing is, there's no lateral movement in this pitch, really.
No, absolutely nothing. It's dead. Well, for the time being. Continue with Kuldeep.
Yep. He's going to bowl at Duckett. How's he going to play this? I presume he just carries on. Reverse sweeps. Kuldeep. Yep, reverse sweep, and nearly out this time. I think it came off pad and then maybe glove. Just ballooned past Rohit, who's at slip. It won't phase him though. And there was no run.
Yeah, it was a bit slow. Let's see.
It was a googly as well.
Yeah, it kind of bounced up, hit the glove.
Yeah.
Looks like Kuldeep's going at around 90 kilometers, so it's a bit of pace to work with. So he's just got a bit of bat on this new ball.
It should go. Now he swept that one square in front of square. It was a pretty ugly shot, to be fair. It was a bit full, but he managed to get enough on it. Doesn't matter, as you say. And it's gone down to the boundary, and it's 4 more at deep mid wicket. Rohit already looking a bit frazzled. England going on at nearly 7 and over. It's ridiculous.
Finally, there we go. Push this match along.
Well, yeah.
He kind of fell over a little bit, did
yeah, exactly. It was very full. He sort of hockey scooped it, really.
It worked anyway.
Yep, it did. This one he goes back, cuts, out, just wide enough of cover. Shivan Gill's fielding, and they'll get a single.
He said something like that before the series. I think that he was just going to play a lot of different sweeps and stuff. And it's like he's as confident doing that as he would be if he was just going to block it for.
Yeah,
block it like Crawley might, but yeah, he's pretty good at it. I mean, we would have laughed at like Jimmy Anderson sweeping the spinners, but yeah, if he pulls it off,
more sweeps than Victorian London.
Wow. That's defended out to the offside. And there's no one. You'd be delighted to know, Mog, that I actually have a chimney sweep. He comes around.
A person,
like a small child.
Well, no, they don't do it like that anymore. But a man comes around and does sweep your chimney.
It's only good if it's like a deformed 6-year-old forced up into the flue.
Well, yeah, unfortunately, I can't do that anymore. Oh, no, I think Crawley thought about having a big hoik there and changed his mind, stopped his shot, and ended up looking ugly, but got his bat down on it. There's no run.
He kept his shape, but he kind of kept his legs.
Yeah.
It was like they were stuck in cement. He just kept his legs. He's like, I'm just going to hold this pose and swing through the line. He can use his gigantic reach too.
That one he does get to. It's a bit too full by Kuldeep. He tossed it up and Crawley was on it early. Saw that, hit it straight back over the bowler's head. And a lovely shot. Contrast in these two is quite stark. But both fun to watch, and it's 4 more.
1, 2, 3, 4.
And you got any socials for us there, Mark? You keep disappearing into your
Dave.
background. Your light can't be very good.
I know. I was trying before to see if I could just disappear entirely, but I couldn't be bothered moving my chair back far enough. I'll turn a light on for my next
You don't have
session,
to.
perhaps.
Is that your bookshelf? It's got lots of things on it.
It's a photo of my bookshelves. Yeah.
I kind of like it. To me, it looks like you're just going back into the shelves to try and find the physical tweets and read them out.
Oh, I've disappeared. Help! Dave Barrett would like to know what time Stokes will declare.
Okay.
Sometime tomorrow after lunch when we've got 550.
There you go.
In,
That's easy answer.
in 60 overs.
Problem solved. 60.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Well, no.
Kiwi by Day says Melbourne is too busy celebrating Tay-Tay performing at MCG to worry much about Warney.
Who? Tato? Who's Tato?
Tay-Tay. Taylor Swift.
Tay-Tay.
Oh, right. Oh, God. Yeah, she was. Yeah. They were live.
Get with it, old man.
Oh, fuck you. That was a mistimed drive as we have a new bowler. And the big man is back into the attack. 500 test wickets to his name. It is Ashwin.
Pitches are all brown, the pitches are all brown. The selector's hair's gone grey.
Next ball. Again, Duckett just plods his foot down and drives it back to the bowler. No run.
Yeah, clearly they decided Crawley's very tall. We need to find our tallest player to counteract him. So, the moment he's bowling to Duckett,
Yeah,
the smallest.
well, he's wily as Ashwin.
Height with height.
He drives
It's the only
that
way.
out through cover. Not particularly well timed, but he's placed it well enough behind cover that they should get back for 2. Gill slips a little bit, but not a problem. Yeah, they live, like OBO'd, whatever you want to call it, live streamed Taylor Swift's concert on The Guardian. That's like, for fuck's
Jesus.
sake, why do I need to know that?
It's like ball by ball, but for
Yeah, exactly, but for a fucking Taylor Swift concert. Now she's playing it. I've never listened to Taylor Swift. I think
In the
it's
grim darkness of 2024, there is only Taylor Swift.
well, yeah, it would seem so. Ashwin around the wicket. Duckett goes back and again forces it out through the offside. Bounces into the ground and Sarfraz, who's quite a short man, palms it over his head and they'll get through for a single. I do like the fact that she's getting under Trump's skin. I mean,
is she getting under Trump's skin, or is she just getting under
Yeah,
the
he
skin of
thinks
Trump fans?
Well,
half of Americans think that she's in some sort of cahoots with Biden.
Yeah, sort of lizard creature.
40% of people that answer yes to that didn't hear about the conspiracy until they were asked the actual question at that very moment.
Precisely. Not only
So,
that, Trump claims
people are fucking idiots, is what the short story is.
Yes, of course. And Americans seem to be. Sorry if you're American and listening. You're obviously enlightened. No, that's not out. It's pitched outside leg. Big appeal. Maybe a bit of bat. That's what Ashwin thinks. Try to attempt a reverse sweep by Crawley. Oh fuck! I've forgotten what I was going to say. That's really annoying.
It was going to be good as well, wasn't it?
It was going to be good.
I was getting really hyped up for
Yeah, I was like, oh, Dave, keep quiet. Just keep quiet here. Let's hear what he says.
Oh, that's it. He claims ownership of being extraordinarily rich because he changed the tax laws or some laws on music rights or something. It's just like, for fuck's sake, is there nothing that man won't claim? It's ridiculous.
There's only 4 musicians in the world that make money anymore, and Taylor Swift, I think, is 2 of them.
Well, Crawley gets forward, defends, and that's the end of the 12th over. England 79 for none. Run rate 6.58. Pretty good going. Over back to Mogg. We'll have one more over, and then we'll have a switcheroo.
Are we? Okay. Kieran Roseblade says there's also a Mr. Tato who is a big potato. He sells the crisps.
Yeah,
Up until
Irish
there was
crisps.
a Tato Park, which is like the Irish Alton Towers.
Yeah.
Well, that was it. Tato crisps are Irish, aren't they?
Tato crisps, you get them in the Republic and you get them up north as well.
Yeah.
But they're basically the same construct, which is a small cartoon potato man. Tato Park existed. It was a wooden amusement park. It used to be where divorced dads would take their kids on Sundays.
Will the ride?
Is there a wooden roller coaster?
Will the
Yeah,
rides
I
based
think
on
they
Christmas?
had a very large wooden roller coaster.
Yeah, we've got one of those here. I think it's allegedly the oldest functioning one in the world, if it ever functions.
Oh, now that's swept. No, he's got it on the ground. I thought it had gone up in the air, but no. Duckett sweeps once more. This time it's a slog sweep in front of square, all the way down to the boundary for the predictable 4 runs.
4 on the floor, and one more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4's are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
Yeah, he got over that. I thought he got top edge and it had gone straight up, but no. I keep expecting that to happen any ball now, but he's getting away with it.
He's getting away with it. And the last bit of my Tato story is that Tato do not have naming rights, so if anyone wants to move in on that.
Really?
There you go, Bear. There's an opportunity.
Yeah.
Gorilla Park.
Yeah.
There you go.
GC Acres.
Yeah. Defended up to mid-off for a no run.
I wonder what they talk about Crawley and Duckett.
No idea. That's pulled. It squatted a little bit, and Duckett was committed to his shot. Kept a little low, but he managed to toe end it out through the leg side, which is pretty vacant, and it's 4 more. That was a good shot.
He's got such a low centre of gravity that even if the ball does keep low,
he can adjust.
It's at regular height for him. He is somewhat of the build of a chimney sweep.
Yes, he is. You can stick him up one.
Certainly could.
Yeah. Oh, Jesus Christ! I mean, Coldeat's gone for what 32 in 3.2 overs. He's been pushed out again, out through cover now. And should get 2 for that one. And he does a comfortable 2.
Easy enough.
10 off this one.
Going at 7s overall.
Yeah.
What a shit truck.
It's fun to watch though, isn't it, Mog? I mean, it's...
No,
you know, it's not like there haven't been openers like... I mean, don't do it as often, but I mean, like Saywag, Warner, this type of opener. It's just he does it absolutely every time. Those guys kind of pick their moments, whereas it's kind of... This is just how Duckett goes. Oh, that's going down.
No.
There's a big appeal. That's one that's gone straight on from Coldeat and very slow, 77.7 kilometres an hour. Scooted along. It's going down leg.
77, and I think the highest was 90.
Yeah,
so.
Varying his pace. Well, as we all know, this wicket's not going to get any better.
Yeah.
I keep expecting one. As that one go, oh, that was a decent ball. It was a bit quicker. Hurried Duckett a little bit, but he got on top of it. Down towards third man. Here's the end of the over. We haven't seen a pitch that's broken up to totally rag yet, have we? Like we really expect an Indian pitch to do. I think both the first 2 pitches have held together reasonably well, to be fair. That is the end of the over. It is time for a little switcheroo. Jason is going to come in and take over from me, I believe. No, he's going to do social. Dave, you're going to do some ball by ball. Annie, Christ, I've got to let Annie in.
How's it going, Annie?
Well, I haven't let her in yet, but she'll be here now.
Hi, Annie. Bye, Annie.
Hi, Annie. Yeah, I'm by too. Are you coming in, Jace, or have you fallen asleep? I think Jason might have fallen asleep.
That's alright. I've had a few snoozes today already.
Easily done.
Yeah.
Do you want me to stay on?
If you want to.
If you want it.
Why not?
I barely read any tweets in the last half hour, so I can barely read some in the following one.
Oh, cool.
Good.
Cheers.
I'll see you in a bit.
See you, Bear. Just have a look at India's bowling options. We have not seen Jadeja as yet. Ashwin continues around the wicket, and that is swept by Crawley. Ooh, and that is taken by the short fine fielder. A very good catch. Just could not keep that sweep shot down. Crawley falls.
I just join in, and immediately there's a wicket.
Bloody hell, Annie.
Congratulations.
Yeah, it was all me.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says you're out.
Ashwin taking a lot of plaudits. Yeah, he just couldn't get over that. Wouldn't have said it was. It didn't look like it was bouncing too much from Ashwin. Bouncing a bit from Kuldeep at the other end. And then
Well,
I think
500 wickets jingle.
So, yeah.
Yep.
Jingle them up.
Play the wicket jingle.
No, the 500 wickets jingle.
I don't think. Did you send one in? Or you?
Oh my god! Of course I sent one in.
Oh. I probably put it in, haven't I?
No, I don't imagine you would have because I didn't send you one.
Oh.
Move on.
Ah, Mr. So. Yeah. Ashwin was waiting for that moment. He was waiting for the gorilla jingle that was never there. He trained all those years bowling in the nets for that 500th wicket.
He just got there too quickly.
Yes.
Well, I'll tell you what, this test match is taking a strange turn. You know, Duckett's still in, and Crawley's out. This is different.
Yeah, it's opposites.
Yes.
They trade places. They just like to mess with us every now and again. Who's getting runs, who's not getting runs.
Yeah.
Let's see. Just go with the flow.
Equitable. They're just busy sharing around the joy.
The baseball joy.
It's good to see Duckett get some runs in the way that he gets runs.
68 or 52, yeah, it's very entertaining. Keeping the Indian bowlers guessing. And we have Pope. The Pope has arrived.
We got a pope, we got a pope. Take a good hard look, it's Ollie Pope. It's Ollie Pope, it's Ollie Pope. Take a hard look at Ollie Pope.
Pope placing up. Ashwin round the wicket on the back foot, no run. Just having a look at that sweep again. It was an undercutter, it wasn't even kind of a top spinner, but he just could not keep it down. And that was some good ground cover by the short fine fielder. That's played off the back foot, punched through the offside. Tied up, they get a single. Brings Duckett back on strike. Rohit was thrilled. Absolutely thrilled. Because nothing was really working, to be honest. India were looking a bit goosed and devoid of ideas.
Well, indeed. I mean, it was getting a bit quiet in the crowd, wasn't it?
Extremely so. I suppose that's how you win them over. You win them over. You beat them by silencing the crowd, anyway.
Yeah.
People were starting to get their effigies out to burn.
We're not all like you, Mon.
Wouldn't the world be a better place if you were?
Oh, it would be, absolutely.
I think Mog's just like everyone else. I think we're the good ones. We're the outliers.
Yeah, the really weird thing about Mog is he keeps disappearing as well in his picture.
I know. I really should have turned my light on. Yeah.
That is played into the offside, round the wicket. Ashwin bowling to the left-handed Duckett. 1 for 4 so far for Ravi Ashwin.
So have you guys been up since
4 or something.
the start? Oof.
Yeah.
Well, it's not so bad for Mog.
Ashwin continues. Down the leg side is played off the back foot. Duckett's looking for a single, but there was none to be found. Ashwin's doing some pointing. Says move a man there. We'll have a look to see how that field is shifted. 98 test matches, 500 wickets, an average of 23.88.
He is quite impressive.
He's decent. He's not a bad bowler. He's Ravichandran Ashwin.
Yeah.
Does okay. Comes again to the left-hander. Ooh, plays that off the back foot. It wasn't really there for the back foot, but he blocks it anyway. And Ashwin lets everyone know that was lucky. And that is the over 90 for 1, 14 overs.
Are you doing tweets, Mog?
You're on mute,
No.
Mog.
You're on mute.
He's muting. Or he's miming, I don't know.
How the fuck am I on mute? That shouldn't have happened. Fucking hell.
He's a mime now.
Anyway, Pokey Bumfinger says, is Annie still in her pyjamas?
No, I'm not. No, it's just shiny.
Class. Colin says, Dave is amazing. He's got my kind of wit.
I don't know what wit that is, but I'm glad to hear
Sorry, I've read that wrong. That's actually shit. My mistake.
There we go.
I think Mog should stay in mute, really, shouldn't he?
He was doing some good mimes, some very good mimes.
Yeah, I thought so. Even though we couldn't see him all the time.
I don't even remember what I was doing. Do you want to take over, Jason, or shall I continue on?
Kuldeep bowls. That was driven by Pope for no run. 2.1 kilometers per hour.
Jason does look like he's been asleep, actually.
I've had very little sleep this night. Normally I try and get good 3 or 4 hours beforehand, but I had less than that today.
Oh dear.
Kuldeep in. That is full. Pope kind of whisks it away to mid on for no run. Yeah, there's not a lot of sleep that's been going on at the moment with this test match.
It's funny that when it's at 4 in the morning. Jason, do you want Mog to continue?
And that
No,
is
it's
reverse
fine.
swept by Pope. Pope makes it halfway down the track, but they decide against the run. There was a little bit of yes, no, maybe, shall we? Maybe I'm just looking at Pope here. Maybe did Pope have a go at that pitch? I think we're all going to have an eye on the batters. Let's have a look at this. It's very well swept, but could not get it past the man. And he was well in.
He's well in, but he had to reach for it, definitely.
Had to reach for it, and then Duckett was not interested. Plays this one off the back foot, almost turns it, but it hits the square leg Sarfraz.
Not what we want, a run out.
No, certainly not.
No.
Just more boundaries, because they have been flowing. 90 for 1 after 14.4.
Yeah, really.
6.81.
Damn it. Closed my eyes for a minute and we've lost the wicket.
Oh, you did go to sleep then.
Ooh, that was a very good delivery by Kuldeep. It was kind of a toppy, which Pope was reaching for. Could not reach it, went past his edge, and it looks like he has taken off the bails as the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, and we're going to have a look at that.
Just lost his balance. We'll have a little look. He shouldn't have gone too far because he wasn't. He was just looking. He was feeling for the ball, which is not really what you should do.
If he is out, that is a bit dumb piece of batting because he just propped forward. It's quite easy not to over attack the ball.
Came out of nothing effectively. No.
It's not dumb batting. It's perfect batting.
It's perfect footwork is what that is, because his foot actually went absolutely nowhere.
No, you could tell that they weren't convinced that was out at all. There wasn't any enthusiasm.
I think it was just a spectacular delivery. So sometimes you just you want to will the dismissal into existence, but there was nothing there. Very good from Pope. This time he reverse sweeps. It goes nowhere. It just dribbles along the ground to row hit for a slip.
Honestly, get these batters a broom. All they do is sweep.
90 for 1 after 15. How are we doing on social?
I don't know where we were, but Jago was cursing, saying, "God damn it, Annie, just when I renewed my subscription as well. I'm cancelling it and thou art dead to me."
Oh, I'm so sorry, Jay. It wasn't my fault, honestly.
Did we have the one from Spicy Golden Duck saying, "Morning, Gorillas, thanks for the commentary. I'm listening from our hotel room opposite the Gare du Nord in Paris."
That's a new tweet. It's new, it's fresh.
Wonder if
fresh
his partner will wake up in time to have lunch at the brasserie. Well, they should be waking them up and making them listen.
Ashwin continues to the left-handed Duckett, drives it off the back foot. It's tidied up by mid-off. Mohammad Siraj, by the looks of it. 89.8 kilometres. Ashwin 1 for 4. He's reached 500. The second off spinner of this generation to make it. Him and Nathan Lyon. He continues. Trundles back foot. That is punched to the offside sweeper by Duckett.
Sorry, Jason, can you leave the YouTube comments?
Yep, I can fix those.
Oh, Jason, you see, you just had a little nap and now you've got lots to do.
There you go.
Oh, that's not quite right. You can't see me. That's more like it.
played by Pope off the back foot. Continuing around the wicket to both left-handers and right-handers.
Well, it's a good plan for Ashwin because it brings both edges of the bat into play.
It is indeed. And again, off the back foot. Just tickles that round the corner. It's tied up by short fine.
Well, Ashwin's a very savvy cricketer, let's face it, isn't he?
He's a very savvy cricketer.
A little
maybe
bit experienced as well by now.
just a little bit. Yeah, he's been around. I mean, it's up for debate whether he intended to muss up that pitch when he was batting or whether it was purely accidental, as you would have us believe. Round the wicket to Duckett, plays it off the back foot. He's kind of shaping it in. He's not getting a huge amount of turns, so Duckett just needs to be careful he doesn't miss any of those.
Yes, whether he took one for the team, you mean?
Yeah, took one for Ashwin maybe. I don't know, because it was outside that off stump, so
Yes.
it's pretty handy actually.
Yeah.
Continues. Just tickled around the corner by Duckett for no run.
Yeah, I think England need to go on and obviously get a really, really big score in the first innings then, because things could look a bit dodgy in the last one.
As you go along, 92 for 1. How are we doing on social?
Lee is claiming that the Crawley wicket, even though it wasn't taken at mid-off. Dave Barrett says, what did Duckett and Crawley say between overs? You know the answer, because you've given it to Dave Barrett.
Go harder!
Not going hard enough.
And let's have a look on YouTube. We've had a camera alert from Smoky Bunker. Yes, I think that's fixed. And lots of love for Dave. Dave is amazing.
Bloody hell.
Who's giving him lots of love?
Yeah, I thought there was lots of people calling
Sutu.
him shit. Yeah, saying I was a shithead maybe. That is full from Kuldeep. It's played back by Pope. Lovely delivery, just curling away.
And
yeah, I accept that. Maybe some good fan mail, some bad fan mail.
Yeah, well, if you
Take
put
it all.
yourself out there, Dave.
There you go. There you go.
And also a question from Pokey Bumfinger, which is after this ball.
Kuldeep in. That is nicely. Well, Pope, sorry, dances down the crease and he sends it sailing over the ropes for 6. That's
Wow.
done.
That was walloped.
I was just about to say that it was looking like it was going to be a lovely delivery by Kuldeep, 'cause just the way it came out of his fingers looked like he had a lovely bit of loop, but it was extremely well met by Pope. Exquisite footwork.
They really are continuing to play as they've been to.
I think they went. They
Force a change already.
Ooh, had a reverse sweep, but that turned away down the leg side out of Pope's arc. It's taken by the keeper. He took off the bails, but I don't think anything really happened there.
No.
I think India are quite happy for them to play this reverse sweep, though, aren't they? I mean, it is a dangerous shot.
Yeah, wickets will come. Yeah, Jarrell is very happy. He's very thrifty with taking these bails off, even when there's absolutely no reason to. But he's doing it anyway. Kuldeep in, just keeping himself amused. But that is blocked by Pope. Lovely flighted leg breaks by Kuldeep. Not a huge amount of turn.
Yeah.
Lovely bit of wrist spin bowling. Comes in again. That is a good deal shorter though, and that is cut away. The fielder just rolls over it. Looks like he will tidy it up though. Mohammad Siraj potentially. Oh, they were thinking of a third, but Pope wisely comes back for the second.
There is a bit of dodgy running going on at the moment. I think Pope's been a little bit all over the place since he's got out there.
Yeah, there's a bit of frantic energy. I don't really know why exactly that energy is, but something has happened.
I think he's
Duckett.
hyped with Duckett. His Duckett is on mega steroids at the moment.
He is, isn't he?
Yeah, Duckett's pumped. And Pope just wants to be that
It's energised Pope, which is no bad thing, because I think he was too defensive in the last test.
Yeah. But the problem is, I haven't actually seen Duckett bat properly yet since I've come on. He's hardly had.
I don't think
time.
anyone's seen him bat properly. That is blocked. No, but it's kind of, he's played some ugly sweeps, but it's been extremely effective, and that is the over 100 for 1.
Yes,
the question from Pokey Bumping was: is Annie still in her pajamas on YouTube?
Yeah.
Oh,
I
yeah,
know. I've
yeah,
already had the look. I've got jeans on. All right. They're not. It's not pajamas. It's
Just-
a shiny shirt.
It's a shiny top.
Satin or silk or something. I don't know.
That's right. Yeah.
Josie Oak says, I've got the impression that Ashwin has been cherry-picked for test matches, only selected for home matches and overseas tournaments where we get a bag full. He's not picked for roads. Maybe a bit unfair on Ashwin, who's performed pretty well in a lot of places.
I think the Indian side is always stronger with Ashwin, and he always
definitely
brings something.
Jacob says,
yeah, go on.
I don't even dare look at Annie's shelves. It's probably all her son's Doctor Who's books. Sons in quotes.
No, this is in my room. It's all cricket books back there.
And Mog says, if you look very closely at mine, there's a bunch of those too.
Yay.
Doctor Who books.
Yep.
Yeah, I've got loads of them in my son's room.
Ashwin continues. That is whipped by Duckett to cover for no run. 93.8. Just keeping an eye on that speed gun. Duckett says, if I just got that through, he just motions with his hand to say, if I just got that through. If it wasn't for you damn kids, I would have got away with it. 69 off 60. Ashwin continues. He's gone out for the reverse sweep. Ooh, where exactly has that gone? It looks like it's gone to the man of short third.
Yep.
Just kind of lightly bunted. There's a lot of hand waving
2
from
dot
Rohit.
balls from Duckett. What's going on?
What is going on?
They're not, he still played at both balls.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he's still playing them. He's not
Wasn't
leaving
defense.
these. He's certainly not leaving them anyway. He has a wild sweep this time. It's a traditional sweep on the other side of the wicket, and that goes away for 4. He's been quite handy both sides of the wickets whenever he's sweeping. Pretty handy with a brush, this man Duckett. Sure, if it was all about prettiness, we'd have what's his face? Who's the fellow who plays the great cover drives? Plays for Hampshire, doesn't he?
There's lots
James
of
Vince.
them.
James Vince. Yeah, we'd have James Vince out here if that was the way. We'd just be picking people on prettiness.
Yeah.
Fortunately, he is not. We have Duckett who blocks that to cover. 85 kilometres. What age is James Vince these days?
He's in his mid-30s, I think.
Yeah, he
he's
must be
about
about
34, 35. He's, no.
Still playing very prettily.
He is. That is blocked again. No footwork really from Duckett. I hope for it might be the 3rd or 4th coming of Vince. I hope and
Yes.
pray. 5th or 6th maybe, perhaps.
I don't think it's going to happen.
Maybe. You can dream. Ashwin continues. He trundles wide of the wicket. That is cut, slashed to Sarfaraz. And just kind of blocks the ball.
I think at the moment we've pretty much cemented our top 3.
Oh, pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty tricky getting in.
I think Vince
104 for 1.
had his moment, and I think he had a sliding doors moment in Australia where he was on 87 and then got run out. And that was, had he not been run out, I think he would have been in the side for a very long time.
Yeah, so unfair, isn't it?
Yeah, it's tough going.
Anyway, in other news, Farong says, slow Gary overrate today, even with spinning operation. At this rate, the lads should be somewhere between 150 and 200 by stumps, ? And Jay Gover, somewhat cheekily, says, breaking news! Annie suggests batting side should score runs.
Sod off. But you're right.
The lads are looking at the ball, saying, should we have a change? No, just giving it a wee little shine. His Rohit. We've got the brains trust. It looks like we got Bumrah coming back into the attack. I think he had 3 overs before.
Where has Jay been anyway? Because he hasn't been around for ages when I've been.
He was up in the middle of the night for this one. He was on pretty much from the first overs of the first session.
Yes, and he's.
So I don't know what he was doing last night, but it kept him up all night.
But for other tests, he hasn't been around. I haven't been getting the abuse from him.
I think, to be fair, if he is on for the first session, by the time you come on, Annie, in the 3rd session, he's generally
Gone back to
nodding
bed.
off.
Bummer in. That is full and is chipped away nicely past Ashwin for 4, just through the mid-on region. That was a really lovely shot.
Yeah, I was
well
gonna
met,
say.
that first delivery.
A lot prettier than some of the shots we've seen.
That was exquisite. It really was.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Oof.
I don't want to jinx him, but he's looking so much better this test than he looked in the last test. His footwork is so much better, Pope.
You've just jinxed him, Jason.
What?
You know you have.
Come on.
That's the end now.
It may
Surely
be,
yeah,
it
it's
may
this
be,
ball.
but even so,
It was
last
worth it.
test he had virtually no reverse sweeps at all. He didn't have a clue against
Bummer in. That
Cool
was
Deep.
full driven to point. Yeah, it was in the last test we had that exquisite dismissal, the Yorker
yeah.
that Bumrah bowled.
But he was also
Well-
very defensive against the spinners in the last test as well. He's much more prepared to play reverse sweeps, go out of his crease in this test already in the first 20 balls of his innings than he was in the whole of the 2 innings in the last test.
Yeah, I wonder why that is. Obviously, maybe he didn't like the pitch last test.
Yeah, it could be pitch. Depends who you're batting with.
Maybe
just
he'd had a bad weekend before.
Yeah, there you go. Bummer bounces in. That is a bit shorter. Pope just plays it off the back foot after the 2 full deliveries we've had thus far. There's been a bit of a bug going around, I believe.
Yeah,
it's been kind of.
There wasn't there? Yeah.
It's been slightly on the quiet, but I've heard reports of dry
Various
heaving in
people
hotel
being-
lobbies.
yeah.
You've heard reports from the changing room, have you?
Yeah, or I think someone wouldn't name somebody who had seen somebody dry heaving in a hotel lobby. He said, she said.
Really?
Yeah, and it was just before they went to the UAE, so I'm assuming they played a bit of golf, but then also got a bit of bed rest just to knock
Bless
that in the
them.
head. Yeah. Took him in at night.
Yeah,
This Brendan McCullum took him in at night. Bummer bounces in. It's a good bit shorter. It's outside off stump and it's left well alone by Pope.
I don't know. That bottled water on the golf course is a dangerous thing. You've got no idea where it's come from.
Well,
Yeah, the Kool-Aid.
golf courses are dangerous things anyway, aren't they?
The amount of people who get injured on golf courses, I think we should just get rid of golf courses altogether.
Quite a few people die on golf courses as well.
Really? What?
Yeah. My father-in-law used to go. He saw off about 3 of his friends on the golf course.
Oh my God.
Mm.
Quite a few
Heart
injuries.
attacks.
Yeah. But Johnny Bairstow, Glenn Maxwell,
Yeah.
2 come to mind.
Yeah.
Yes, of the recent ones who've got out strange
It's-
injuries and odd situations.
Short outside the off stump, bounces up. Pope has a little dink. He just kind of dinks at the gully. Thinks he can trust a bounce, so he might try and dink it through for a boundary.
So it's around 25 overs, isn't it? The ball shows a bit of reverse swing. What are you thinking?
Yeah, it could. It's very dry out there, obviously.
Yeah, I'm not sure how abrasive this pitch is at the moment. It didn't seem to do much for England when they were bowling.
No.
That's true.
They didn't try too much. I thought I saw Wood
There's
shape
a
a
little bit
few.
for Wood, but I didn't see
Yeah.
anything for Anderson really.
Yeah, sometimes the pace obviously helps to encourage that reverse swing. A few yawns in the crowd.
Yeah.
Indian
Don't want to
fans.
watch England getting 108 for one, do they?
Bummer bounces in. That's a good bit fuller. He goes to drive, kind of French crickets it. It's kind of the fine leg region, short fine leg. It's tied up by the wicketkeeper.
Funny you should say that, but that one just tailed in just a little bit. I know Bumrah
little
attacks
bit.
the
Ned, we
stumps
said it.
anyway, but that's coming off the seam rather than
It
swinging
came in anyway, yeah. Trust Bumrah to find something out of that surface, and Rohit was very enthused with that, as was Bumrah. And that is the over. How are we doing social?
Leah says that Ashwin is still better spinner than Lyon. He has more runs and took fewer matches to get to 500 wickets.
True, true.
Well, Lyon took forever, I think. Grove says, Dave, I loved you for your shirt at 4:30 in the morning, but ignore these Johnny-come-latelys. Talking about spangly shirts.
Sorry.
Leah says, when we bring Vince back, can he open with Jennings with Denley at first drop?
Oh, Jesus.
And also, what is Hasib Hamid doing anyway? Well, he's been captaining Notts this year, I think.
Yep.
Yes.
That was whipped away by Pope for a single. Ashwin continuing around the wicket. Yeah, I heard someone talking about this yesterday. Samet has moved to
Leicestershire.
Derby to Leicestershire, has he?
Yeah, Leicestershire, I think.
And he's been given the captaincy, unless he's just there on a blast.
He's a
contract.
co-captain. He's got the red. He's got the white ball captaincy.
Yeah.
It's an interesting move for him, isn't it?
That's where he's played. He's played most of his cricket in Notts, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, interesting move. I mean, he's just in the twilight of his career, just getting the last bit out of his.
Yeah, I mean,
his
I
talent.
wouldn't have been surprised if he was retiring, really. But
Yeah. Took it off the back foot, just kind of muscles that through for four. He timed that very, very well. It just kind of went between long on and deep mid wicket. Found the boundary. Took it as he means to go.
Now my innings going, great guns, I hit the ball, 4 runs, I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
Yeah, it's kind of surprising. He kept low, but Duckett just has a way of keeping his hands low, maybe, or he's quite low himself. I didn't really want to say it, but
he is quite low. You're right.
he's quite low to the ground, so
I'm
you got to be
quite
really
low.
low. We all tend to be, all of us, on average height. That is whipped through the point region to the fielder on the boundary by Duckett. They run through for a single. Just getting that scoring moving along.
Yeah, he's 78 off 68 balls, which is quite Duckett-like, I would say.
Well, these two are very busy cricketers. They're industrious at the crease. They're not going to let the game stagnate, I don't think, at the moment.
No. Ashwin Trundle's off the back foot. Wasn't really that short, though, but he plays it confidently enough. There isn't too much spin. There's not too much going on. It's not really biting for Ashwin. Even though Crawley could not keep that sweep down and was caught thereafter. So he seems confident of playing it off the back foot. I mean, you just want to be careful it doesn't kind of skim through. Trundle's in. Plays that across the front leg. Hits the short leg fielder. And that's over. 115 for 1.
Are we changing? Are we
Yeah, we're
due
probably
a change, aren't we?
due a change, I would imagine, based on the rota.
Quite possibly. I'll just get through some tweets.
Yeah.
Jago says, Annie, I've been 2 days all day, not saying I said anything memorable, but I have been in the ether.
Oh, right, okay.
And Mayank says, I'm convinced Duckett is a garden gnome come to life. And on YouTube, Cat Martin says, given Duckett's height, he can reverse sweep without coming out of his natural stance.
Yeah. Just get low. Cheers, guys. I think that's me off.
Yep. Thanks, Dave.
Lovely
See you
to
guys.
see you, Dave.
Great to hear your
Bye-bye.
voice. You want me to read that one? Can you read that one from Hugh Sheridan?
Hugh
Jason
Sheridan.
Or is it too far away on the screen?
Greetings from France in mid-decorating work. I'm another fan of Dave's commentary, including his accent, which ranks alongside Cillian Murphy. Good to see you, Annie. Thanks to you all.
Hugh plays for my cricket team, Erratics Cricket Club. So, thank you, Hugh.
Thanks for joining us. Back again, and England on 115 for 1. Bumrah continuing. And round to the wicket to Duckett, who plays off the hips, tucks it into mid wicket for no run, but quite firmly. How you doing, folks? Doing well.
I'm flagging a little bit. I had a little bit of a snooze and missed my first 5 minutes of my session last.
He did.
The bear didn't bawl loud enough.
And he missed the wicket as well.
I'm glad I missed the wicket. I'm disappointed in Crawley, but I'm glad I missed the wicket. I think I would have shouted something if I'd seen it.
I think the fact that Crawley's so tall that nobody else would have reached that far down leg.
No, that's right.
It's Bumrah around the wicket, he's blocked back to him.
No, it's been a great start for England. I mean, very positive, and it's good to see Duckett actually get a decent innings.
Yeah, well, I think I left the programme downstairs. decent tidying up and look at sort the kids out. They were only 30 odd for no run, and then came back. They're on 100 kind of thing.
Well, Duckett's
quite
50
fast.
was off 40 odd balls, 38 balls, I think.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
When it works, it really works for Duckett. Bumrah in, very full, just short of a lot Yorker length. Managed to play round the corner to deep fine leg where Siraj just keeps it down to 1-1.
And Duckett definitely took a liking to Siraj. He took him for about 4 or 5 fours in his spell of
Really?
5 overs. It went for about 30.
That's quite odd because the first spell, so the first.
I know, there's lots of
I think
plays
he
and
did
misses.
7 overs? Yeah, he just kept on, and it wasn't like the ball was seaming about. It just he could not play the right leg.
That's right.
So it's surprising to hear that he took a liking to Siraj. You see Bumrah. Can't believe he hasn't bowled him with a attempted Yorker last ball. Head and hands with a dry wash. Now over the wicket to Pope, back the length. He just digs it down into the ground safely, down to mid-on for no run. But yeah, looking quite promising, should we say, from England so far.
Yeah, I mean it's obviously a nice batting wicket. There's been a good amount of runs scored, so it's a real charge from England, definitely.
Yeah. It's a good start, but there's a long way to go.
Oh yes.
And hopefully by the end of it, India might have got a crowd in the.
You never know.
Bumrah comes in on a good line and length. It's just played down to mid-on, but mid-on is caught catnapping. Ashwin probably are too deep and doesn't manage to prevent them coming through for a quick single.
I mean, it is kind of soul-destroying to see large Indian stadia with virtually nobody in there in a cricket-mad country. Although it's mainly cricket-mad for the shorter formats of the game.
Someone said it was 25,000, we're told. It looks pretty massive for a 25,000-seater stadium.
Well, I think you'd find that almost all of these stadia are bigger than the biggest stadia in the UK.
Well, that's it. And this time it is a very good Yorker for Bumrah. Managed to get in. I'm not sure if there's a faint inside edge.
They're going to consider reviewing.
I'm wondering whether that's hit the toe before it's hit the bat.
Yeah, it's all quite one.
Yeah, they're going for it.
They are reviewing it.
And the big T's came out from Rohit.
Mr. Dharmasena gives a signal, and we shall wait to see what the outcome is from the third umpire.
So you think it might have hit the toe first then, Jason?
I think it's a possibility. We're going to get the slow motion and the close-in look now, and I think that's hit the bat.
Is it? I'm not sure it has. I think
it might just be a scratch, but
the only problem is it's hit the ground at the same time as the bat's coming past, so I don't know how they do the conclusive.
I'm not sure there's conclusive evidence to overturn the not out to out on that.
But I guess it depends on whether the umpire says, I reckon he's hit the ball, or it's missing.
That's a really, really difficult one, isn't it? Because I can't see naked eye.
I'm fairly sure he...
Yeah, that I don't think we can tell that from Ultra Edge whether or not that's hit on bat or not.
Bat or the
because
ground,
it's hit the ground at the same time, and that's the big spike anyway. So I'm finding this hard to be overturned on the evidence we've seen so far.
I think India are really unfortunate there, because I think that's out, but on the basis of cannot be conclusively proved.
Yeah, but that's
This is the nature of the game. But the main thing is, well, saying that, they have lost a review as well because of it, which is rather
that
unfortunate.
does seem mean. Yeah, absolutely.
But as we've seen, I'm not sure I described it properly, but the full, a good Yorker length right on the toes of Ollie Pope came in. He's managed to get the bat down, but not quick enough in time, and the ball has hit the ground as the bat is coming past. So to conclusively say that he has hit it or not is irrefutable at the minute. So I think they're begrudgingly we're quite hoping that Joe Wilson was on the other end. They're just giving it out anyway, regardless. Probably looking at his watch.
You can't pick your umpires, I'm afraid.
Well, Joe Wilson seems to get a good gig all the time.
Oh, well, I've managed to miss doing any tweets now.
Just rattle in a few, I guess.
Pirate Badshaw's the next one.
Pirate Badshaw saying, "Ahoy, old salt."
Yep.
Hello.
Ahoy.
Yeah, we got that on tweet.
You could probably nip in a couple more.
Okay, Mr. P on YouTube says she sleeps in her jeans because I did show them my jeans, but I don't sleep in my jeans.
The first ball from Ravi Ashwin is just played onto the leg side for no run.
Pat Martin says, "Glad I don't play golf." And Suter says, "Annie's dad plays golf at Bowsra Golf Club."
The second ball, and this time Ashwin has done a good length, and it's bounced as Ollie's tried to play a sweep. Oh, and he's got a thick inside edge, but at first glance it looked like he was in dangerous waters and he hits him in the pad full on. But
yeah, things are happening at the moment.
Third ball, he gets forward on third ball and plays it. A regular extra cover and managed to get through for a single. I think the thing we didn't see with the Boomer one is if it would have went on to hit the stuffs or not.
It's hitting the pad in front of middle, so I think it's gonna hit leg stump.
It was swinging though, so it's kind of.
Yeah.
And the fourth ball, the over. Oh. Duckett, it's gone for a big sweep. Wasn't sure if it was going to carry, but it's carried by a distance. The direction of that sweep as well, he's played that more cow really corner rather than square leg.
It's the archetypal slog sweep, Steve Wall slog sweep.
And he plays it well. That just adds insult to injury, doesn't it, after those last couple of balls?
Ashwin doesn't play this ball well and he's dragged it well down. And Duckett says thank you very much and pulls it to exactly the same region in cow for one of these. That one was good.
It's interesting because it felt like India were just getting a little bit on top then, and now Duckett's just hit a 6 and 4. And,
just rested the initiative away. Yeah. He's not allowing them to get into a rhythm of bowling a line and a length.
No.
Yeah, it's true. And this one is more dross from Ashwin as he gets well down his leg side by about a foot. He just tickled round the corner by Duckett. Thought it was going to go all the way down to the boundary, but
well foot fielded.
But Jadeja decides to do a Cruyff turn and just block the ball back with his feet rather than using his hands, which always gives me a great wince.
It's very recreational fielding, that.
Yeah, thinking that someone's going to do a Glenn McGrath and stand on a ball. And that's the end of the over. 1-3-1 for one.
Okay.
Duckett accelerated to 92 from 75 and Pope 18 from 30. Over to you, Annie.
On YouTube, Mr. P says, if Duckett reaches a ton, I'm off to Redbubble to go buy a Duckett bucket. Is that a thing?
That's the name for his bucket hats that he's partly involved with, I think. The Duckett buckets.
Right, okay.
Am I right? Am I right in thinking that we have now just gone over 100 runs in the session already? That seems an awful lot.
Trying to remember when.
I heard a shout of yes from the bear in the green room, so if that's the case, that's 100 runs in what? An hour and 75 minutes, which just shows just how quickly Duckett's scoring and England are scoring in general.
It's pretty impressive, isn't it? Anyway, you've ruined my tweets now.
Sorry, well, it's Bumrah. You can put them in between the balls.
Yeah, it's Bumrah's fault that. Bumrah comes in for the first ball, he's over around the wicket, and it's just drilled to mid-off.
Right, Leah says you need to cover Samit's blast matches, if only to play his jingle. It's more fitting than ever, believe me.
It is a classic jingle, I have to admit. I do love Damn It, Samit.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
I was trying to remember what it was. You see, I don't know why, but Duckett is decidedly shadow batting a forward defensive practice. A shot he routinely doesn't play. From the end round of the wicket for the second ball. Sort of back of a length, and it's been back foot punched through point region for just the one run. As boundary sweeper Jadeja comes round from a deep third man to pick it off from one.
Jay Grover says Ollie Pope and Zach Crawley are both shite. Bring back Mark Ramprakash. Also, why is Suter interested in my frocks?
I was asking what's got up his frock. He's always in a bad mood. Bumrah in for the third ball. Over the wicket, down leg side. Not sure if there was any bat on it. I think it was just pad. Oh no, he's given a bye, so it's hit absolutely nothing. Recovered well by the diving wicketkeeper. Managed to get one hand in it, but still managed to get through for a quick single.
It was a very athletic bit of keeping though, wasn't it?
Yeah, for no bat and no pad, it's been going down at a good pace. He seems fairly decent wicketkeeper. I haven't seen anything.
No.
Any clear and obvious.
He's definitely keen to take the bails off, that's for sure.
He's no Bairstow. Bumrah tries for an in-swinging Yorker, gets it pretty well, but Duckett has managed to. I can only describe this as like a forward drive scoop, because he seems to get under the ball quite well and drives it past the mid-on all the way for one of these. Yeah, he's managed to play with so much bottom hand that it's kind of
he really did, didn't he? Yeah,
absolutely.
He's got some power in their arms, hasn't he?
This Bumrah goes for the elaborate slow ball Yorker, but doesn't quite manage to get to the line of the bowling a foot outside off and getting it far too full. Duckett doesn't take his chance, instead laughs. But the attempt this. He's for such a small, stocky lad, he manages to get great power in his shots.
Yeah, he really does.
That's the whole problem when he gets it wrong. He's got enough power that it just pops up anywhere and everywhere.
Isn't cricket amazing? I'll just finish this sentence. Because you get brilliant innings by Pope, you get brilliant innings by Crawley, and you think, oh, Duckett's not been doing very well, and then suddenly you've got 97 from Duckett, and it's just it's wonderful how it spreads the talent. Anyway, that's my little bit of a eulogy there.
Last ball the over, just blocked back, nothing to note of.
Cat Martin says draw probability at 19%, highest of the series. Yeah.
19 is the highest. Yeah. That's mad.
Yeah, that's on YouTube. Farong says under an hour to the scheduled time for stumps, but still 20 plus overs remaining. Woeful Gary rate today. Yeah.
In fairness, when the ball's going out to the boundary as often, and they're tallying up some amount of runs, it's hard to keep up with an over rate.
I think that's very decent of you. Bron says, never had these problems in WSC, operated by Packer, 6-ball over, designed beautifully for an advert every 3.5 to 4 minutes.
Yeah, that broadcast definitely seems like cricket is actually getting in the way of advertising.
And Jay Grover says, fucking Jason, Annie, we were so on point with tweets before you showed up. So he's
as ever, the butt of Jay's ire.
I think we all are.
I like Jay's ire. I've missed it.
I like Jay's squat.
Yeah, I know. You've got a bit of a thing for it, haven't you? Yeah. Rene Keita says Samit is playing at the Bangladesh Premier League for Shilet these days. Thank you.
Excuse you.
8 wickets in 7 innings. Economy 5.07. Not many runs though.
Well, it's pretty
Well,
decent for a franchise game.
He likes a bit of franchise. And Leah says, I will admit England winning this match, India rolling out a minefield on which only one Indian can score, is probably the best for the series. Ensures that Dharamsala is a live match.
Yeah, that would be good going to the 5th game.
And,
Still all to play for.
And Stephen Kelk on YouTube says, this Duckett innings is crazy. Yeah. It's
incredibly well.
He is the epitome of baseball, isn't he, really?
Yeah. I think the only notable kind of bad point of the series so far is the absentees, which is unfortunate because you can't control everyone and everything. But
yes,
the absentees, what?
You do wonder what Brooke would have done on this wicket.
Missing Brooke, missing Kohli.
Very much.
KL Rahul, you know, just all
missing Leach. Thank you,
Jack Leach as well. Yeah.
Well, KL Rahul has been in this series. He's just been injured for this test.
Yeah. And we missed Jadeja. Well, India missed Jadeja.
They certainly did. Although they've won the test that he wasn't in.
Yes. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, oddly.
But yes, I think without his innings in the first innings here, India would have been in a lot of struck because they were really looking at it.
Yeah. But Sarfaraz would have had 400 by now.
Yes.
Well, yes, it's not. You've got to say it's not often that Rohit gets so comprehensively outscored by another player. I mean, and speak of the devil himself.
Hey.
And he shall appear.
It's this man.
Ravindra Jadeja. Who's that spinning on the field? Who's that done devious balls in my direction? None of this surely is a dream.
In his very grungy American style.
I love that jingle. As he comes in from the opposite end, from the media end. First ball, foot wide of off. And Pope just leaves it well alone. Let's just see what he's doing.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a tempter from Jadeja, just a loosener that he might want to have a go at.
Second ball played, and it just sort of mildly fended up by Pope to point. No run there.
The archetypal fiddle to point, wasn't it? He just used his hands, no footwork to work it there.
I did notice Duckett attempting a run as well.
Of course.
It was definitely one not there. Third volley over.
Do we know what the temperature is like over there?
Sure.
It was 20 earlier, but I don't know what but I don't know what it is now that the sun's at its
Third volley
highest.
over was defended back to the bowler. Fourth ball, slightly more back of the length.
I'm sure Messages, if he's awake,
I was going to say
will tell us from the weather. Will tell us from the weather cave what it is.
I think Messi's away. I think he said he was away to get a tooth pulled.
That's right. He was going to get.
Oh no, poor Messi. That's not
Pope
nice.
managed to get through for one run as he pulls it back the length.
It's not another euphemism, is it? Getting his tooth pulled, a bit like
For what?
feeding the geese. I don't know.
Feeding the geese wasn't a euphemism. It was actually.
It was.
Feeding the geese is definitely one. With Baldy over.
No, there is video evidence of Messi walking away in his shorts to go and feed the geese. So, I think it's.
Anytime I think of Messi and geese, I just have Hot Fuzz in my head constantly of them. The film Hot Fuzz.
I see.
Of Simon Pegg and Nick Frost chasing geese dressed as cops.
Well, I'm wishing Messi very well if he's having his tooth pulled.
Last ball over. Fuller and on stump line. Played round the corner by Duckett. No run there. And it finishes 138 for 1. Pope on 19. Duckett on 97. Partnership of 49. What do you, Annie?
Oh, I've got Hombre Nuevo. Is that close?
Hombre Nuevo.
Hombre Nuevo. He only does it to. He only tweets when I'm on, so that I can't say his name. He says, "Morning. What do you reckon would be a good finish for England today? 200 at close of play and no more wickets. That's the ideal.
700 for one would be not bad for him.
But
At
how
the end
many
of the
wickets?
day, anything and no wickets, no further wickets.
Yeah,
is
he
a
said.
good result.
But how many wickets can we afford to lose from now till close?
At most one, I would have said, but I would rather have a 0.
Yeah, we don't really want Root in yet, do we?
No, Root's not looked great.
No, he really hasn't looked great. But
he's too
again,
busy.
like I said, cricket's an amazing game, and you know he's due a good inning. So let's hope he has one.
Too busy thinking of selling knockoff fielding equipment and Root's scholarship.
Is that what he's doing
academies.
now? Is he?
I had to block it on Twitter because that was all that was coming up on my feed was some of his merchandise being sold or one of his cricket coaching academies in Spain or somewhere.
Oh God, there's too much golf up from as far as I'm concerned.
Bumrah continuing on over the wicket and
Oh,
calamities all afoot. as
Poor old Pope.
Pope's had a bit of a slip.
Not really much of a slip. I think he got tattooed by the ball by Dejaja as he's throwing the stumps down.
Oh, is that what it was? It looked like a slip to me.
It did look comical. As Pope manages to tut it backwardly and scamper through for the one run, but as he gets to the non-strikers end running through, tries to evade the ball, for the ball only to still hit him squarely.
Well, it hits the bat and he's falling away as he's trying to manoeuvre himself around it, the thrown ball, I think.
But does the comical banana peel slip, but still made his ground. Bumrah into against Duckett. Another attempted Yorker, but not quite getting the length right, and it's been kind of jabbed down cut. 93rd man for one run. Moves on to 98.
98. He doesn't seem to have much of nervous 90s, does he really?
He is a man that likes to dump pints on top of people's heads and things like that. I don't think he puts great thought into.
Does he? Does he do that sort of thing a lot? Does he?
Well, I think that's why he got dropped for the
Oh, that's right.
England team. When
The 2016-17 series, yes, he was.
Jimmy had it. Jim.
He had a.
Surprised he could
Anderson.
reach his head.
James Anderson that he decided to swell. Bumrah ends the third ball over the wicket and it's blocked comprehensively by Pope.
Mind you, that
begins to hold the pose for another 10 seconds after the ball's come back to the bowler.
it's what all the U's do on their first tour. So I seem to remember a certain Joe Root having altercations with David Warner in practice, and in nightclubs.
Yeah,
Didn't
on
everyone have
the
altercations
2013
with David
series.
Warner?
Well, he was known as the real cheeky one back then, and David Warner was still known as the real arsehole, as always. So that combination probably didn't go well. Ball number 4 coming in from Bumrah over the wicket. And this one climbs a bit outside of off, but it's back of a length anyway, so didn't manage to play it well. And it's
Great bowling from Bumrah. He's
Yeah.
put a bit of effort into that one, and it's absolutely climbed. And that's the first false shot that Aussie Pope's played for a while. It's not a great shot.
Initially, it looked like a defence, but yeah, it followed through to a sort of attempted cut down to 3 points. But from coming in over the wicket for the 5th ball of his over. Full on the stumps. Played easily down to mid-on for no run from Pope.
Yeah, it's a bit more like it, Popey. A bit more controlled and.
Right, we got a couple of tweets from. Oh no, we got a tweet from Jay. He says, "Anyone who didn't see Messers in his black underpants is not a real man." So, I saw him in his black underpants. Does that make me a real man or not? I'm confused now. No problem. What's under Jeremy's frock? You see. And Leah says, thanks to his jingle, I imagine Jadeja to smell like sex and candy.
Oof. Bumrah finishes the over with a backward defensive hope to cover for no run, 140 for 1.
And we are due a change, so I'll let Annie read some tweets whilst the bear slides into the seat.
Seamlessly. All I have is on YouTube Jamie Wilson saying any inkling that this deck will break up. And anyone got any thoughts on that? I mean, if Ashwin has his way, it will.
Yeah, he decides to change on to 6-inch spikes mid.
Yep.
Hello, Annie.
Session.
Hello, I'm just off. So
I know.
lovely to see you, Bear. But,
Likewise. But we're not
see
on
you
together.
tomorrow, maybe?
See you?
No.
Yeah, I'm in for the last session tomorrow.
Oh, I'm in on Sunday actually.
Oh,
so.
not in on Sunday.
Oh, bye bye.
Bye.
Bye, Annie.
Welcome back, Mog. Welcome back, Colin. This has been fun, hasn't it not?
Oh, it's been great watching Bucket.
Oh, it's been great. I think if they carry on like this, they'll need around about. They've got around 240 by the end of the day. If Duckett doesn't get out, if Duckett gets out, it'll slow down. But if they get that, they'll only be 200 behind on the beginning of the third morning, which would be quite impressive.
240. How much time is left today?
Yeah,
I've got an hour.
Oh, yeah, maybe.
An hour left.
They certainly should be at 200.
Yeah, that's more what I was thinking. 200.
Well, it depends on a couple of good overs. Well, here comes Siraj. He went for plenty before.
You could cut it.
I mean, I've only had there hasn't been that many bowlers who have been very economical, has there? Ashwin's been the most economical, but then he got slammed in his last over. Siraj is in to Duckett. He plops that into the offside. There's no run. He has to. If he needs 2 runs in. If he gets it next ball, he's equal to Stokes. And if he gets it in 2 balls, he'll be equal to Botham's 81. 86 ball ton in 81. Jessup is still top of the tree with 72 deliveries or 77 deliveries, I think.
English records don't count.
What's the Australians then?
Probably
Gilchrist, isn't it?
It'll be Glenn Maxwell.
Not in a test, it won't be. That's worked into the leg side by Duckett. Thinks about single, but it's not there.
Test, yeah. Gilchrist would probably be a good shout. Or even Warner is.
Well, yeah, Warner was another one I'd think about. Especially his pomp. Michael Slater, maybe. Early Slater, before he went off the rails. Anyway, Duckett's facing it. He needs to get at this ball then. Otherwise, he's not going to be ahead of Botham.
It's fairly slowed down, so.
Well, it has, but I mean, that's fair enough. That's down leg side. Taken by the keeper. No run. hopefully he'll speed up again once he gets there. I hope he doesn't get out. I want to see him get a double 100, because if he goes like this and gets a double 100, England will be in a very good position, would be my bet.
It's Adam Gilchrist with 57 balls.
57 balls in a test match.
He's fourth on the list.
Christ, is that in tests?
Fastest hundreds in test matches. Yep.
Who's top of that list then?
Brendan McCullum, 54.
Oh right, okay. No, I was thinking just Australian. So he's Gilchrist is the fastest Australian then, clearly.
Oh yes.
Yeah,
yes,
yeah. Driven nicely by Duckett, but can't beat mid on. No run.
I'm guessing AB de Villiers is top of the.
De Villiers is 75 balls, so that puts him in the top 20.
Okay, I thought he had a fairly big one as well. 75, it's pretty big.
Yeah, because what's his name? The Pakistan captain's up there, isn't he, as well?
Yes, he's equal second, I guess, with 56.
Baba.
No, not Baba. What's his name?
Misbah.
Misbah al-Haq, yeah, who was notoriously bloody slow, and then went absolutely mental against England in the UAE. He got himself a really quick 100. It was quite funny. We covered that. Siraj is around the wickets, and Duckett. You can go and buy that bucket hat. Whoever said they were going to go and buy a bucket hat, because Duckett has got his 100. Well batted, sir. 88 deliveries. Who gives a shit about that? He's on 102 in double quick time. Opening the batting in India. A fantastic innings, and we have to give him his jingle.
10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. Congratulations, sir. You are a centurion.
That's their P bucket.
Yeah, go get your Duckett bucket. Although, unfortunately, the fucking postage is nearly as much as the bloody hat. For some fucking reason. I have no idea why that is. We complained to them and they said, But for a man who was picked horses for courses, as we all thought, for Pakistan, he's cemented himself as a bloody decent English opener. It's quite a weird thought, really. And this one he's pulled, heaved out. Now he's going to let loose and gets another 4, this time over mid-wicket. So a good start to the over, but a poor end. And 4 more for Duckett.
That's a frightening part of it, and now he's going to open up.
Well, now he's got nothing to fear, is he? I'd like to think he wouldn't give it away, but it wouldn't surprise me.
Or he could just buckle down and go for 200.
Well, I think he just plays natural game. He sees it, he hits it, doesn't he? But England are under trail by less than 300 now. 297.
Apropos of that, Farong says, hold your horses, please. All this nonsense about Ben Duckett underperforming this series. He's made 35 off 39, 47 off 52, 21 off 17, and 28 off 27.
Yeah, he hasn't underperformed. It's just been... It's a bit disappointing when you see him go like that. You want him to carry on. And today he has. But as you say, he's not done too bad. I was wondering what this is going to do to the GPL. What did India come out on this morning? 300 and something, wasn't it?
I foolishly went for a few low picks, actually.
I
shouldn't play this fucking game.
The lowest is 278. England might well get that by the end of the day on their own. I need to see what the start of the day's play was. That's the full scorecard. In the meanwhile, Pope will be facing up to Jadeja, and he just paddle sweeps it round the corner inside the man on the 45. 4 more! 4 more. Come on, you stupid machine.
4, 4, 4. F-O-R.
So India came out at the end, finished day 1 on 326, and they've got what, 346? So 340, 445. So 120, 119 is that? Defended in the leg side, and there's no run. 119 to add to England's score.
when you were on about Duckett playing well, surprisingly, it's not really that surprising. Because it wasn't dropped on poor performance. It was just
Yeah, that one spat a little bit out of the straight from to Pope from Didajan. Having a bit of a problem with the TV transmission. It's getting a bit jumpy, missing frames.
Mr. P is off to the pawnbroker to raise the cash for the Duckett bucket.
Yeah, it's extortion. It's about £10 to ship, maybe even more. I don't know where the hell it's coming from because we're in England and it's supposed to be produced in England, and they could fit that in a A4 envelope.
That's like 800 of my Australian dollars.
I don't know what he's got hold of it. Bloody hell! Popey has done a reverse dill scoop over the top of the keeper, and has got himself 4 runs. That's an extraordinary shot.
He's taking the piss.
It's massively.
that must be an accident. If that's a,
No, he was playing. He was playing. He was trying that shot, but I think he managed to get it off the bat. I don't think he got it off the bat. Look, he did get it off the bat. That's an outstanding shot. That is a crazy shot. It's definitely a
That hit
reverse.
position's dangerously similar to the way I used to play shots.
That's hit the pad. That's never fucking out, mate. It's going way down leg. It's not. It's. I don't think it's spun. Certainly not enough, and it's probably hit him in line with leg stump. And I think the keeper is rightly saying no, that's going down leg. They need to sort out their
It's good to see that from the keeper, considering he's not the regular keeper having a good authority to just say, "Look, I'm coming down leg side here."
Yeah, it didn't straighten at all.
It basically just went straight.
It went straight on with the arm, and it hit him on leg stump. It was going down.
He might have told him not to review it, but he was appealing pretty hard.
Well, the crowd wanted a review, but they're fools.
Yeah, he's probably standing square leg.
But this must annoy someone like Jadeja, getting 2 fours in that fashion. And this one, last one, is just defended into leg side. No run, ends the over, 8 off of it. 156 for 1, England, after 27 overs.
Pokey Bumfinger says, decent, England, opener, does not compute, system error.
Yeah.
And there's a puff of smoke, and I think I heard some whining of broken motors and engines.
Well, there was a time when we did, but not recently. And obviously Alistair Cook is top of the run list as an opener. Highest average as an opener.
Would Alistair Cook get in the team nowadays? Just on the way he plays.
No. But you couldn't drop him either.
Leah's unimpressed. She says Savag has a triple ton at faster than a run a ball.
Well, that's pretty impressive.
Whereas Duckett's just got 100 at the same speed that Kevin Peterson made one once.
Yeah.
Correct response.
Yeah, what's going on to miss? So I never lost that review. Cook has the most runs as an opener, as was pointed out to me by Jason. I'm pretty certain that was the case. An average, a decent average as well, like 44, 43, high 43s. And for an opener, that's pretty good. Around the wicket is Siraj, cut into the offside by Duckett, wide enough for cover that they'll get through for a single. And England stroll on.
Have you got any run-outs bets lined up for this?
No. I haven't bet on this series at all, to be honest. I think it's just too early in the morning to get my brain in. And plus, if we get a Bunsen, then I'll start doing the unders. But these wickets have actually been not what I was expecting, I have to be honest. I thought they would go full tilt
not
Bunsen.
out with games on the subcontinent. Dangerous.
Well, this is it. I mean, if it does start ragging, then it's a good chance to go under. But Siraj is in, and Pope gets behind it, defends it up to mid-off, and there's no run.
Definitely seems a pitch where it's you get yourself out rather than the ball gets you out.
Yeah, very much so. A lot of the wickets have been giveaways.
It'll be interesting to see when one of these two run each other out.
I don't think they'll run each other out, but I think the nature of the pitch will change. I think it will turn more, become quite up and down. I think because there are a fair few have kept reasonably low. But it won't be doing that just yet. Back end of tomorrow, I'd expect that. Down the track comes Pope. Goes onto the leg side, out towards deep square. Well, no, square leg. Probably off pad, maybe a little bit of inside leg. No, it's given us a leg bite. There was a big appeal by India, but it'd be rash to review that one. He was a long way down the track, and who knows where the ball was going. I would have thought down leg side. Siraj is not happy. He's getting a little talking to by the umpire.
Again.
What was that for?
Running on the pitch again.
Oh, was it?
I think so.
They've got problems with their cameras or their
I think
transmission.
he basically did an appeal running down.
Oh, right, running down the middle of the track. A sort of Broady Celebra appeal.
Uh,
That's too wide. Oh, he's got away with that one. Duckett would have missed out, and that should have been slammed out to the boundary. It was short, it was wide. And he hit it straight to cover.
He's lost concentration already.
Yeah.
It's all gone. I think up there in the air to cover. Must have just missed the frame where it's hit the ground.
Oh, right, yeah. Yeah, the TV's a bit jumpy. Siraj around the wicket to Duckett. This time he does get hold of it, hits it behind square. There is a man out there in the deep. Is that Shubman Gill? No, I don't think it is. But it'll only be the one run. As we watch highlights of Ben Duckett's 108, it's a lot of fours and 1-6. 20 fours.
It is
Jesus.
a lot of fours.
That is a lot of fours, isn't it? It's 86 in boundaries out of 108. Fucking hell. That's a
Somebody didn't want to start running at any point.
yeah,
today.
exactly. To realise that the best way is not to run.
It's Chris Gale-esque.
Yes, very much, Chris Gale.
The size of that forehead.
Into the pads of Ollie Pope. He works it fine, down a fine leg, and that's going to be a single. Last ball of the over. Sorry, he goes for 4. The fielder down there is Jadeja. Has he lost the ball? What's going on?
It seemed to stop just inside the boundary, but I don't know if he stopped it with his foot or whether it actually went for.
Oh my.
Oh no, it went under his
I
foot
see.
and then onto the boundary.
Oh yeah.
It's definitely 4. We'll give it 4.
What did he think happened there? He didn't touch the
His
ball.
foot magically stopped it somehow.
How did I manage to stop that ball without actually touching the ball?
It's just how good
It
he
hit the
is.
bottom of his foot. Probably got a nice spike in it. Gouged down one side.
Jadeja is meant to be heralded as the fielder for India. So far, I've seen him use his feet twice.
Yeah.
Jay Grover says all Pedersen records are rendered irrelevant because I consider him a bell end. Res ipsa loquitur.
Who does he consider a bell end?
Kevin Peterson.
Oh
Sorry,
yeah, well yeah.
probably didn't say his whole
I
name.
think pretty much everyone thinks Kevin Peters a bell end.
The only one who doesn't is Kevin Peterson.
Yeah.
What does Kevin Peterson think of Kevin Peterson?
Oh, he thinks he's fucking genius.
Possibly the greatest man ever to play the game.
Well done, Duckett.
Probably.
For getting well done, Duckett, for getting 100. Now here's how I would have done it.
Here's how I did do it that one time.
yeah.
I'm going to go through it ball by ball.
Man, they'd sort out the fucking cameras. Jadeja's in, and Duckett plays that into the leg side, winding up a mid wicket. There is a man down at long on. He'll field it, and there'll be a single.
Thinking about hearing KP commentary, he does seem to start every bit of analysis with, now if it were me.
Yeah, very much so.
Which brings us back to him being a bell end.
Yes.
It's not you, KP, anymore. Fuck off.
Is that live? It is live. Pope, I think, must have reverse swept that. I didn't actually see the shot, but I'm presuming so. Either that or he cut
I think
it.
so, yeah.
It was a shorter ball as well, so he's
Well, the
sort of
result
like-
was, well, then it might have been a cut. The result was a 4. No, it was a reverse sweep.
1, 2, 3, 4.
stretched that a good distance forward.
Well, his eyes in now, Ollie Pope. I always fear for him when he's new to the crease. Well, you do that with everyone, but he looks particularly skittish at times. But then he gets in and he looks good. That one he's played up to mid-on. It's a single.
Just what you need with nervous energy is Duckett on the other end.
Yeah.
Equally just mental.
That's when you get your run out.
Oh, yeah.
He kept his head down over that. That was a good shot. Because as you say, he wasn't really at the pitch of the ball. That's been slog swept by Duckett behind square. You know what? Guess what it is? It's 4. Running out of bloody 4 jingles already.
Buckle my shoe. 3, 4.
Would you like some?
Shut the door.
No, I've got about 30 now.
I'll wait for further 5 produced within the end of the day.
Yeah. That was a good shot. There was no one down there. Knew exactly where the field was.
He didn't. The fielder looked like he didn't know where it was.
And I mean, I don't know why Jadeja's throwing his hands up. He hasn't got a fielder there. No one's going to stop it, mate.
Same reason that he thought he stopped that ball going for 4 before.
Well, yeah.
Can't I use magic?
Oh, he's bowled him. No, he hasn't. Fuck. How did that not hit the stumps? Jesus Christ. Duckett must have gone inside edge or it's come off the keeper. He missed it completely anyway. I swear that was going to take the stumps. I thought the bails had fallen off. They haven't. And it's gone down to find they're going to... He got 2. It was an inside edge. How the fuck did that not hit the stumps? Jesus. Has it gone in? Oh, it's gone inside leg stump. I thought he chopped it back onto his stumps. And so did Jadeja, to be fair, and everybody. And that slog swept down to deep third man. Is anyone going to get there? There is a man down there. He didn't get hold of that one particularly well. And it'll just be the 1 run. He moves on to 116. England to 176 for 1. Pope's on 37. And they've only been out there for 29 overs. They're going along at just 6 and over. Just over 6 and over. Still, after 30 overs nearly. Madness. Mog.
Pirate Badger says Ben Confit de Canard, Duckett, a culinary maestro on the cricket pitch, has delighted fans with his delectable century in Rajkot. With a masterful blend of precision and flair, he served up a feast of runs, leaving spectators craving for more. Hashtag GC Gastronomy.
Nice, I like that. Confit de Canard. That's duck, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yep.
What's a confit? Is a confit a leg?
I don't know.
I don't know
we
what
call
the confit.
Drumsticks in this country.
Yeah, well, same here. Well, we have legs. We have drumsticks and thighs. You know. Anyway,
Let's not
there's a
talk
bone
about
attached
Australia
to
with
it.
us. Or we'll be down with chooks and snags and things like that.
yeah,
Sangers.
chooks, sangers,
Sangers.
yeah, butchers of the English language.
That noted on the cusp of Australian selection, Tanvir Sanger.
Well, Siraj is doing a teapot. Not surprising. He's gone for 44 in 7 overs. So he's going over 6 and over himself. And
How do you set a field?
well, this is it. How do you set a field? This is pure baseball, isn't it? It's what it does. It fries sides, even the best of sides.
I don't think that one there, Duckett, is just baseball. That's just him.
Yeah, but that is baseball, because baseball just gives you your head to play how you want to play, and that's how he's decided he's going to succeed at Test cricket. So it's pure baseball, because Pope isn't going to Pope's not doing it. I mean, he's playing some crazy shots, but he's not taking as many risks as Duckett. Pope's allowed to play as he's allowed to play, and Duckett's playing how he's playing. And I'm sure if someone else comes in, they'll slow it down for a bit, and then someone will take up the pace. It's whoever. For me, it's one person is always doing it, and if both are doing it, it's extra quick. But as long as one person's doing it, the other person has a license to play how they want to do and play it how they feel. But if they get in and the other one gets out, then they're kind of licensed to take up the slack, as it were.
I think that's a problem with Root when he's been coming in.
Yeah, it is. It is. I mean, Root just has to play as Root, and he's the one exception to the rule, I think. That's pulled by Duckett. There's 2 men out there, and just goes for a single. Well, it looks like they're going to try the old leg theory, short ball theory. It's difficult. Sort of Siraj is quick enough. This pitch is dead. Current partnership's 88 off 96. It's a pretty good going. Pope.
So what you're saying is baseball's basically some sort of hippie construct about love and feelings.
Yes, basically. Well, it kind of is, Mog. Actually, if you listen to Ben Stokes, he's very much of that kind of.
Apart from the thing where McCullum says, "Well, you've got 1 to 7 there, batting. If you all go for it, all 7 years aren't going to go out. One of you is going to make it big."
Exactly. Well, Baz is also a big gambler, isn't he? sounds a bit like it's a theory, you know.
Hopefully not on the games he's doing this.
Well, I presume he's not allowed to. Pulled by Pope down to long on, and there's no run.
Just ask Hansi Kroenje about not being allowed to do things on cricket matches.
Yeah. Leather jackets.
Being allowed just means if you get caught or not. Is that what it's going to take, is it?
Basically. It's only wrong if you get caught.
Yeah. Fucking mentality.
Yeah. That particular game in the setup for the win. I mean, should have given it away, really, shouldn't it? That's Raj. It's now gone for 46 in 7.2 overs.
I'm surprised he hasn't blown up yet. It's quite a fiery captain.
Yeah, he is. If he gets a wicket, he'll go mental. Pulled, though, by Duckett. Hard, fast. Doesn't beat the man out at deep mid-wicket. England aren't going to back down off this. There's nothing in the wicket laterally. I mean, the problem is, I guess you get one that squats and you're in a position to pull. That could be a bit of a problem. Or one that bounces unexpectedly, actually does bounce. Other than that, the pitch is pretty dead.
Look how short that was.
That's what I mean. And Duckett's a short man, right? So it's not got up, and he's putting.
When you're only 110 centimeters tall,
yeah,
sure.
That was 4 foot. It probably would have hit the stumps.
Wow. And it's all slowed down a bit here as well, which is a bit annoying. There's only 4 men on the infield. It's very much like a one-day field now. Oh, that's into the pitch, and Pope was through a shot really early. I don't know if that was a slower delivery.
Because the back of the head.
Yeah, he's got a hit on the back of the head and the helmet. It wasn't a slower delivery. That's how slow the pitch is. Because Pope was expecting it. Played the shot way too early. They will bring down a spare helmet. Another stoppage in play. Gary, well...
Gary was fucking fired up this morning, wasn't he?
Yeah, wasn't he just?
Jeez, he was ornery.
Yeah. Well, he was expecting us to collapse. There you go, Gary. I hope you. Well, I'm not going to be on with you again for this test, but he was thinking England. Yeah, had blown
Was that
it.
an expectation or a hope?
I don't know. I mean, he's been generally quite positive about Bazball, but he gave he takes too much away from England. Yeah, we drop catches, but sometimes you do have to give it to the opposition, and you have to play the conditions in front of you. The pitch is clearly not great for bowling at the moment. It's quite easy to bat on. There's a bit of turn and there's a bit of but it's slow. It's pretty predictable at the moment. I mean, the odd one's misbehaving, but not enough to make it tricky.
Pretty correct with the fielding. There was some fucking subpar catching, but that's just the nature of cricket.
It is the nature of cricket, precisely that. I mean, if we'd have, you think if we'd have got bloody Rohit yesterday morning when he was on. Would have been 50 for 4. You wonder where the game would have gone, I
tell you, it seems to be some of the same culprits all the time, like Crawley route.
Well, generally because it's the slips, isn't it? Yeah, because often it's the slips that drop the catches. And it's often
much the same way, Bear, that you would have made it as a spinner in the IPL. Gary didn't drop a catch till he was 27.
Precisely. But I've still got time to prove myself. You'd have to go back through history for him. But shit, man, bowlers. I think I can do it for under 60.
Oh, we're up to that now, are we? Wasn't that initially 8 over you were going to go for?
Well, I'd hope to go for under 40. I reckon I could do it for under 10 and over. Over 4 overs.
Such an optimist.
I don't know. If you've got enough fielders
so
in the
inspiring.
outfield.
I'd be the first player ever to have 24 consecutive sixes hit off them.
Any listeners out there got a franchise that you would like to have their front and focus, just contact us and Guerrilla Cricket. We'll be right there.
Yeah, we will. Sign me up. Just pay my travel. I can't afford to pay for myself to play in the IPL. If you just pay my plane fare.
I think you played in those journalist games. You ever featured in one of them?
No, not at all. We played the Guardian a couple of times when Dan Lucas died. For a couple of years we did that, and then the COVID pandemic hit. But I don't know, I've never really played journalist games. That's pulled again by Pope. Oh, we didn't get all of that either. That was a little aerial. Popped it up just wide of square leg. England aren't going to shy away from taking it on, so this is going to be a fun little passage of play. And that was a no ball. The siren went off in the stadium. You don't get free hits, but fuck it, they're the only no ball jingles we have, don't we? Oh no, we've got the over the line one, which is perfect.
He just assaulted the umpire.
I'm sorry, Smokey. You were over the line. That's a foul.
Did he? What did he do? I didn't see that.
He touched his arm as he nearly got the clothesline by it.
We're going to have a change at the end of this over.
What was more fascinating was Square Leg tried to field the runs by running on their knees.
Got that Cartigan. Jason is going to take over from me doing the ball by ball. Colin, you're going to hang on and do some socials. And Kartik is going to join in the summarising chair. Be interesting to get his views on where the day has gone. Last ball is pulled by Duckett to deep backward square. He'll get a single. Oh no, there's one ball to go. England 182 for 1. We get one more ball, boys. Hi, Kartik.
That was a good one.
No, you're not on. Audio's muted. You're muted on Zoom. Good radio.
We'll be here in the ball. We've got one ball to go, so.
Yeah, we have got one ball to go. Pope's going to face it.
Dead air.
And Pope is on 39 off 54. Duckett's 119 off just 99 deliveries. And he will face this last ball. Everything has slowed fucking dramatically down. Oh, that's into the pads. Big appeal for LBW. That's not that bad. The umpire says no. Maybe going up probably a little bit too high. And then we could have 4 overthrows. Oh, this is going to be interesting. They're going to review that, or we're going to get the 4 overthrows. What are you going to do? They're talking about it. They've got 2 reviews left. I think it's a bit high and it jagged back quite a way.
I'm not sure it hit him in front.
Rohit has he reviewed it?
Do it.
Too late.
Oh, they have reviewed it. They said they reviewed it. I don't think that's a bad review. Could go either way, this. I mean, my initial instinct was that wasn't a bad shout. I don't want it to be out.
Ooh, make for entertaining cricket it was.
Let's have a look. It's into the pitch. Does it jag back? Yeah. Oh, it's very high, but it's quite deep in his crease. It's been given non out though. It could be shaving the bails.
That went a long way across.
Yeah.
Let's call it.
But I don't think it's missing the stumps. I think there's no inside edge. Fuck that. You can see that. Just get on with it, for crying out loud. Why are you even bothering to look at that? You could see that on a replay that he missed it by about 3 or 4 inches.
I like it when they do the rock and roll.
Into the pads. It's hitting! Oh my god! That is hitting the top of leg stump. That is a very, very good review. Pope will feel shattered by that. Seems harsh. Didn't feel that it was going to hit the stumps. I can't blame Joel for not giving it out.
Fuck's sake, Joel Wilson.
I was going to say it's Joel, so it'll be wrong, but then I held my tongue.
Well, that's really unfortunate. I feel a bit sorry there for Pope, but good review. We have to say goodbye to Ollie Pope. On the other side of this jingle, you will hear Jason, who will be joined by Colin, who's staying there, and Kartik. See you later.
Where we get up to, Mog?
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Right. Who's doing what now? Me on the... I don't know, it's Jason. Welcome back, Kartik. You're on mute.
Good to be here. Great timing. Great timing.
Oh, yeah, you were kissing death there.
well overdue for a week at India. And much like much like the last couple of days, wickets late in the day.
Yeah, that was
just
very much a sort of a gift for India. I mean, it didn't look out until you saw it was clipping sort of a quarter of the ball on height and a quarter of the ball on leg stump.
So it was a good portion of the ball on the leg stump.
Yeah.
If it was a quarter, then it would have been umpire's call.
But yes, now India have got exactly what they wanted, which is a new batsman at the crease at the end of the day. To well, that will have obviously it'll have an effect on Root. It'll have an effect on Duckett as well, because Duckett will have to rein himself in a little bit to try and play for stumps and make sure that we don't lose any further wickets, because we said at tea time that all we wanted was one or two wickets in the session for England to have a decent session and come out of the day even, perhaps.
It's a neutral. This is what I was after.
Yep. Jadeja's coming in, bowls. That's angled across him, and Duckett drops the bat on that, and the fielders walk to it and pick up. There's no run.
Do you think they genuinely, as part of the confer for DRS?
Down the leg side, and that's just dropped on by Duckett, and they just amble through for single into the whilst the ball goes into the vacant spaces at square leg.
Yeah, do you think this kind of go, well, it was Joe Wilson that gave it not out, shall we go for it?
Possibly. I think they thought we need to have something happening here, and they thought no, it's worth a gamble. I actually think they thought no, the worst can happen is it's going to be umpire's call and we won't lose review then. That's on the stumps and just played up to mid-on.
Yeah, you
for
just
Root's
feel
first
like
ball.
it was a review out of hope more than anything else.
Oh, and that's criminal. That's a no ball from Jadeja. It's not the first time he's given away a no ball, and it probably won't be the last.
Over the line! Huh? I'm sorry, Smokey. You were over the line. That's a foul.
And the extra ball is a dot. Jadeja in again. That's quicker, and Root plays it off the back foot and guides it into the point position and ambles through for single. England are 185 for 2. And that's another no ball. Jadeja really does seem to have a problem with the no balls in recent tests. There were several in the first test, and that's
Yeah, right,
two.
so this is starting to get to bookies territory, to spot fixing territory almost. Has to be careful.
Anyway, here comes another ball from Jadeja. That's into the rough outside Duckett's off stump. It's turned a bit, it's climbed a bit, and it's dropped into the leg side off the inside edge of the bat. Fortunately for England, there wasn't a short leg there. But Duckett's gone for the reverse sweep this time, and he's absolutely connected with that, and that's sailed over point for a huge, big one of these. Got down early, made sure it was the right length, and got a good connection with the ball. And Rohit, all he can do is look on and smile as the ball sails over point. Last ball over, and that's short by Jadeja, and that's muscled into the leg side to the man 3/4 of the way to the boundary. It's an easy single. That's the end of the over. England 193 for 2. Duckett's on 127. And Root's on 1 off 3 balls.
England continuing on here, and the Bazball style. This is probably the most friendliest pitch for them to play this way all series so far. It just seems like it's playing into their hands. I'm not sure that the curator's got this one right.
It's pretty benign at the moment. I can see it breaking up in days to come, but at the moment it's played pretty well for 2 days. There is turn, but it's not quick turn. There is no real up and down, uneven bounce at the moment. A couple have grubbed a little bit, but nothing more than you would expect from a pitch from the subcontinent. Anyway, Siraj is going to continue. He's 1 for 50 off 8 overs. Certainly Duckett has taken a liking to him throughout his 2 spells so far. And he will be facing...
Sorry, I was going to say 445 seems not enough given the rate, given the way England's playing at the moment.
I'm not so sure about that. I think the half hour today and the first session tomorrow, particularly with fresh bowlers, will be very interesting indeed. Anyway, that's Siraj in. That's just outside off stump. Duckett just dinks it away to gully, but he doesn't beat the gully fielder, and there's no run.
Really needs root on strike.
And Duckett's practicing the ball shots he's going to play to the next ball. Johnny Bairstow is pacing around in the balcony of the players' changing room, looking at the field of play, seeing what Duckett's doing, seeing what the bowler's doing, hoping he doesn't have to go out. And Siraj is in, that's on the legs, and Duckett has worked that round to deep square leg and just ambled an easy single.
It seems like Bairstow is just trying to scope it out and seeing whether he needs a night watchman or not, or night hawk, I think that is what they call it nowadays.
I think we're probably a couple of overs too early for a night hawk.
Who's night hawk at the moment for England?
Last test match they brought in Ahmed, who did a good job. He certainly night hawked it. He wasn't backward in being assertive in his stroke play. Siraj at the top of his run up, having a double teapot and discussion with Jasprit about what he's going to bowl next, because everything he seems to try is Duckett will play a shot at, but then again Duckett plays a shot at everything.
Yeah, it's not only to Siraj. I think he's not the only one. It just seems like he's been playing all the shots against everybody.
It is interesting that earlier on in the intervening time between the tests, and that's straight and just defended by Root. Kuldeep Yadav said, actually Bazball has been good for me because it's forced me to work out how to bowl at guys whilst also attacking the runs, but also attacking the wickets, but also trying to limit the scoring, which I didn't used to do.
Yeah, Kuldeep's always been traditionally been a white ball bowler.
Yeah,
and they've used him quite in the white ball game, which is very much about.
And therefore, he's used to people coming at him, where he's not used to people coming at him in the red ball situation. Siraj, that's angled in, and Root shows the full blade to that, and then looks at Siraj as he picks it up and pretends to throw at the stumps.
I always wondered with those situations, imagine if he actually let it go. I'm not sure there would be a smile on his face, on Root's face, if they actually did let go.
Have you seen the Sheffield Shield game where I think it is, I forgot his name now. There's a batsman who plays it back. Bowler picks it up and hurls it back at him, and he plays another defensive shot, but he stepped a foot outside the crease, and therefore he's not in his crease playing a shot, and can therefore be given out. And the
obstruction.
Yeah.
When was that?
That was a week or 2 weeks ago.
Wow.
And
actually, yes, no, I did see that.
The Aussie commentators were fairly scathing of the throw, and then they played it back afterwards and said, "Oh look, he is out of his crease after all."
Yeah.
Siraj, full, straightish, played to mid wicket, which is misfielded, and in the intervening confusion, Root scampers a single.
Pick up single there, but he actually saved 3 runs. That was going to the boundary. The half glass full approach.
Yep, good piece of cricket
side of
all
the
round
coin,
there. Good bowling, good batting, decent piece of fielding, even if they did steal a single out of the result of it. And England only trail by 250 now. They're 195 for 2.
Still need another 51 to avoid the follow-on.
Yeah, don't count your chickens yet. Siraj, last ball of the over, and that's on the legs of Duckett, who's whipped it round. He just beats the guy at square leg. The sweeper on the boundary comes in to field it. That's another single to England. 196 for 2. That's the end of the 32nd over. England trailing by 249.
Right.
Yeah, run rate has slowed down a bit from 6.75 to 6.12.
Tweets were quite covered. I don't actually know where we got to. Jay Grover, quite a while back, saying, "I was so proud I got Moggs Sanger joke. I forgot to laugh." And I was asking, wasn't Suraj meant to be injured?
Yeah, he had a little knock on his knee, which I think was basically a stinger as he went down to try and play a reverse sweep. And I think he's run that off or had some work on it during the intervening period. Well, we haven't seen a sub, but he may have been off the field at some point to get a bit of work on that. At the moment, the umpires are testing the ball, seeing if it goes through one hoop and not the other. And
Lavender goes, "You should check if being head honcho on this here outfit qualifies you to be in the Legends League. You might even take Tendulkar's wicket."
And I think the consensus is that ball is still good, so you're going to have to keep bowling with it. I'm sorry, Rohit. Rohit says,
I think Rohit.
Are those magic handcuffs? Can I get anything through there?
Where can I get a pair of those? Yeah.
And over on YouTube, Shahajan Bhatti, "Wonder why I want to know the name of the umpires when England plays outside England."
Well, I think England supplies 4 umpires to the international panel still. Out of the 12, I think they're on the panel. And I think Australia supply 3. So no, there's not lots of non England Oz umpires to pick from. Erasmus, Wilson, Damascena.
Yeah.
There's a guy from New Zealand as well, whose name escapes me for the moment. Anyway, Bumrah is going to come back for last blast of the day.
And Muttley Von Erich has appeared. Oof, morning primates. These tests are too early for me. I only just woke up, loving sausages.
Welcome, Muttley. Sausages for breakfast, what a nice idea.
There's a lot of discussion on YouTube whether 1 is the actual ball tracking correct, and 2, a bit of conflict with the DRS decision timing, saying it took an awful long time for the timer to run down for DRS.
Anyway, here comes Bumrah with his staccato stride, but he's in, and that's outside off stump. That's pushed off the back foot by Duckett, fielded at cover, but can't stop a single. Duckett's moved on to 130, but still off 108 balls. So
perfect outcome.
Yep. Nice little loosener from Bumrah, which Duckett is taking advantage of to get off strike. brings Root down with 2 off 6 balls, and there's yet another interruption for something. Who is it this time? It's Jasprit. Jasprit wants something. What does he want? He wants something else with a big black bag from the physio. So he's had some energy gel, which I think he probably could have had it before he came on to bowl, if they'd been organised. And he's wandering back to the top of his run-up. If that's all he wanted, I would have not been surprised if the umpires had told him to wait till the end of the over, to be honest. It does seem to be a slightly unnecessary break in play when this could easily be accomplished at the end of an over. Anyway, he's back at the end of his run-up now. Oh, it's he's feeling the back of his leg as he's done his follow-through. So maybe it's not an energy gel, but rather a pain relief gel that he's imbibed.
Well, he did get injured whilst he was batting earlier, so perhaps that could be.
But back over the wicket now to Root. And that's angling in. That's a decent shout, but I think that it's tailed in a little bit. But I think that's just hit Root outside the line. Are they going to appeal? The timer hasn't come up, so I don't think they are. I think he's just
be a wasted review. Maybe a bit of bat involved as well.
Yeah. But attacking the stumps, good stuff at the end of the day. Forcing Root to play every ball that he's on strike. Bumrah, and that's good line, good length outside off stump. Root just covers up and defends, and there's no run. As we see some highlights of all the short balls that Siraj bowled during his spells. Definitely been using the enforcer role for India. Then the one wicket ball is the one that's actually been pushed up onto a much better length. So maybe a bit of a sucker blow from Siraj there to get rid of Ollie Pope. Bumrah, that's on his hip for Root, who's worked it down to fine leg. Can they make 2? Yes they can, as the ball comes back in. Good throw, straight to the stumps, but Root's quick and they had plenty of time to complete the 2 runs, and England are 199 for 2.
I just feel like Bumrah's, if there's anybody that's going to take a wicket late, it's Bumrah. He's getting a little bit of reverse swing late in the day as well. The ball is starting to, it's around that 30, 35 over mark that things start to happen, the reverse swing kind. And if anybody's going to be able to exploit it, it's him.
And he's been probably comfortably the best of the Indian bowlers, and you want your best bowler bowling at the new batsman as quickly as possible. That's the Yorker from Bumrah. That's well defended by Root. He's managed to get everything behind that, and the ball just dribbled back up the pitch.
Yeah, brilliantly bowled. Jasprit Bumrah just has a knack of being able to bowl Yorkers consistently. It's one of the things that really makes him stand out from the rest of the bowlers around the world, in fact. And yeah, I mean, that's why he's obviously the #1 bowler in the world in all formats.
Last ball of the over. Bumrah's attacking stumps again. That's another good ball. Root's gone all defensive and covered up. There's no run. That's the end of the over. England trail by 246. Root's on 4 off 11. Duckett's on 130 off 108.
Over on Twitter, Jay Grover, spot fixing territory? Question mark. Are you sure? And then Blimey Jason with a hard taskmaster.
Who am I hard taskmaster for? Bumrah or the poor old physio who's been dragged onto the pitch.
Oh yeah, that's it. Yeah, I'm with you, Jason. I was a bit short. James Moosh, prediction for tomorrow: route battles and manages to get in form. About 60 not out from 200 balls. In that time, Duckett has scored 300 and Stokes declares.
They've just had another check of the ball at the end of that over. So I think they can keep, because this ball is doing nothing, I think you can keep trying every over until they finally get it changed. Siraj is going to continue. Rohit's having a word.
Over on YouTube, I was just clarifying to the people there, the DRS timer didn't start late until that Pope out, because the ball was going down to the boundary, so it was still live for quite a longer period
So
of time.
the timer only starts when the ball becomes dead, is that the case?
Yeah, as far as I'm aware.
Anyway, Siraj around the wicket, there's no slips, there's just a man at gully, but Duckett managed to find him with a little dink down, trying to run it down to third man. No run.
The umpire wouldn't have said not out until the point that the ball's dead.
Duckett, lots and lots of moving parts as he fiddles around, waiting for Siraj to walk back to the end of his run up. Fracturing shots. And now Siraj is at the top and ready to go. Starts his run up. Here he comes. And that's on the stumps. Just pushed gently back by Duckett to mid on. Siraj points to the ball to mid on, say, pick that up for me, please. And starts his walk back.
It's just beautiful. It's good to see Siraj still firing in late in the day. I mean, he's the workhorse of the Indian bowling attack, and just never seems to give up, even if the score is 500 from.
Well, I think it's a realisation of his role in the side. His role in the side is after this ball, that's full and tailing in somewhat. It's well played by Duckett, back again to mid on with a bit more timing this time, so the fielder has to scamper a little bit to cut it off. But he does manage to do that successfully, and there's no run. No, Siraj's role is basically to be the workhorse, as you say, because you know, if they're going to play two seamers, he's going to be the one that's going to be sacrificed if they go to three spinners, because Bumrah's not going to be always going to play unless he's injured. So no, he's got time to spend on the sideline, so he has to justify his place all the time. And that's a good ball from Siraj. He's beaten the bat, he's canned into the pads, but it's going down leg. And Duckett, has a little rueful smile to himself about missing that. The ball's spooned out into the offside, but no run has ensued.
Bit of an ambitious appeal, probably a bit of a desperate appeal late in the day, just trying to get something to finish off there. India would love to get the wicket of Duckett here, but even late in the day, he's still looking to play his shots and he's still looking quite solid. So concentration levels are peaking, even with just a couple of minutes to go.
Yeah. And that's again attacking off stump by Siraj, well pitched up. Duckett's just pushed the ball back to mid on again. No run. It's been a good session for England. They've probably scored 160 runs in this session. For the loss of two wickets.
The loss of 1 wicket. Or 2 wickets, sorry, yeah. 2 wickets.
Crawley and very unfortunate Pope, who was beaten by a ball that jagged back very slightly by Siraj and was just clipping leg stump on height and direction. And that's too much on the leg side by Siraj. That's worked around off his hip by Duckett, but it's straight to the fielder at fine leg. There's no chance of 2. But England have finally reached 200. They're 200 for 2 at the end of 34 overs.
It's amazing. Yeah, this crazy run rates here. Have been consistently over 6 throughout the whole innings and continue to show the world that this new way of playing Test cricket. Just it seems to be more and more exciting, especially.
Well, you do wonder how
in
many
conditions
teams
like this.
will adopt this approach in India, where the previous mantra has been stay in the game, bat deep, bat for as long as you can, but there's going to be a net ball with your number on it every now and again. No, this mantra of getting the runs whilst you can, as quickly as you can, because there is a ball coming on, seems to be working for them. Anyway, we're going to have a change of bowling. I'm not surprised that this guy's coming on to bowl. He's arguably the second best bowler today. It's the tall, experienced Ashwin. That's full and floated up outside off stump, and Duckett slaps it off the front foot to cover, but he neatly fielded, no run.
Looks like this will be the last over of the day, so probably in good hands.
Again, floaty ball again from Ashwin. That's squirted out through point this time to the man on the boundary. That's Shrubman Gill, I think, who fields it and throws the ball in. Duckett gets off strike. He's on 1-3-2. England 2-1 for 2 and trail by 2-4-4.
And this will be the big test. Ashwin has traditionally done well against Root, especially early on in his innings. It's the 5 balls to go in the day's play. Anything could happen.
Ashwin, that's on the stumps. Root does the needful, just works it through a fairly large hole at square than the leg side, and ambles a single to get off strike. I think they're playing I don't want to be facing at the end of the over.
What was that feel for Root? What's the point of having boundary riders in the last over?
Yeah, tempt them. That's a better ball. Oh, has that carried? How was that? Or is that straight off the pad? Ashwin's asking the question.
Was it a catch? Was it a catch as well? There was a bit of a dive there.
They're saying
Ashwin's livid.
It's he was reviewing while sleeping.
They've reviewed.
He's claiming that's out in 3 different ways or something.
Yeah.
Well, it could be OBW. It could be caught.
I want 3 wickets for that 1 wicket. How dare you?
We'll take 3 reds at this point.
Right.
Yeah.
Here we go. It's pitched.
Well bowled. Oh, that looks dead.
That's a much better shout for OBW than I thought.
Unless he's hit the bat. I don't think that's a bat. I don't think that's hit the bat. I think that looks dead.
Well, if it has hit the bat, I think Rohit caught it on the full. So.
Oh, true. Actually, well, yeah, I'm not sure we're too excited about the LBW.
Well, we're going to need Ultra Edge first to find out whether it's hit the bat, and then we're going to need the ball tracker, and it's not hit the bat.
Oh, no.
So, is it going on to hit the stumps? That's the height-wise, it doesn't look good for Duckett.
This could be a big wicket.
The suspense.
This could be match defining.
Oh, it's pitched outside leg stump.
Wow.
And they've lost their review. That's an escape, I think.
Of all the things that didn't actually look like the problem.
No.
Unbelievable.
And Root is grinning all over his face because he knows that's another review that India have burned and now have 1 review left, I do believe.
If I was playing and see a face like that, I can only see why Warner punched him that night.
Right, Ashwin again flighted on the leg stump, and Duckett takes the opportunity to get off strike with a little push gently past the short leg fielder, and he's grinning all over his face. They're all very smiley and happy because they know it's not going to be long before they can go off and have a nice cold shower, a bath, and a cold drink to rest and recuperate after a hard day's work. And Rohit's rigging the changes and taking the time up. You've got a short leg now, you've got a backward square leg. And he bowls a full toss, Ashwin. Into the wide open spaces on the offside. Is that going to make its way to the boundary? It is. And that just trickles over the boundary for one of these.
What?
And that's the end of the session. Everyone's walking off. England finished on 207 for 2. Root finishes on 9. I think Duckett finished on 133.
It's a bear about for the GPL.
Well, the magic number is, let's just see. 106. I think the magic number is somewhere around 340. Stokes is clapping them off.
Ben Stokes will be very happy, as will.
I think the bear says 327 is the magic number, and there's no winners because it doesn't end with a 3 or a 9.
Okay.
Lots of clapping for Duckett as he walks off, quite deservedly. That's been a impetus changing innings from him. And
Indeed, yeah, he's played well all day. He's looked confident. He's looked confident all day. He hasn't looked like getting out at all. Obviously, barring that couple of balls ago, which was just beaten by a brilliant delivery. Unfortunately for him, pitched outside leg. But otherwise, it's probably been almost a chanceless innings, which is exactly what you want from an England perspective.
And I'd say that. If we're going to sum up the day, that's been a fascinating day's play. There's been 2 sessions I think have probably been won by India just. 1 session that's been won by England just, because the 2 wickets I think were quite important in the end. I think getting that 2nd wicket was probably absolutely crucial for India towards the end of the play. But it's left it very finely balanced, I think. A lot will depend on how England restart tomorrow. With Duckett on 130 odd and Root newly to the crease and fresh bowlers. That's going to be a very interesting session indeed. Quite pivotal, I think, to the progress of the whole test.
Yeah, indeed. The first session, as cliche as it sounds, the first session tomorrow will likely determine which way this test match is going to go. I think if England can reduce that deficit and possibly get in front, then they'll have the cards in their favour. But equally, if they lose a couple of wickets, then this game could turn on its head pretty quickly.
England are still some distance away from getting on parity, at least in the first innings. But the way the speed at which they've been scoring in this innings, in particular at 6 and over, means that a session and a half of cricket tomorrow, continuing at that rate, would see them close to, if not on parity, and make it a 1-inning shootout, which would be very interesting indeed.
Well, it's mainly the ball, so by the time they get the new ball, they'll be on parity, I would have said.
Yes, they would need to score at what? Probably 4 and over to get there.
They're basically continue on what they're doing now.
Yeah.
Maybe there or thereabout.
Yeah, and they've got India have to wait for the pitch to deteriorate a bit more before they can actually exert some pressure, I think. And the best chance of exerting pressure is tomorrow with fresh bowlers. So that's going to be a fascinating session tomorrow. I will be in for the first session, and many others will be joining me. I hope that you'll be joining us as well. Are there any final tweets before we wrap up for the day?
Tweets wise, not really. Hombre Nuevo, if it's 327, get fuck in there, don't mess with with me there, because I think Hombre Nuevo is claiming it for the GPL. And Jay Grover, thank you all very much, apart from Colin, who disrespects my frocks.
Right. Well, we will be back tomorrow at 3:50 a.m. ish UK time. Thanks for joining us today, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover.